Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
What's your drama? Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
That's hot.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong. I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Are you not entertained?
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I see that you know your judo well.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I'm staying in the race.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Welcome to the resistance.
Precision of language. Please.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It's science.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Consequences.
So hot right now.
Aren't I a good guy?
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
It's a great day. For being sad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
And the box is full of Pepe!
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Wondering what it all means. So much to do, so much to talk about. I guess we better just get right to it, chat. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as these space flights are often apt to encounter danger and turbulence. Great to see you all today on this International Women's Day. Hopefully everything is going super great for you. Fingers crossed. Oh god, what did I just do? Why did I do this? Oh no. Oh no. Who has the full chat right now? Oh, never mind, I do. I've got it, thank god. I just reloaded. I just put myself on live chat. I was on top chat. I almost lost everything. Alright, to the office. Gotta do some shout outs here. Obvious Books, Hermit Horologist, and Moanoep 123 in the YouTube chat. Mozart, close fourth. I also see McGoggles, Michael Reich, Bob Carmody. Who else? Tamara Chance, George Waters, Geodragon, Narwhal by Nature, May Wormy. Did the members go through yet? I did not see them go through. I only saw the 2 that went through. It's very strange. I'm not sure what YouTube is doing. Maybe they'll be... I'm hoping they'll be given out later today. But thanks for reminding me. I'm seeing bad things happening over here. I don't like it. Lieutenant Aldo Rain, I see you. I see Nightbot. I see Decipher. And DR and Dragons Marine. Am I lagging? I'm lagging. I am. I can see it happening right now. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm going to start in America, as usual. But since we're already lagging, there's something I'm going to try and do to maybe fix this. Fingers crossed, everybody. Okay, it looks like it's doing better. I think what I did fixed it. Might have been part of what was going on. Alright, what was I saying to everybody? I did the shoutouts. Shoutouts. We're watching to make sure that those memberships go through today. Although I think I saw like one name pop up out of like in the list that I didn't see yesterday. So maybe some of them went through. Honestly, I was hoping they would just happen in chat during the stream today. But let's all try and celebrate International Women's Day in lieu of everything. In lieu of Donald Trump taking the White House, putting a bunch of misogynists et al. Into government. Alright. Started off with this. Everybody pray to Gary that we have a smooth stream today. Here's a compilation vid from a few years ago. There's one thing in here that's gonna be, well, you'll see. But this is from 3 years ago. This is an International Women's Day edit. Some random ass channel on YouTube.
Most women are happier at home. They are pretending that they like working, and they're not making money because they don't stay all night at the office.
And of course, women must earn less than men because they are weaker, they are smaller, they are less intelligent.
She's got nothing else going. And frankly, if Hillary Clinton were a man, I don't think she'd get 5% of the vote. What? The only thing she's got going is the woman's card. And the beautiful thing is, women don't like her, okay?
Kamala, by the way, she will not be your first woman president. She will not be. You can't let that happen. There'll be a woman president. You cannot let that happen.
I will not be lectured about sexism and misogyny by this man.
And I am here because I have to show my parents that I am their daughter and that they did not raise me to accept abuse from men.
And I think it is right that I am paid the same as my male counterparts. I think it is right that I should be able to make decisions about my own body.
It's not boy bashing at all. People have so many misperceptions of what it actually is. It's not boy bashing at all. I love boys, but you know, I love women. It's equality.
A conversation has become issues for men. I get angry when I think about it. No woman should sit down and allow a man to speak about her reproductive rights. We raise girls to see each other as competitors, not for jobs or for accomplishments, which I think can be a good thing, but for the attention of men.
This is the part. This is the part I'm talking about. Oh, God.
I'm staying in the race.
But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last.
We teach girls to shrink themselves, to make themselves smaller. We say to girls, you can have ambition, but not too much. You should aim to be successful, but not too successful. Otherwise, you will threaten the man.
From this conference, let it be that human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There you go. There was our start off to International Women's Day. That moment where Kamala walks out, it's like, God damn it. It was 3 years ago, okay? Like, in my mind, it was just when I saw that, I was like, God damn it. It's okay, everything's fine. We just have Donald Trump in office now. Instead. The chat seems to like this music. I also like the music. It wasn't mine. I have no idea what that track was. Somebody figure it out for us, huh? A little Shazam, or what's the other, Soundhound? I always forget the names of those. Ugh. Do it now. Help us. Alright, let's go to the USA Today from 2 years ago. Talk more about Women's History Month, how it was born, and why it's observed in the month of March. Great, sounds informative. USA Today, tell us things, please.
Women have been shaping human history since the dawn of civilization, but it's the month of March that was chosen to honor women throughout history. Here's why. The origin story of Women's History Month is up for debate, but it was born right here in the US during the suffrage movement, when women were fighting for the right to vote. Some historians say that its roots can be traced back to a protest on March 8, 1857. It was then that a group of women from New York City textile factories allegedly staged a strike over poor working conditions. But scholars argue that this demonstration was fabricated, suggesting that the strike was invented retroactively to give the annual celebration a more compelling backstory. At first, women's history was only observed for one day. The Socialist Party of America first declared National Women's Day in 1909 amid the women's rights movement, but the idea quickly spread around the globe. The idea of an International Women's Day was proposed and approved in 1910 at the International Conference of Working Women in Copenhagen, which we now celebrate every year on March 8th. Fast forward to the 1970s in Sonoma County, California, where a group of people were fed up that women's history was being left out of the classroom. The first Women's History Week was celebrated in March 1978, culminating with a parade in downtown Santa Rosa, California. This local celebration turned into a movement. Activists pushed to make this week official, and it worked. In 1980, President Carter issued the first presidential proclamation, declaring the second week of March as National Women's History Week. And that momentum kept growing. In 1987, Congress officially declared March as National Women's History Month. A special presidential proclamation is issued each year which honors the extraordinary achievements of women in America. But more than 30 years later, the fight for gender equality continues. In 2020, for every dollar a man made, women made 82 cents.
Hey, thanks for watching.
All right. Hey, settle down, buddy.
USA Today to stay up to date with all the latest.
You settle it on down. 30 likes already. It's only been 23 minutes. That's like 1.5 likes per minute. That's crazy.
That's too much, man!
Okay, please hold. Oh. That was... you should have seen it. That was poetic. That was poetic. Oh my god. On International Women's History Day, it landed on the keyboard on a man, then fell off of the keyboard. It's so good. I'm sorry, I gotta keep rolling. You'll see. Yeah. It was... Fine. Okay. That was hilarious. But yeah, no, it landed on, what was it? Landed on George Carlin and then flipped off of the keyboard and landed on Jessica Fletcher. Or whatever her name is. God damn it, my brain just broke. Jessica Fletcher, right? My brain working today? Hello? Anybody home? Alright, let's go to current times. Go to current times. Talk about women doing things in the present. So this is the weekend. I figured we would try and also stick some stuff that's just sort of fun. Let's talk about how one trailblazing chef changed America's tastes.
Today on The Dish, Nancy Silverton, a part of the LA restaurant industry for more than 40 years. Silverton has become globally known thanks to her restaurants and cookbooks. She helped redefine bread baking culture in the U.S. with La Brea Bakery, introducing many to the artisanal breads so well known today, and even became the first ever James Beard Pastry Chef of the Year in 1990. For the last 2 decades, her Italian-focused eateries have become LA staples. And as I found out on a recent visit, for this culinary legend, there is no slowing down. I'm looking at a fantastic sign, which tells us everything about where we are.
Well, it's not legal, by the way.
The Piazza Mozza, or the
Illegal.
Mozzaplex as it's been dubbed, is a culinary trio from chef Nancy Silverton, a slice of Italy in the heart of Hollywood.
What I have done with the 3 restaurants that I have on the corner is make sure that they are very unique and the menus are very separate.
So we may know that we're in one of your places, but they're all different. They have their own personalities.
Yes.
A Bib Gourmand pizzeria and takeout spot, the Michelin-starred Osteria Mozza, and a modern Italian steakhouse, Chi Spacca.
They're all connected in the back. I don't have to go outside.
You literally can go kitchen
doors.
to kitchen.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Also connected by what Silverton calls the vibe within.
Damn, that looks good right now.
Figuring out what brings people together at the table and what keeps them at the table, right? And that's one thing I love about Italy. The time spent at a table, whether you're at a home table or a restaurant table, time.
Now, you might be thinking to yourself, what is groundbreaking about a woman being a professional chef? Well, actually, you know, being a chef has long been dominated by men. And women have had to make their inroads in this profession like all others. Also, just want to say thanks to Narwhal by Nature for the super chat, letting us know who it was that and what that song was. For those in chat or stream that wanted to know, that was Warrior. Feed 2WEI or Two Way, maybe? And Etta Hayes from League of Legends. Ooh, a video game soundtrack. You forgot you had SoundCloud until I mentioned it. That's what I'm here for.
As it did, sitting in Osteria Mozza, Silverton sharing some favorite foods with stories on the side. Starting with a ricotta and egg raviolo.
When you cut it, the egg should ooze out. This dish there, it did what it's supposed to do.
It's made with fried sage and a nutty
Basically
brown
gold
butter
now.
sauce.
An egg?
It's delicious.
Who can afford an egg?
By the way, and I'm stealing it and keeping it all the way over
Nope,
here.
I love this. I'm feeding you.
Next was pillowy pasta ears, orecchiette with a fennel sausage and Swiss chard ragu.
This is the dish that brings people into the restaurant.
Food now.
I hear
I need
all
that.
the time, you know, I woke up this morning and I had to have the orecchiette.
As I continued to indulge, Silverton told me as a kid growing up in Southern California, she didn't dream of becoming a chef. It wasn't until college, cooking in her dormitory kitchen, that she found her calling.
Digging my hands in and working with something which happened to be ingredients gave me so much pleasure.
By senior year of college, Silverton's future was clear.
So I called up my parents, both of whom were professionals. I said, I'm dropping out of school. I want to cook. And at that time, you know, there was no role models, you know, and there was no prestige in cooking. And my father said, I hear you know, but do me a favor. I want you to go to the Cordon Bleu.
Did you finish your degree in college? You didn't.
No. Second semester, by the way. I had 1 semester to go. And they didn't say to me, well, you got to finish and then let's talk.
Silverton would learn technique at the Cordon Bleu in London, but her approach to food came from the taste she experienced through Chef Alice Waters.
I went to eat at Chez Panisse, and that was a life-changing.
Okay. There we go. Hopefully it didn't make everyone too hungry just now. Don't worry, this is going to turn into a cooking stream. I'm going to keep moving through the different topics that we got to cover here today, let's talk music. Let's go to ABC News from 8 hours ago. Work appropriate. Welcome to Galactic Individual. Thanks for becoming a Galactic member on YouTube. I don't think I've ever even seen you chat before.
And welcome back to ABC News Live Weekend. Today is International Women's Day, dedicated to celebrating women's achievements around the world and to rally for women's equality. It's also an important fundraising day for charities that focus on women. And our next guest is making history in the world of theater. Joy Brown is the assistant conductor at Disney's The Lion King musical at Toronto's Princess of Wales Theatre. And on February 22nd, she became the first Black woman to lead the orchestra in the show's 25-year history. And she joins us now. We cannot wait to speak with her. Joy, thank you so much for being here on ABC News Live.
Hi, Gio. Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely. Tell us about your journey here, because you're also a pianist. You're also a nurse practitioner, so you have quite the story.
Yes, music and nursing have been a part of my life from the time I was a little girl. I wanted to be a nurse since I was 3, and I started playing piano, classically trained since I was 4. So this has been a long journey along the way, but I was, I would say, discovered by Sean Mays back in 2018, and I ended up playing in the Canadian premiere of The Color Purple. And Sean has kept in touch over all these years. And so when he became the global supervisor for The Lion King last year through Disney, he asked me if I would like to be part of it in some capacity. And so, yes, I came on to play, but then when he talked about conducting, I was like, I couldn't say no. I was scared, but I couldn't say no. And so here we are today. Yeah.
Oh, that is amazing. By the way, I'm just learning the piano now at 39 years old, so it's amazing to hear that you've been doing it since you were 4 years old. Look where it's taken you. Take us back to that show on February 22nd. You took that baton and you led the Lion King Orchestra. What a show. What an incredible experience that must have been.
It was I couldn't even be nervous, Gio, because the love that was coming from the cast on stage and all the support from the orchestra was absolutely amazing. Crew, I walked in that day, people were hooting and hollering. It was absolutely phenomenal. I will never forget it.
Oh, and the music is just so incredible and iconic and memorable. And it's really been such a staple in musical theater for over 25 years. 27 Lion King productions around the world right now. Yet here's what's incredible. You are the first Black woman to ever lead its orchestra in any country. What does that say for how we are progressing, and where do you see it going in the years ahead?
You know what? I think the challenge has always been there. You just have to have the opportunity. And so I think this opens doors for other, not only female conductors, but female conductors of color. And in any production, we can do it. We can do it. We just need to be given that opportunity.
Absolutely.
There we go, an incredibly talented woman in multiple aspects of life, being given this, I mean, what is a pretty prestigious job, right? I mean, it's a hard job to get in general, but you know, I think it's a great story. We have 40 likes now. Oh my god. Okay. In 34 minutes, once again, still getting more likes than there are minutes in the stream. You're all very impressive. Blowing me away. Well, blowing me away right now. Yeah, what was I saying? I was saying other things. Oh, right. We got more to do here. After that discussion of women in music. What did I roll? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's go to San Francisco, where women gathered to rally on International Women's Day. Here's NBC Bay Area from right before the stream started, an hour ago.
Hundreds also gathered to mark the day and rally in San Francisco. The theme of the protest, Unite and Resist, supporting women and pushing back against the actions of the Trump administration. NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith explains.
People gathered near Union Square Saturday carrying signs, marching, and speaking out.
We're at risk of losing every right that we've come up with in the last how many years.
Today, some people said what they've seen that they oppose under the Trump administration is mostly in line with what they expected.
Whoops, that's the wrong thing.
Unfortunately, yes. But not to the extreme that it's happening right now, and not the swiftness that it's happening. It is frightening. It is absolutely frightening.
On International Women's Day, hundreds of people joined in today carrying signs and pushing back with a theme of Unite and Resist. It was one of hundreds of similar events planned in different cities.
Frankly, there is no International Women's Day without showing support to people around the world. Currently, my biggest problem is Trump, full stop.
And that was what some people needed to protest.
I'm here trying to raise awareness and rally with people who are like me. Maybe they don't know that there are protests going on. Maybe they just need to see someone rising up because they feel so gaslit by what's going on right now.
Economy, environment, women's rights.
And they marched, many with a message they hope is heard.
And that's the thing, right? I don't know if this technically counts as representation, but it's the same idea, right? Seeing someone else like yourself out there doing something, right? Perhaps for younger people or just people in general, you know? There's something to that. There's something important about that. For people to be able to envision a different future for themselves. We're going to continue on this theme of International Women's Day throughout the day, as much as I possibly can. And also do the news. Let's talk about the two men who have the most effect on women in this moment in the United States. Donald Trump, and of course his best buddy, Elon Musk.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Gotta be real careful not to fall down the stairs. Oh boy, that's a treacherous one. Salute. Salute. Wait, salute. Nope, fist pump. Wave and thumb. All four. All the different greetings. How do I look like a normal human being right now? Well, as you see, I've done it perfectly. All right, let's see what else Donald has been doing. Looks like Elon was headed for a sleepover there. Donald unsure which greeting to give the media, so he just went with all four that he could think of in the moment. Elon attempting to look as much like a normal human as humanly possible, if that is what he is. Hope they enjoyed that Mar-a-Lago. Do you think they have like bunk beds somewhere for Elon and Trump? Or is it like sort of like separate beds? Like they each get a queen or a king? Gotta be a king. I don't sleep. No, queen. What's a queen? I don't know what that is. Donald Trump was very hard at work.
Phrasing?
Sorry. He was very hard at work this week. Working very hard. So he had to take another break. You know, him and Elon running around doing all sorts of real dumb stuff. You just gotta relax. You know, you gotta go to your own golf course and hit the links.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Keep fighting! Keep fighting! That one guy does not have a job. I love it. Like his only purpose in life. I wonder if he's getting paid by Trump to do this. Do you think he's a paid keep fighting shouter? Because I swear to God, it's the same voice every time outside of Trump International Golf Course. Whenever Donald Trump heads to one of his properties, this guy is waiting. He's got like a tracker on the president. He just shows up. He's ready there. He's there before the president every time, somehow. There to shout, keep fighting. Keep fighting the good fight.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Think he's a paid protester? I think he could be. I don't know. What do I know? But Donald Trump, he needs the encouragement, okay? It wouldn't be weird if he was paying some guy to, you know, shout, keep fighting everywhere he goes. He just needs the encouragement. You know, I've never heard of positive thinking before. All right, The Secret. Go read The Secret, okay? And then you'll understand. Just need to surround yourself with positivity. Come on.
Come on!
Now, this is unfortunate for Trump. Unfortunate. His entire day disturbed. Horrifying. Horrifying political messaging on one of his golf courses.
Help! 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 I'm being repressed!
Gaza is not for sale. Aw. It's true. It's not for sale.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This is so sad. Oh. Oh, God. Someone's gonna have to cut that grass. People are gonna be forced to look at pro-Palestinian messages. Oh, so terrible. Oh. And at the golf course of all places. Oh, God. That is not fair. That's just...
That's too much, man!
Now, of course, that wasn't, I'm afraid to tell you, that was not at Donald Trump's Trump International in Florida. It was in Scotland at his Turnberry golf resort. So he didn't have to see, he didn't have to witness it personally, right? He like, his eyes didn't have to see it in person on the 15th green or whatever that was. No, he just got the horrifying news, I'm sure, from one of his employees. Sir, they tell me that the 15th green has been horrifyingly defaced with pro-Palestinian messages. So that's not right. We're gonna bomb Gaza immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's watch the president leaving his golf course. This is big breaking news.
President Trump. Trump. Wait.
Look at these guys. This is why they refuse to believe that the village people were gay. Okay, because Trump supporters look like this. Oh my god, dude, you're in Florida. Why do you look like this?
Calling President Trump.
Trump. Trump. Trump.
Hey, he's on the phone. He's on the phone like President Trump.
Trump. Trump.
Trump.
Trump. Couple of geniuses outside of Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach, Florida. There to show their undying devotion to Donald Trump by standing and saying Trump over and over again for some unclear reason. Yes, that's right, Michael. That's right. 4 years of this. That's what we're gonna get. It's very exciting. And in no way am I already tired of it. 1.5 months in, I'm doing fine. Everything's going great.
I don't want reality.
Hush. Alright, speaking of 4 more years of this, let's talk about maybe what Democrats should be doing in the meantime. By going to a channel we've never been to before. The Majority Report with Sam who? What is it? Sam's Sater?
Tim Walz, who
How do you say
was
this?
on MSNBC, was it last night?
He was, yeah. And this was, I really think he's being very smart right now. He is staking out the left flank position fairly early on. I mean, he's talking about single payer on Molly Jong-Fast's show. And it seems like now that Peggy Flanagan is his lieutenant governor is likely to kind of be the front runner in that open Senate seat, that because I thought he might run for that, but I think he wants to run for president. And talking about universal health care this early on, big thumbs up in my book. Of course, we were already fans of his record in Minnesota. And then also the fact that Ken Martin is now DNC chair. It's interesting. I mean, they work together to good effect in Minnesota to make people's lives better. And if there's some coordination there, I think Walz may have advantages that I may have underestimated. In addition to the fact that he's just a good politician. And so much of what he said here about how Democrats should fight back against Trump is the exact stuff that we've been saying on
We
the
should
show.
also say there's a huge leadership vacuum.
Right, and he's filling that, thankfully. So I really appreciate a lot of what he had to say last night on MSNBC.
Appreciate that, and shout out to Montana. I've been out there hiking. Great trails, great people. When you look at what we're seeing now, you have the world's richest person, a multi-billionaire many times over, being cheered on by workers and some working class people on the center right and in MAGA, while, as you just referenced, he fires people and takes away jobs. Where does that response fit in for your party tonight?
Yeah, well, it troubles me. You know, I made the case on this that I come out of the working class, and I thought it was a flex that I was the least wealthy person to ever run for vice president, and they side with the guy who wants to cut your mom's Social Security benefits. This goes back to our job is our policies are popular. Social Security is popular. Paid family medical leave is popular. The Consumer Protection Financial Bureau that Senator Warren talked about is popular, so you don't get ripped off. Why are they siding with this guy that is blatantly trying to get himself involved in this? A guy who's lived on government contracts, someone who's given no service to this country, only to himself. We have got to get back.
It's true. It's true. Just a reminder from Izzy Sanchez with the super chat. Remember, tomorrow, the Jubilee video that Sam Cedar was on comes out. Oh, believe me, we know. I'm the one who reminded all of you about this yesterday. Don't you remember? We watched that as the first video of the stream yesterday, telling everybody we got things to look forward to for Sunday. And we're going to try and watch it, even though almost definitely,
I don't want reality.
almost definitely, we're going to get copyright claimed by Jubilee since they refuse to let anybody watch their video not directly through their channel. They get very upset about it. Hopefully we'll be able to watch parts of it on stream tomorrow. Fingers crossed. But yeah, 100%. I'm excited. Everyone else should be excited. Be excited. Everybody. Do we know what time? I do not know. That's a good question.
To earning the trust. And I think it starts with going in and talking to these folks. Go wherever you can. But then making sure when we have the power to do something, pass some damn laws to improve people's lives. Don't worry about the next election. If we can pass it all the first year, I said that as governor. If I can get everything passed, why would I come back again? You can get it done. And I think we have made a mistake on that. And I just have to tell you, Ari, I disagree with this idea that, look, Republicans are digging a hole. Democrats should back off and just let them dig. That's what we've done, and we've ceded space to them.
Seriously.
I say jump in the hole and help them dig, because I'll tell people, I want to go out to these districts and tell them this is what your member of Congress is voting for. They are undermining you. Bernie Sanders is right. Quit trying to talk about Social Security other than just lift the cap and let everybody pay what they should. That fixes it. It's simple. The idea that Elon Musk doesn't pay any more than a teacher is simply outrageous. How can it be that Donald Trump pays less taxes than folks who are working at schools or hospitals? And we as Democrats.
Syria, this is absolutely what needs to be said in this moment. I wish there had been more of this from Tim during. I know he was the VP, so he was sort of, backseat to all of it. But goddamn, I wish that the campaign had taken more from Tim's book during the election. We'll make sure that you get income tomorrow. Don't worry about the money. It's not even about the monetization. I'm not monetized technically, right? We still need to get to 1,000 for me to get ad dollars. So I don't, honestly, at this point, like, I try to do things as if I do have monetization as much as I can, just so that things don't dramatically change when we get there. I thought we'd get there a little sooner, but yeah, we just have the membies and the super chats and the super stickers, so that's not the problem. I'm concerned about the midstream takedown. That's what's happened in the past. We tried to watch Jubilee one time. We got midstream takedown happen. It was wild. But they're one of the few people who do stuff like that. Who don't tell you, hey, after the fact. They're like, no, you are not allowed to watch this.
Need to be more aggressive about it, because tonight will be nothing but reality TV, because that's what this is to this guy. I was on a farm this afternoon. I don't know how many of those farmers voted for me. Probably not many. That's the way it goes. But they agreed with me on this. This is stupid. Donald Trump negotiated a trade deal. Now he's trying to go back on it with our trusted allies. And I don't blame Canada for this, but I'm nervous about it. When the Premier of Ontario says that they're going to cut off electricity to us, that's a problem. Do I hear Donald Trump saying a damn thing? No. Do I hear him say anything about the wildfires down in South Carolina? No. When we have these things, he just wants to attack California or attack his political opponents. This is not leadership. The American people know it, and those folks in that room, I can see it in their eyes. They are terrified to go back and talk to their constituents. It took them 6 weeks to screw the economy up.
I liked it.
Yep.
I like it.
Absolutely.
I like what he's saying. I think he's being strategic too. I think he's saying a lot of things where he knows that there is a vacuum with Bernie Sanders not run. I mean, he's not going to run again. Even though, by the way, all those concerns about his age and his health, who knows what toll the presidency would take on him, but looking a lot more sprightly than one Joe Biden right now. But I think there's no one of the besides AOC who is the Democrat who is leading the way on these issues. And Walz seems to be like, hey, at the very least, I'll message on this and I'll go to red districts.
Out there, nobody's stopping them. Go to those red districts.
Do it.
There's been a rollback of some of these tariffs now. Of course,
yeah, Tim should join Bernie in these oligarchy tours that he's been doing. Oh, did I put that one? There was another one. Not Donald Trump. Bernie was out there earlier today. Did I add this in here? I don't think I did. Didn't get to watch the whole thing. But I mean, I think we can all guess what Bernie probably said. But yeah, Bernie was out there in another red district earlier today, continuing his fight.
Plutnik, like, oh, just joking. By the way, we're really showing strength here, where within 24 hours, our policies change.
I increasingly,
yes,
the explanation for what's going on, whether it's the announcement about the crypto reserves or the tariffs, this is, if you, I mean, it's so reductive, but it answers almost every question. If you look at like what the mob does, if you look at what criminals and mafia does, what they do in boiler rooms with pump and dumps, Donald Trump is doing, and Elon Musk for that matter is doing, and they're all doing whatever they can that allows them to extract as much value as possible. So, you know, like, it's almost impossible for us to sit here and think like, wait, would the president of the United States really be talking about tariffs just as a way so that he had like the ability to
tank the stock market,
to manipulate the stock market, or to know which industries are going to do well?
Or not even necessarily Donald Trump and Elon Musk in particular, right? They've got Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary of Treasury, CEO and founder of Keysquare Group, a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund. Now at the head of the Treasury, he can tell all of his hedge fund buddies they can, and they don't even have to show the income. Then maybe they can funnel it back. They get funneled back to them through crypto or something else that is unregulated. And they don't have to even do the enriching themselves. They can just get one of their buddies to get in there and manipulate the stock market, take away all of the regulators that are supposed to prosecute fraud and malfeasance in general. They just everything will be fine for them. It's a fucking horrifying moment. But yeah, Democrats need to be doing more of this, taking sort of the Bernie Sanders route, really, going out and just saying it like it is, rather than worrying about the donors that elected Donald Trump. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. We got 55 likes before we got to 55 minutes. Still at a like per minute. An unprecedented surge of likes. All right, let's keep talking about Democrat responses to all of this. This was a good one from earlier in the week, which I'm sure most of you have seen already. Let's go to Democracy Now! From yesterday, where they had on excuse me, sorry, Amy. Where they had on one Representative Al Green for an in-depth interview regarding his dissent in Congress during Donald Trump's address. Go, Web, go.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. And 60 years ago today, civil rights leader John Lewis led hundreds of voting rights activists over the Edmund Pettus Bridge, marching from Selma to Montgomery for voting rights.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It would be a turning point in the civil rights movement. 5 months later, President Lyndon B. Johnson would sign the Voting Rights Act into law. Today's civil rights groups are calling on lawmakers to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act at a time when voting rights are facing unprecedented federal threats. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. He did not obey. We begin today's show with Democratic Congressmember Al Green of Texas, who was censured by the House Thursday for disrupting President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress Tuesday night. The dramatic protest came near the start of Trump's record-long 100-minute speech when Congressmember Green rose and spoke out, shaking his walking cane as Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson called on him to sit down.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think it's actually a lie. It was the pre-Trump jump. I think he's what he's talking about. Before he actually got in office and started doing all the things that were going to make things harder for small businesses and everyone. People, all the small business owners were sort of in this sort of purgatory of optimism. Like, oh, yeah, Trump's not here yet. Biden's on his way out. Business is going to be great. And then Trump came in and ruined that optimism. It's actually sunk a great deal in the last month.
In the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms
not
to
the
restore
decorum.
order.
Oh, decorum from Republicans. It's amazing.
This gentleman from the chamber.
Illegal.
All right, now we watched all of this at least a couple of times. We watched it live, and we watched it again recently, so I'm just going to skip past that part.
Dozen Democrats surrounded Green in the chamber and sang the civil rights anthem, "We Shall Overcome," as House Speaker Johnson read the censure resolution and banged his gavel before he ultimately had to call the session into recess.
The House has come to order. The House has come to order. Order. By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith
Incredibly
present
rude, little
himself
Mike
in the
Johnson,
well of the House
barely
of
as tall as the
Representatives for the
chair.
pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
I don't know if that chair makes Mike Johnson look like a midget or if Mike Johnson makes that chair look huge. It's one of the two. We have 60 freaking likes. It's only been an hour. It was like 3 seconds since I gave you another support character. How is that possible? Bacula. Yes, we do need a different timeline. It's true. Bacula, get in here.
The House has come to order. The House has come to order.
That's House Speaker Mike Johnson trying to call the House to order as Congress members surrounded Al Green after his censure on Thursday, a day and a half after Trump's speech, singing "We Shall Overcome." Congressmember Al Green has repeatedly called to impeach Trump in the president's first and second terms. For nearly 2 decades, he's represented his district in Houston, Texas, which is home to many low-income and black residents. It's great to have you with us, Congressmember Al Green. Thank you for joining us. Why did you interrupt President Trump's speech?
Thank you for having me, Ms. Goodman. President Trump indicated that he had a mandate, and I wanted to let him know that he didn't have a mandate to end or to gut or to eviscerate or to cut Social Security as well as Medicaid. But my focus was on Medicaid. And I said to him, you don't have a mandate to cut Medicaid. Medicaid is needed by people who are not of means. We now live in a government that is of the plutocrats, by the plutocrats, for the plutocrats. They have Medicaid. They have doctors. We have to stand for people who are not as fortunate as others. I have good health care. I want my constituents to have the same health care I have. Many won't have it, but I'm going to protect what they do have.
Now, President Trump has said he is not going after Social Security, yet they
not gonna do it.
are
Wouldn't be prudent at this
firing
juncture.
thousands of Social Security Administration workers. On the issue of Medicaid, you are not alone in representing so many people who are on Medicaid. In fact, many MAGA Republican Congress members are in exactly the same situation. Are you seeing behind the scenes that they're deeply concerned about these massive cuts to pay for massive tax cuts for the richest Americans?
I have not seen a scintilla of evidence indicating that there is any consternation with reference to the cuts. The state of Texas, Ms. Goodman, was offered $100 billion to aid people who were sick and without means, to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. Texas turned down $100 billion to aid the poor because Texas would eventually have to pay 10%. The government would pay 90%. I assure you, I'm concerned, but many of my colleagues are not. We have to fight to protect those who cannot protect themselves.
Let me ask you, I think
100%. 100%. We saw his response to his censuring in the House earlier yesterday, which was along the same lines of this interview. Let's go back to talking about Democrats.
Let's start with something that is acrid tasting and bitter and disgusting. Of course, I'm talking about Rahm Emanuel. I'm not going to say every one of our problems can be traced back to this guy, but so many of our problems can be traced to this guy.
Yeah. You know how the right is obsessed about the fact that they can say the R word on Twitter now and not get banned? This is the big deal. I remember back in the day when Rahm Emanuel was Obama's chief of staff, he called the advocates within the Democratic Party pushing for single payer effing R word. So that's what I think about when I look at this.
This guy was horrible as a DCCC chair. He's given credit for the 2006 Democratic victory, and I would counter with the fact that leadership was literally harboring somebody who had been identified as like predatory behavior on same-sex pages was enough for the American public. I mean, at one point, I think it was the whip of the Republican Party had to have a press conference and surrounded himself with children so that nobody would bring up the scandal as a way, because like you wouldn't talk about this in front of little kids.
Seriously.
And he had an array of horrible candidates. All turned out to be a bunch of blue dogs that all had to self-finance themselves. And so much of the Democratic Party has gone in the way of Rahm Emanuel. When he went to Chicago, all he did was attack the teachers' unions. He privatized so much stuff in Chicago that they're still sort of like reeling from it for years later.
Yep. Like parking.
I could just go on and on. He was... they
privatized the streets.
I think he was with the... Clinton administration, and it was part of their sort of privatization and their triangulation. Just a horrible all-around guy. Everything bad about Democrats is embodied in this guy. And
it's so true.
Here he is trying to... He literally thinks like this is, I am sure in his mind, like I'm going to help the Democratic cause by throwing trans people under the bus. Here he is on Bill Maher.
I read that the current mayor of Chicago has an approval rating of 6.6%.
Round it up, 7.
I mean, you were just the ambassador to Japan. If that was your approval rating in Japan, they would do harakiri on the line.
Oh, nice.
They would do it at 27.
I mean, what's going?
Nice little racist suicide joke. Good one, Bill. Hilarious.
In Chicago as the person.
Look, I mean, we were talking about this a little earlier. I mean, you have also the mayor of New York not doing well. Obviously, other things also here in Los Angeles not doing well, the mayor here. Look, and then you got mayors like the mayor of San Francisco and other cities that are doing well. So I would say, look, there is a general rule. I had this when I was mayor.
Really?
Safe streets, strong schools, stable finances. Focus on those 3 things and your city's going to be fine. We've gone through 5 years where people became way too permissive of culture. They were all, which is why everything's
Pause it for a second. Pause it for a second. Now, see, the problem he had is he didn't know what point he was making. So he brings up Eric Adams. But then he has to pivot away from that because he realizes, wait, this is contrary to the point that I thought I was going to make here. Eric Adams is not some woke. Eric Adams ran on just rolling in the cops.
Yeah.
So like he's so full of shit, but so determined to make this point that he's going to have to like sort of round the block a couple of times until he sees a spot.
Right.
This is what's going on here.
But I mean, they are, I guess, the 3 mayors he listed, people of color. So they must be woke, right? Even though we all know that Adams was running as the most right-wing Democrat, a former Republican, and there were think pieces about how he's the future of the Democratic Party because he's so pro-cop. I mean, to lump him in with Brandon Johnson, who, his approval rating's really bad now, and he was a more progressive candidate, and Karen Bass, it makes no sense. But he's touting Lurie in San Francisco, because Lurie is the exact kind of mayor that Rahm Emanuel is. Very pro-business, neoliberal. He's the guy that's trying to make workers, compelling them to go back to work because he represents Blackstone and private equity and commercial real estate conglomerates that are obsessed with keeping up their rent prices. So those are the politics that he's referring to.
Became way too permissive of culture. They were all, which is why everything's locked up at Walgreens and CVS, and that is a disaster.
Yeah.
And
I gotta say, the sentence "too permissive of the culture" is wild. It's a wild thing to suggest. It's like, we cannot let the peasants do what it is they want. They can't have their own culture. We must dictate the culture to the peasants.
And I'll say
pause it for a second. Go back. Permissive of the culture?
Yes, thank you,
and that's why
Sam.
things are locked up? Like, what culture is it that he's talking about?
It's a very good
question. This is all such bullshit. It is exactly what Eric Adams ran on. Yep. And Eric Adams, aside from being a criminal, is deeply unpopular here.
Yeah. People want him out.
Became way too permissive of culture. They were all, which is why everything's locked up at Walgreens and CVS, and that is a disaster. And our school, and I'll say this about our schools. I don't want to hear another word about the locker room.
Is Walgreens and CVS locking up their stuff? That's permissive. I see.
I hear another word about the bathroom. You better start focusing on the classroom.
Don't talk to me about bathrooms.
I agree. We had the worst reading scores for 8th graders in 30 years.
Fareed Zakaria looks like. Did you see the look on Fareed's face? He's like, what the fuck are you doing right now, bro? Even Fareed is like, dude, this is untenable.
Years. And nobody, not a governor, not a mayor, not a president, not a secretary of education is talking about it. We're all wrapped up. Look, in 7th grade, if I known that I could have said the word they and gotten in the girls' bathroom, I would have done it.
Wow.
Well,
that's fun, bro. Wow.
He's not trans.
You know, he's saying that he's got some very creepy, what do you call it? Predilections.
Don't be creepy.
On International Women's Day of all days. God damn you, Rahm. Although I think that was taped a couple days ago. But it sounds better if I do it that way. All right, let's go here now. Wait, these are in the wrong order. This should not be here. This should be over here. This is unacceptable. Okay, yeah, we'll just do it this way. That's fine. All right. All right, let's go now to Forbes breaking news from 5 hours ago. Jim Jordan, senator, issued a takedown of a tax on executive privilege. Senator, basically, he's here to tell us that his job, well, might be meaningless, actually.
Trulliger, and thank you, the witnesses. I think the chairman of the committee seeks recognition.
If I could, if the chair would indulge, I have one other question.
I would be happy to
give an extra question to the ranking member.
One question. I'd be happy to give you another question if you'd like it. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to underscore a subject we got in right at the end of my 5 minutes.
I'm sorry. Why do I think he's a senator?
Mr. Twilliger. Mr. Twilliger, why?
I just realized. I just forgot. He's a representative in the House. He used to be senator. And then he got voted out of office. Then decided better if you just went to his own district.
Why do we have executive privilege?
It's an excellent question, because the president needs the most candid possible advice that he can get, and his aides have to know that if they say, no, Mr. President, that's a really dumb idea, that communication is going to be privileged and protected.
Who ultimately benefits from executive privilege, though? Who's the
people.
We the people, exactly. It doesn't exist to protect the president or his staff. It exists for us, for the American.
Executive privileges exist to protect the people, not the president. Fascinating take, Jim Jordan. Fascinating. I love how he had to cue, like, a second time his own witness, to answer in a specific way, so he could get that little talking point out there. Yeah, right. That's what Donald Trump is doing. He's just using executive privilege to protect the people, not himself. I mean,
Come on! Give me a joke.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about those tax cuts Donald Trump and Elon Musk are trying to give themselves. They've been making a lot of money in the recent past, so they, might have to pay taxes at some point for that. Although, I don't know, does Donald Trump have to pay taxes? Ever? Again? Like, does he have to pay taxes on I mean, he's supposed to. But it's anything he does as president. Supreme Court ruled it doesn't matter. Not illegal. Not a crime. So I don't even know. It's not for him. He'll probably just never pay taxes again. Even though he makes a great deal of money. Unclear how much. Since he doesn't make his tax returns public, if there are any. But yeah, we've been talking about how these tax cuts are just, the math ain't math in there. I'm talking about how they're only going to benefit the wealthy, and if you're in the bottom 50%, you're probably going to see very little back. But people like Elon Musk will see millions, if not billions, in reduced tax burden. And if you combine these desired tax cuts of $4.5 trillion, along with almost any of the objectives of Republicans, Well, you got a problem.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, Democracy Now!
By the way, speaking of supporting your most favorite independent outlets, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. We're not even going to do a goal today. I mean, this will probably take me a long time, but it's International Women's Day, so I'm going to try and do everything tonight, regardless of goal. So, if you're holding off on waiting, I know some people do, just don't hold off too long, because, you know, or I guess you can hold off, whatever, do whatever you want. I'm just telling you, there's not going to be a goal, so don't wait to try and achieve a goal.
.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. House Republicans narrowly adopted a budget proposal last week to cut as much as $2 trillion in spending over a 10-year period, in part to fund Trump's tax.
Wait, Jim Jordan was never in the Senate? Is that true?
Cuts. A new analysis by the Congressional Budget Office shows the proposed budget.
Oh, you're right. He was in the Ohio State Senate. Why did I think that he was in the regular Senate? Very dumb.
Would require massive cuts to Medicaid spending. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, has warned the U.S. government will go bankrupt without his Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, which is working to slash $1 trillion from the deficit. This week, hundreds of faith leaders gathered to mark the Christian holy day of Ash Wednesday, Capitol Hill, and to protest the impact the proposed cuts could have on the poor and the vulnerable. This is Bishop William Barber speaking at the protest Wednesday.
If an unelected technocrat can delete the financial commitments of a government established for the people and by the people, and we don't say anything, we betray our moral commitments to liberty.
Faith leaders also shared findings of a new report Wednesday called The High Moral Stake, Our Budget, Our Future, which details how President Trump and the Republican Party are taking more essential services and money away from working people while cutting taxes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It was authored by Institute for Policy Studies, the Economic Policy Institute, and Repairers of the Breach. For more, we're joined from North Carolina by Bishop William Barber, president and senior lecturer, Repairers of the Breach, national co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, founding director of the Center for Public Theology and Public Policy at Yale Divinity School. He's co-author of the new book, White Poverty, How Exposing Myths About Race and Class Can Reconstruct American Democracy. Bishop Barber, welcome back to Democracy Now! On the 60th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, when voting rights activists tried to march over the Edmund Pettus Bridge, led by John Lewis, and were beaten down by Alabama state troopers. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act would be signed by President Johnson. Your thoughts on putting history and this moment together, and what you were demanding on Wednesday?
Well, thank you so much, Amy. As I was listening to that song, We Shall Overcome, there's another line that says, we are not afraid. And I want to thank Representative Green for his courage and showing the way of courage. He's a dear friend of mine. He's exactly right. You cannot wait until a dictator is in charge. You must challenge the way toward that dictatorship. And we must remember on this day, 60 years ago, we did see that Bloody Sunday, but for nearly 40 years, Amelia Boyington, who was also beaten that day, a woman that John Lewis held in his arms, they had been working against voter suppression in that particular city. They also connected the issues of voter suppression, voter denial, to economic injustice. Remember, the voting piece was supposed to be a part of the Civil Rights Act of '64, along with raising the minimum wage to a living wage, and those things were gutted out of the '64 Civil Rights Act, which made the '65 March and the '65 Voting Rights Act necessary. At the end of that march, when they finally did reach Montgomery, Dr. King gave an amazing sermon. And he chose not to just talk about voting rights, but he chose to connect voting rights to economic injustice. And in that sermon, he said that the greatest fear of the greedy oligarchs in this country was for the masses of black people and poor white people to join together and form a voting bloc that could fundamentally shift the economic architecture of the nation. And that every time this possibility becomes possible, the forces of extremism and the forces of division sow that division to keep it from happening. I think we see that here.
100%. May Wormy with a gifted Galactic News Network membership storm. My God. I see you tested the waters with one. Morbius Dragon got the first one. Then Donald James X got number 2. Omega Star. Snix Abea. Felix Colon. And I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Christy Z. All people who I'm sure will enjoy those Galactic Membies. Incredibly generous. I appreciate you.
Today, what's going on with this Congress, and it's amazing to me, for instance, that they would censure Representative Green. They didn't censure our sister out of Georgia. They didn't censor the man who called Obama a lie on the floor. It's a strange time that the cheering, the applauding, but I think we're in a crisis of civilization, really, not just a crisis of democracy. It's going to call people to have to stand regardless of where they are. So what we're dealing with right now, Amy, before I even talk about the specific policy, is this immoral philosophy that's at work. Number one, they're operating off of the deliberate attempt to use executive orders as a way of intentionally violating the Constitution, thereby creating enough confusion to distract people from what's going on in the Congress. Because what happens in the Congress has the weight of law, and the EO doesn't have the weight of law. Number two, we are seeing the tyranny of technology and the dehumanization of people. Number three, we're seeing the attempt to make people justify their existence, which has its roots in racism, apartheid, and Nazism. Number four, we're seeing the denial of equality on every front. 5, we're seeing the outright violation of freedom of speech due to the due process and equal protection under the law for all persons, and an attempt to end birthright citizenship. Number 6.
Bishop William Barber spitting hot fire over here on Democracy Now! Earlier this week. That was from yesterday, actually. Although I think that interview might have happened early. I think the interview happened earlier in the week, but they dropped it yesterday as the clip. I think that was probably on their website. It's Vincent Morales' birthday. Awesome. Awesome, Vincent. Happy birthday. If you stick around till the break, I'll do your birthday song. How does that sound? We've limited birthday celebrations, at least me engaging in that, to breaks as much as I can. Otherwise, we'd never get through all the stuff we need to get through in the way I'd like to get through it. Either way, though, happy birthday. Are you feeling older? My first question. All right, we were talking with Bishop William Barber there. Well, not we weren't. Amy was. There was certainly a good deal of mention about civil rights during all of that. Let's talk about both civil rights and women on, once again, International Women's Day, IWD. And I popped this in here. I mean, this is about as short as we can get on this. Not my intention, but I just thought these were kind of hilarious.
Ida B. Wells is a really big deal. Ida B. Wells, she be keeping it real. Road to reveal all the racist slang. Tell her dope with the quill, had to say some things about the ropes and the throats and the votes of our folks. Although white ladies never gave her wings. Please take a break from writing emails to think about the greatness Ida B. Wells.
There you go. Ida B. Wells, African-American trailblazer in journalism who documented, the horrors of the South during her life. If I'm not mistaken, I think she was born in like the 20s or something like that. Could be wrong on that. Don't have her Wikipedia in front of me. I'm just trying to recall things I know about her. But yeah, a woman who should be recognized for her greatness here on International Women's during Women's History Month, but also today on International Women's Day. Let's hear it again. I just want to hear it again. It's so catchy. It was really quick.
Ida B. Wells is a really big deal. Ida B. Wells, she be keeping it real. Road to reveal all the racist slang. Tell her dope with the quill, had to say some things. About the ropes and the throats and the votes of our folks. Although white ladies never gave phone calls. Please take a break from writing emails to think about the
girl, baby girl.
There we go. All right. Now let's go here. This one, I just felt like throwing it in here for more fun. 1963, first black woman to wear. Oh God. I think I might have to make this slower for me to be able to. I didn't think about it when I first watched this, but like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to read these off as fast as this is going. Half speed. 1930, first kiss between two women in a major motion picture. 1963, first black woman to wear her natural hairstyle on U.S. national television. 1978, first lesbian on U.S. national television. 1933, first female orgasm in feature film.
When you tell a story that's never been told,
you've got big dreams.
Step into a spotlight that's never.
Hold on, we're gonna watch this at regular volume. I forgot. I mean, regular speed. It is too off-putting at 50. This is fucked up. I'm gonna force you to read. Sorry, chat.
Give me a chance and I'll show you. When you tell a story that's never been told,
you've got big dreams.
Step into a spotlight that's never shined.
I'm 7.5 months pregnant.
That's when being the first is an act of revolution.
We are gonna have to get this shit over with, because I have to pee in like 10 minutes.
Then let's go to work. Because of you, we're only one story away from the next groundbreaker, the next change maker,
and action!
The next woman to be the first.
Thank you for opening the door for so many new artists.
When you go where no woman has gone before, there's no telling how many others will follow.
There you go. There's Netflix's tribute to International Women's Day. All right, let's go back to the man who is now, leaving it up to the states on whether or not to control women's bodies. Donald Trump.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I don't know why I was so shocked by this. The Haitians who are living in Springfield, Ohio, are here on temporary protected status. We have talked about temporary protected status so many times on this program over the past, 10 years. Haitians, we've had Afghanis, we've had people from all around the world here on temporary protected status because they cannot go back to their homes because maybe there's been a massive, natural catastrophe, or maybe there's tremendous political upheaval or whatnot. The temporary protected status program would be the easiest for the president to expand or contract at any given time, I think, of those programs, largely speaking. And it appears, despite the fact that he's already served one term, it's not like, I mean, let's be clear. Donald Trump was president already for 4 years. This is his second term, and he had time to bone up on stuff in those other 4 years. Like looking back, like, now that I think about it, I never knew about the whole.
Maybe I should do some research, do my own research.
It would be that undocumented or illegal immigrants couldn't vote. I didn't know about that. Why didn't anybody tell me when I was president?
Yeah, but when Donald Trump does his own research, he winds up, on Tucker Carlson's podcast or Sean Ryan or one of these other psychos who also don't necessarily do a ton of research.
But now I've taken some time. I'm reading more, and I'm boning up.
I'm learning things.
Here he is in the White House. Was this yesterday?
Yeah. We headlined this.
Oh God, it's so quiet.
It's executive order signing powwows.
Right.
And, he's getting such plaudits from the press for being open to the press.
When did that happen?
And be willing to answer questions. And part of the reason why he's able to do it is that the press doesn't seem to have the capacity to make him answer any questions.
Right.
Like they don't follow up on anything. And
yeah, it's pretty pathetic, but you can tell just how scared they are of being kicked out of the White House. But I once again, I feel like sitting there and sort of acting like everything is fine, kind of like how a lot of Democrats did during his speech. It's just not enough. You need to be more Al Green out there, okay? Yes, I know. I fixed the volume. I see it. I see what you're saying. Hopefully it's better now.
Here is Donald Trump being asked about whether he's considering revoking temporary protected status for Ukrainians who are in this country because Russia invaded their country and has been showering them with bombs for 3 years.
TPS for the Ukrainians who live here in the U.S. What about it? Are you considering revoking the TPS status for the more than 200,000 Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.?
What are you saying?
Yeah, the Ukrainians that are here in the U.S., they're under a TPS status.
On GPS?
TPS.
GPS?
Oh,
GPS? What, you mean like a satellite? I hear Elon's got that covered. If Ukrainians want satellites, Elon can sell them data. Wait, what? Not cheap, but what are you saying right now? By the way, I just checked, and we were 12 members away on YouTube from getting an 18th emote. That's right, you're not having a stroke. This is real life right now. It's crazy. But we are getting real close. Real close.
GPS.
GPS.
Pause it for a second. Let's just contemplate this.
There's no context clues.
What are you
Nobody
saying?
know what he's saying.
In other words, like you're using 3 letters. I don't know what they mean. Oh, I thought you meant GPS. Because of course, are you considering revoking GPS for the Ukrainians in this country?
They're not allowed to have it
There's
anymore.
not enough of a hint.
No more garments for Ukrainians.
There's not enough context. Like we know we have, and he's been, talking that he's going to boot out 240,000, I think it is, Ukrainians here. He's been talking about kicking them out, and maybe he's thinking like, oh, did we tag them with GPS? Because he's so unfamiliar with the initials TPS that he actually thought it was GPS. I mean, this guy has absolutely no idea. So it's Stephen Miller who's running it. Right?
Did you remember
obviously.
last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, when a reporter asked him, will you be discussing AUKUS with the prime minister? And he didn't know what AUKUS meant either. I mean, the guy, I don't think he's been doing anything in these past 4 years except becoming more unhinged and more conspiratorial. And
seriously. Izzy Sanchez gifting a Galactic Memby to Afroponics. Afroponics. Wow. Afroponics hasn't been here as much as Used to be, but still a patron, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure he'll appreciate it next time we see him.
More disconnected from like even the practical elements of being president. He's just in OANNville or Newsmaxville.
I mean, it really is. I think like, there's a couple of things that I think we need to, really fully embrace as an understanding of just how stupid this guy is, and how obviously so much of what is happening in his administration is happening at the behest of other people, and he is just so easily swayed because he is either incapacitated mentally,
yeah, or incapable of knowing the very basics of the things that he's supposed to have complete purview over. Mono up asking how many away are we? We are 11 away now. That Izzy Sanchez just gifted a Galactic membership. Very exciting. One step closer to that 18th emote. My God. We might have the most emotes in the entire galaxy soon. All right. Speaking of Ukrainians on temporary protected status, Ukrainians held a Ukrainian flag in front of the White House. Huge group of people came out here to basically send a message to Donald Trump. Whoa, gifted Galactic memberships coming in so hot.
Please, I'm not doing it again. 1, 2, 3.
Holy cow, I was about to go to the next video, but look at this. Izzy Sanchez giving one, which I think went to Paul J. Then Mo and Noah gifting 5. My God. Such generosity. Paul J. Got one from Izzy. Fresh Out the Asylum got one. Adrian Vixen got one. The Parthenon even got one. Mike B. and Oh my God, we're like 4 away now. My Dog's also gifting a Galactic membership to Tony Rizzo. The Galactic love. I can feel it. I can feel it all over. Aww. Too kind, all of you. My God, we are getting closer and closer to that 18th emote. I think the next one is Pot of Gary. I think that's what got the next highest likes in the Discord, which is the one and only way we've been voting on these. I've been saying I would hold a Galactic UN vote. Still haven't done it. At some point, we're not going to need it if we keep having this many emotes, but hey, it's good to dream. Here we go. I think that's 4 away now. I'm gonna double check it. Oh my God. Wow, Izzy Sanchez. How many gifted memberships is this now for you this stream? Another 5. Another 5 from Izzy. All of you gifting so many memberships. Goth Dogs, Mo and Noah, Busy. Somebody else did too. May Wormy gifted memberships earlier today too. Or was it yesterday? Whatever it was. My God. Blown away. Who got these memberships? Art Vandalay. Art Vandalay. Art Vandalay Industries. Or wait, what's the name of the... I can't think of it now. It's been so long since I watched it. Styx Dragon Sharon got one. I'm sure Styx is going to love that. Antifa also gifted a Galactic membership. Logan Hill and Del Solverde. All people who I've seen in this chat on the reg. I think we did do it. I think you're right. I'm going to see if on the break, or leading up to this break here, while we do this maybe, I'll try and see if I can add it. Right now, before we lose members, possibly. Which would send us back. That would be unfair. As you can see, a crowd gathered here with Ukrainian flags to send a message to Donald Trump to not just completely throw our partner aside, people who have depended on U.S. aid up to this point so flippantly, and to stand by Ukraine. Something which the U.S. has been doing since the 90s, since we were involved in that non-nuclear proliferation treaty between Ukraine and Russia. 18. What? What's happening? What's happening? Did you lie to me? What's going on here? Did I lie? Did you? What? Oh my God, what's going on? Why does it do this? Oh, I'm mad. Oh, I'm very angry. Oh boy. YouTube lied to me. It won't let me add the emote. I don't know what's going on. Oh, this is incredibly rude.
How rude.
I'm gonna have to investigate this later. I can't just throw a stick in the gears of this stream just to try and figure out this emote situation, but that is very annoying. Why is YouTube being a butt? This is going to haunt me. Probably for the rest of the day. Alright, let's talk about another mostly European thing, but really it's a world thing. It's a world thing. But FIFA President Gianni Infantino went and visited Donald Trump at the White House. You don't mind providing tax dollars to Ukraine, but you do mind providing tax dollars to those fascists in Israel. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I also feel like that's really the most parallel of the situations that can be described right now in terms of U.S. aid. I mean, Russia and Israel are the aggressors in this moment. They're the ones who are attacking civilians who have been. And that's the sort of thing I'm not into. But Donald Trump is just sort of evening things up now. He's like, you know, we can't just support one horrifying atrocity. We have to support all of them. Consistency, everybody. Competence. But Donald Trump was super excited. We watched some of this footage yesterday. FIFA president came to bring a golden award and key to Donald Trump ahead of the 2026 World Cup, which is going to be hosted in the United States. Donald Trump had a question which we missed yesterday, which I'm glad Forbes News clipped for us. Because this is something I mentioned yesterday that I wanted us to watch. But let's see this. Donald Trump had a couple questions for FIFA president Johnny.
What team is favored now?
What's the best team?
What team is favored now, if there's such a thing? I mean, do they have a team like so many of these great famous teams? What team seems to be favored?
Well, on the club one, which takes place this year, of course, Real Madrid, Manchester City, Bayern Munich, the Germans, Paris Saint-Germain, the French. The big ones are always there, and these clubs are multinationals. They have players from all countries.
They always seem to be there, right?
They are always there.
Those great
teams. They are
teams.
always there, yeah. And then next year, Argentina, Brazil,
right.
England, Germany, Spain.
It's going to be great.
So it will be great.
Any questions for Johnny?
US is coming up. US is coming. Watch the US. Some very, very good players playing in Europe, but we need to bring them back here to play here.
So can the US win?
Can we win?
The US can win, yes, with the public behind.
See?
They playing.
I love how he's asking the FIFA president. Of course, the U.S. can win. What kind of this guy is so funky? He just doesn't know anything about anything. I swear to God. Can the U.S. win? I don't know. Of course, the U.S. can win. Yes. Oh my God. I just thought it was hilarious. Donald Trump is asking the FIFA president, "Can the U.S. win the World Cup? Have we ever been able to do such a thing?" Will you let us win? It's almost like he was asking him if he would let us win. Like somehow the FIFA president dictates who wins the World Cup. President Orange. You know what's exciting? We've been talking about how Linda McMahon, WWE wife and entertainer, is now head of the Department of Education. She's been quoted as saying we should destroy the Department of Education. Donald Trump and his cronies are all talking about how great it would be if we could just get rid of education for all those stupid children. It would be better if they just went to parochial schools and charter schools. Well, guess what? People might get those, get that. And not just because Donald Trump has been talking about getting rid of the Department of Education, but because legislators in Indiana are looking to force people in Indiana out of public schools by shuttering all of them.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Siblings stumble through scales.
Match your sister.
Then find their rhythm. But for Deshaun Jorman's children and thousands of other Indianapolis public school students, adjusting to possible changes in their school district might not be as easy. A bill could dissolve the Indianapolis Public School District, or IPS, forcing it and 4 others in Indiana to become charter school only.
There are 2 Senate bills and 2 House bills that are targeted at IPS to do harm. Most of my children did Montessori. That is a very expensive teaching method. To put your children in a private school is very expensive. IPS offered it for free. The magnet programs of IPS are nationally known.
And it's not the first time Jorman has had to deal with closing schools. We spoke with her back in 2023 when a school her child attended shuttered its doors due to falling enrollment and budget cuts.
This was community. This is not just a building. It's not just a school.
Now, a Republican lawmaker in the state is targeting areas where more than 50% of the students attend schools outside their district. In a statement, Representative Jake Teschka, the bill's author, said it will only impact those districts where most families, quote, property taxes are funding a school system they don't attend. Indianapolis, the state's largest district, would fit the bill. And while that proposed legislation hasn't made it out of the State House committee, the state's Senate is also trying to divert more funding to charter schools.
People like our children will not have what they need.
Heath Jones is a pastor at a local church. He and his wife, Kelly, have children with special needs. The fear is that they would be impacted.
So our child in specific has ADHD. We know that a lot of charter schools will not even accept a kid.
As for who is impacted the most, the Joneses had a clear answer.
The poorest, and in Indianapolis, that means black and brown kids. Our racial lines have drawn up along economic lines.
Some parents say charter schools are working for their kids, like Latoya Tahiru.
Looking at some of those charter schools, they show that they have data to close the opportunity gap. Some people like to call it an achievement gap.
But she doesn't want to wipe out public school districts entirely.
I think dissolving the IPS district would be a mistake because I believe parents should have a choice.
Nationally, President Trump wants to abolish the U.S. Department of Education, elevating concerns from Maggie McGran, a former school counselor and State Department of Education employee.
94% of Indiana's student body attends public schools.
She's also an Indianapolis public school parent.
This is being...
Yeah, 94% of children attend public school. So, getting rid of funds for Indiana would be really bad. And yet people there are being, you know, either tricked into it or unaware of this shift that's happening beneath their feet. And suddenly they may be forced to homeschool their own children. If they can't get accepted into charter schools, you know, what other choice do you have? You do legally have an obligation to educate your child. You cannot not do that, right? That's a federal law, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is only going to hurt people and children and the future of people and children. Yeah, bad. But that's where we're at. You know, Donald Trump is just trying to obliterate the U.S. government. He doesn't understand the necessity of schools. A guy with a 50-word vocabulary and, you know, even struggles with letters. I mean, GPS, TPS, what do you say to me right now? Yeah, the Ukraine GPS system. Speaking of education, Donald Trump signed this executive order yesterday. I think, yeah, Friday. Wait, I'm sorry. This was a different one. This was a different order. I'm sorry. He signed one earlier on shit. I got these confused. This is not the one on federal funds for institutions. This is loan forgiveness program. Sorry, I got myself confused here. This is the public service loan forgiveness program, which he signed an executive order in which to limit this program's scope.
Will, could you talk about the student loan situation, please?
Yes, so later this afternoon.
Will, could you talk about the student loan situation, please?
Yes, so later this afternoon, we're going to have prepared for your signature an executive order dealing with the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. This is a program that's designed to expedite basically the conclusion of payments on student loans for people who have taken out federally backed student loans. The problem, though, is that a lot of these people work for NGO organizations, for nonprofit organizations that engage in illegal or what we would consider to be improper activities, supporting, for example, illegal immigration or foreign terrorist organizations or otherwise law-breaking activities. So this.
We all know what this is going to be used for, right? This is just a continuation of what he's been talking about with removing funds from universities, right? Like, it's to harm people, force them to private lenders, but also to, you know, cut down on free speech. Cut down on free speech, because they're being very broad with their determinations of what terrorism is, but they're completely jumping over the Jan 6 protesters, the Proud Boys, the the 3%ers, any of those guys, but super focused on students who are just pro-Palestinian. That's what this is going to be about. Guarantee it.
Executive order will direct your Department of Education and Department of the Treasury to basically bring about modifications to the public service loan forgiveness.
You can tell Donald Trump basically doesn't know the ins and outs of any of the things that he signs. Like, it's always like, hey, I'm going to let this guy talk about this thing that's happening. I'm signing it. I don't know a lot about it, but this guy does, and he tells me it's really great.
Program in order to ensure that people who are engaged in these sorts of activities can't benefit from a program that's really not intended to support those sorts of things.
And what are the consequences if they are not good?
They're not. What are the consequences?
Consequences would be that they wouldn't get forgiveness.
I love it. He doesn't even know what the consequences are. He's like, and actually, I have nothing here. What are the consequences if they're not good boys and girls? Oh, then we will not forgive their loans. Okay, great. Okay, I think we're going to take that galactic break now. We're about 30 seconds away from 2 hours in. Is Vincent Morales still here? Because if you are, you can celebrate your birthday right now. Or we can do it at a different break. Vincent, where are you? Boo. Why did I do that? Okay, I'm just gonna start the break. It's fine. No big deal. You have 71 likes? Jesus. Okay, here, I'll do that right now. I'll do that right now, before we get there. 19. That's Wharf. Add Wharf in here. And someone asked earlier, I can't remember who, about whether or not we had an extra rollover character from yesterday. We do. That is that rollover Gary right there, sitting in between Captain Planet and Angela Lansbury. Okay, break time. Here we go. Alright, hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. If you, and while you're doing that, and you haven't, I would consider contributing to the Galactic News Network if you enjoy this show that you're currently watching and or listening to. So many great ways for you to show your support. Of course, YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships. We got Twitch, where you can send us bits, and subscribe to avoid those Jeffy Bezos ads. Get access to sweet galactic emotes over there. We do actually have different emotes on YouTube and Twitch, because they have animated emotes on Twitch, whereas YouTube only has static emotes. But of course, the best ways to get us money is to either go to Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, as YouTube and Twitch both take upwards of 30-40% of the money donated on their websites. Cash App and PayPal, great way to send money to keep me alive in between streams. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars in the entire Milky Way galaxy is, of course, to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just a few US dollars a month. And you will get a myriad of space benefits I'm not even getting into. Just go onto the website and sign up. By the way, reminder to everyone, don't use the Apple app to sign up. You can use it as much as you like, but they've been doing some weird shit with payments. So, sign up on the website, then use the app to your heart's content. Alright, chat. Oh, Shiza. Vincent is here. Okay. Since you are here, let me do one of these. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. God damn you. This one. Thank you. And it's muted? Oh, it's incredibly rude. This is...
How rude.
Unbelievable. Alright, there we go. Vincent Morales. Vincent Morales. Oh, Vincent, we love you. So good. Hope your birthday is great, pal. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. I'm glad you still enjoy it. I think you've been around here since pretty early days. I can't remember exactly what month you found us in, but it was early months. Glad to see you're still here. We can celebrate your birthday on stream. Enjoy that. That was for you. Okay. Alright, we're going to restart the music. I'm not going to redo the messages. We're just gonna get a slightly longer break than usual. I'll be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for you to get back to your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest in galactic content. Back to the space station. Alright, my office here. Ramadan lamp still burning bright. I forgot to add more Ramadan decorations. I was gonna do it, I swear to God. But I've been very bad. All I did was add the camel. And that's really it. The camel, it's the lamps, the new lamps that are up right now. We went from one lamp festival to another. We went from the Lunar New Year, and there was lamps all over this stream. Then we switched to Ramadan lamps. I haven't gone at it with enough vigor. And that's my fault. I've tried. Not gonna lie, I tried, but I could be trying harder.
I don't want reality.
But it's like, which one do I do? Do I focus on the decorations? Or do I focus on... the news and the content? And usually the content comes first. The valuetainment. Although I suppose it's all part of the valuetainment. Where did the music come from? Such great questions. Alright, let's go to the United States back once again. And this was, I mean, when I saw this story, I was like, dude, of course this is happening. Like, this is me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
But, you know how we have an anti-vaxxer, who, has a brainworm and caused numerous deaths of people on the territory of Guam when he spread misinformation, disinformation on the island, and is now head of the HHS, one RFK Jr. You know how he's in charge of basically the entire nation's health now, a guy who can barely say a sentence without
sounding like I got a very big problem with my throat.
That guy, he's in charge now. And apparently, rather than having the pre-planned meetings on vaccines that were slated at the FDA and CDC, he's directed the CDC to spend time and money on research that's already been done. Can you guess what research that is? Anybody? Oh, that's right. He's directing the CDC to research the already researched links, or lack thereof, between vaccines and autism.
I don't want reality.
This guy is using your tax dollars to do research that's already been done. Enjoy.
Tonight, what is sure to be a controversial move for the Centers for Disease
Right. Thank you, Bad Lefty. American Samoa. Yes. Why did I say? What did I say? Did I say Guam? I did, didn't I? That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Tonight, what is sure to be a controversial move for the Centers for Disease Control. The agency will initiate expanded research into understanding autism and the potential links between vaccines and autism, according to a source familiar with the planning. The myth that autism is caused by childhood vaccines has been repeatedly debunked by hundreds of studies.
What is the medical consensus on vaccines and autism?
The scientific evidence is clear. There is no link between vaccines and autism, and this has been proven not just in studies in the United States, but validated and reproven across the world.
Still, President Trump foreshadowed the CDC news at this week's joint...
I missed this part of it somehow. We watched this live, and I think I must have blacked out. I must have blacked out while I was watching this. Jesus Christ. This is unbelievable. It's so quickly debunkable. They debunked it in 30 seconds just now. There has been an incredible, an abundance of research into this because of all of these concerns that have been pushed by people like RFK up till now. And he just believes that somehow it's just a big conspiracy. It's just a big conspiracy. Yeah, but you don't understand. The CDC and the FDA have been working together to perpetuate the lies about vaccines.
To Congress.
Not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong.
The president saying he tasked Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. with finding out why. Kennedy, the founder of a prominent anti-vaccine activist group, has spread false claims linking autism and vaccines. Though at his recent confirmation hearing, Kennedy defended his views.
News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
And this week, amid a growing measles outbreak in Texas and New Mexico, health officials reported an unvaccinated adult tested positive for measles after dying.
How concerned are you that the CDC study could spread vaccine skepticism and maybe even harm the public?
I think it already has because of the concern. Well, if the government is studying it, then all those scientists and doctors who told me there was no link must have been lying. And that's how the misinformation starts.
Tonight, the Trump administration not responding to questions about how the study will be conducted, when results are expected, or how much money will be spent. But for all health department employees, a new detailed offer: resign by 5 p.m. Friday, March 14th, and walk away with a $25,000 lump sum payment, according to a person who received the email and an administration official.
Here we go. Making America healthy again by researching already research. That's efficiency for you folks, and competence. This is the regime of merit and competence, right? That's what we've been told. Although I almost said incompetence, which is what truly it is. I mean, the fact that tax dollars are being used, a federal agency is being directed to research something that's already been researched by just a just a bounty of different researchers and clinicians. None of that research has convinced the fucking HHS secretary, guy who's never held elected office or degree in medicine. Thank God we have him to protect us. So great. It's the great use of your tax dollars, folks, at work, doing already done research, rather than having those important meetings about, you know, what the new updates to the flu vaccine should be for next year. So get ready, folks. Next year is going to be a doozy, probably. You might want to buckle up for that one. They're not just attacking medicine. Donald Trump attacking the CHIPS Act, which to me is maybe one of the strangest things I have heard out of Donald Trump recently. It's almost like he doesn't understand any of the things he says and or does. I don't even know where to start on this. It's so blatantly obvious to anybody who understands economics that in the wake of what everything Donald Trump is doing, this is the opposite of what you do, right? If you want the things Donald Trump has touted himself to want, right? All the things he's been talking about, all these goddamn trade wars and tariffs on every fucking country on the planet, all of our biggest trade partners, all of these things that were incredibly stupid to begin with, but he has a stated reason for it, right? We've heard it time and time again. He wants to bring manufacturing back to the United States. This is not what you do. This is not what you do. You don't come out as president and say you want Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act. You don't say things like what he's about to say right now. Because if anybody out there is thinking to themselves, I'm sure they're not watching this channel, but if there's some billionaire CEO, you know, centimillionaire CEO out there thinking about investing their business in the United States, coming here, this isn't what you want to hear. This is the opposite of what you want to hear. Actually, as it turns out. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from 12 hours ago. Trump explains why he wants Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act. Quote unquote, it's just a waste of money.
They're going to be very surprised, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned in your remarks chips manufacturing, how a significant percentage is now in Taiwan. You also mentioned it in your address to Congress, and you called on Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which had bipartisan support in the last Congress. Why would you like to see this particular law overturned, Mr. President?
Because it's hundreds of billions of dollars and it's just a waste of money. Now, some people have already taken the money and used it. Actually, it's very hard to qualify because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by
race
all
and gender?
sorts of things. Nobody's ever seen anything
Nobody's
like it. You
ever
won't be
seen-
able to find those people.
Nobody's ever seen.
So I don't even think anybody can qualify.
TSMC, incredibly woke. The only way they were able to qualify. So basically, Donald Trump is attacking the very people that he's been touting, like TSMC, who was just here recently to meet Donald Trump and to make even more investments. He's just a vengeful idiot with no understanding of what he's talking about. He's just undoing anything Biden did was woke. It's all woke. Race and gender is all. That's what no one's ever seen anything like it before.
Seen anything like it. You won't be able to find those people. So I don't even think anybody can qualify.
There's no.
They have so many different categories.
You won't even be able to find any DEI. There's not even enough of them to go around. Not enough wokes to get the jobs. That's the problem.
In order to qualify, you have to have so many of a certain race, a certain gender, a certain this, a certain, and it's politics. I don't think they can qualify, but if they take the money, they better
can
qualify
qualify.
because they'll be watching them.
If you're black,
but it's a tremendous waste
or
of
a
money.
woman, or a black woman, there's no way you're gonna qualify. You know how to use a computer, stupid? I mean, that's what he's basically saying here, right? Like, am I wrong? Like, that's literally what this man is saying. He's like, if you happen to fall under the old DEI banner, you're probably too incompetent to be able to qualify for one of these very prestigious jobs. That's basically what he's saying.
Give the greatest chip company in the world, one of the greatest companies, I didn't give them 10 cents. They came here because of tariffs, because they didn't want to pay the tariffs.
Oh, it was the tariffs.
And
it was the tariffs. They came here. They didn't need us to give them money. So there we go. Donald Trump suggesting that he's going to cancel, he wants the Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which TSMC is now benefiting from. I'll bet you TSMC rescinds their offer if this happens. They might even consider doing it now. If I were them, I'd be like, excuse me? We got like $15 billion of that money. You want us to give it back? Want us to stop building those factories that we were supposedly working on right now? I mean, come on. It was wild. It's wild. Also, like, it went to American companies too. Intel got some of that money. I'm pretty sure, I think AMD got some of that money too. I'm trying to remember all the companies that got it now. God damn it. Point is, if you want people to come and invest in the United States, you don't rescind law that was essentially, and I've had my own, criticism of the CHIPS Act, but you don't rescind a law that was brokered between businesses and the government to boost manufacturing in the United States. That was the expressed reason for doing the CHIPS Act, was to boost manufacturing in the United States. So you don't go undoing legislation in the middle of a trade war that was supposed to help the very businesses that you want to be doing business in the United States. This is maybe one of the dumbest, most blunderous suggestions I think I've ever heard of. Like genuinely. Like, and we know, how many dumb things Donald Trump does on a daily basis, but this one is coming close to taking the cake. It truly does show you that he doesn't understand economics. This guy lucked into billions, and has no actual merit whatsoever. He doesn't understand what the deficit is. He doesn't understand what a trade deficit is. He doesn't, like we've talked about, how he doesn't understand the distinction between a trade deficit and the budget deficit. He doesn't understand any of these things. Trade policies, tariffs, none of it. He genuinely believes that other countries pay for tariffs. He is too stupid to understand it. You know who else is very, very stupid and gullible? One Joseph R. Rogan. He really loves billionaires now that he's super
Let's talk
close
about
to
the
being
Consumer
one.
Financial Protection Bureau. I want to play this clip, and this is the first I heard of like them coming after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It was on the Vox Populi, Joe Rogan, where he invites all of his billionaire friends on to basically present conspiracy theories or just out and out lies or mechanisms in which to get popular support against things that end up protecting the populace, essentially. Here's Mark Andreessen explaining to Joe Rogan, a wrapped Joe Rogan, about debanking.
Illegal. Position of deciding who gets money. It's time to unleash economic growth. Elon explained that there's more agencies than there have been.
It's time to unleash economic growth. You know what? It's time to unleash the awesomeness in chat. Izzy Sanchez with the super chat. Trump shadowboxing his shadow and losing bigly. The very biggest anybody's ever seen.
About debanking.
Position of deciding who gets money. It's time to unleash economic growth.
Elon explained that there's more agencies than there have been years of the United States.
Correct. Yeah, 450 federal agencies and 2 new ones a year.
Pause it for 1 second. I know this is not relevant, but Ryan, you've been working as a Washington bureau chief for years. Could you tell us the relevance of the traditionally, historically, of the proportion of agencies to years that a government has existed? Because this is, what is that quotient called?
The Andreessen rule.
The Andreessen rule.
Yeah. I mean, what's this, just like topsy-turvy bar trivia? There's also more members of Congress than the amount of years that the United States has been in existence. So checkmate. I mean, I don't know what this AI is supposed to prove. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, that depends on what you consider to be and you know, there's no accounting for size. Fish and Wildlife Agency here, small business, this, like, yeah, just saying a big number like that is kind of absurd.
Exactly. Yeah. If you put all those nickels together, it would reach to the moon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
50 federal agencies and 2 new ones a year. And then my favorite twist is we have this thing called independent federal agencies. So like, for example, we have this thing called the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, CFPB, which was it's sort of Elizabeth Warren's personal agency that she gets to control. And it's an independent agency that just gets to run and do whatever it wants, right? And if you read the Constitution, like, there is no such thing as an independent agency, and yet there it is.
What does her agency do?
Whatever she wants.
What does it do, though?
Basically, terrorize financial institutions, prevent new competition, new startups that want to compete with the big banks.
Really?
Oh, yeah,
how so?
Oh my
just
God.
Just terrorizing anybody who tries to do anything in financial services. And
can you give me an example?
Well, debanking. This is where a lot of the debanking comes from.
Yeah, let's pause it.
Just to highlight one hilarious absurdity there. His argument there is that Elizabeth Warren set up this agency to protect Wall Street from competition against other banks. Those are words that just came out of his mouth to another human being who he expected to believe that.
Do you think, I mean, everything he's saying here is almost 180 degrees from the truth.
Yep.
Do you think he is consciously lying, or do you think he's just this stupid? He just knows, like, it's against my interests, so I'm just gonna say stuff. And I mean, because does he know that Joe Rogan's this stupid?
Yeah, he's got it.
Because if I'm Mark Andreessen and I'm on the biggest podcast in the country, I might be afraid to say something so untrue, because if the person across from me goes like, hey, wait a second, Elizabeth Warren, she's built her whole career on things like antitrust and attacking banks. You're saying that she's actually protecting banks? And hey, wait a second. She's a senator. She doesn't run this agency. Hey, wait a second. Like,
it's her own personal.
It's
her own personal agency.
I think some of it is he thinks he can just get away with it.
Yeah,
but I think
nobody
some
is
of it
fact checking him.
I think he has personally been investigated by the CFPB, and his friends have
illegal.
And not just the CFPB; it's actually more the Federal Reserve and the SEC. They have gone after different scam operations that he has put his money into, and I'm sure that has been very difficult for him. And I'm sure he has been in calls with his lawyers who are describing to him what's being done, and he's absolutely enraged and feels deeply victimized by this and feels a genuine sense of injustice, because these people surround themselves with sycophants who are all constantly telling them that their great ideas about building an island in the middle of the Pacific are amazing, and you're such a genius. So to have some pencil-pushing accountant like Rohit Chopra come in and send him a letter and say, by the way, all this stuff you're doing is illegal, like, I'm sure there is a genuine visceral sense of injustice that then blinds him to the obvious reality that we can see. That's like, no, what you said just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's like that noise that you get where you're watching one of those movies where somebody is next to an explosion and you just hear that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they
But
just-
can I just ask?
And nobody must correct him in his world ever.
But so he's conflating here the rules that protect people from debanking with the.
Yeah, he's
but I'm
about
asking.
to do that. Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah.
just asking Ryan, like he's conflating the rules that the CFPB had that protected people from getting debanked with the enforcement actions against him personally, and conflating those two things. Okay.
Yeah, let's continue on because that's where he's going to next.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%.
How so?
Just by terrorizing anybody who tries to do anything new in financial services. And
Can you give me an example?
Well, I guess, debanking. This is where a lot of the debanking comes from. Is these agencies? So debanking is when you as either a person or your company are literally kicked out of the banking system.
Like they did to Kanye.
Exactly, like they did to Kanye. My partner Ben's father has been debanked.
Really?
We had an employee who
for what?
For having the wrong politics, for saying unacceptable things. Under current banking regulations, here's a great thing. Under current banking regulations, after all the reforms of the last 20 years, there's now a category called a politically exposed person, PEP. And if you are a PEP, you are required by financial regulators to kick them off of to kick them out of your bank. You're not allowed to have
What if you're politically on the left?
Well, that's fine.
No.
because they're not politically exposed.
So no one on the left gets debanked?
I have not heard of a single instance of anybody on the left getting debanked.
Can you
Joe Rogan will believe anything that sounds right to him. You know, he never looks into any of this shit. Like, there's so many times where I'm like, "Oh, this sounds good. I better Google this first," right? Like, but Joe, and the fact is, Joe has one of the biggest budgets of the entire internet ecosphere, like the podcast space. He always has, and yet somehow he has failed to fact check basically everything. I mean. Like, the fact is if he did fact check, it would really, I think it would really eat into his show. You know, most of it would be fact checks, or they'd have to extend them by at least double, if not longer.
Me what the person that you know did, what they said that got them debanked?
Oh, well, I mean, David Horowitz is a right wing, he's pro-Trump. I mean, he said all kinds of things. He's been very
we don't need to
anti-Islamic
hear, I think, any more of the stories. Okay.
Let's do the PEP real quick for people who are curious about that.
Oh, wow,
So a politically exposed person.
And if they're
Google this,
so if they're on the left,
find it out.
That's crazy.
That means if you are a mayor, a member of Congress, a banking regulator. Like, let's say you're Rohit Chopra, for instance, at the CFPB, and you are susceptible to bribery, like not susceptible, but like you're the kind of person that might be bribed, then there's a higher level of scrutiny that a bank has to do to make sure that these people aren't doing money laundering or like washing bribes through their bank accounts. That's what a PEP is. It has zero to do with anybody's politics at all. Like,
Is it called a political? What did he call it? A
PEP, politically exposed person. It's an actual.
Okay,
concept.
so politically exposed in the sense that you could be, like, I guess, subject to bribery or something like that, and you have a vested stake in. It makes you just more, I guess, vulnerable.
You're a higher
to
risk.
financial
Like,
exploitation.
Same as if you live in Sinaloa and are conducting all of your transactions in crypto. As a bank, you have to have heightened scrutiny of that customer because we have know your customer laws, and that's where he gets caught. His companies like to work with those people. They create workarounds for those people, and they don't like that the CFPB or the SEC or the Fed are coming in and being like, so you're moving a couple $1 million of crypto from Mexico over to Lebanon and then into this New York account. Like, who is this? They're like, how dare you ask who this is? These are freedom-loving Mexicans or whatever they are.
Weak. Awful. Weak.
There we go, people. Joe Rogan really will believe anything you tell him. He does not have a very strong brain. All right. Man. America-centric news. We have a lot. We have a lot. A lot to get through here. Where am I? Let's go here. Yeah. Let's talk about DOGE a little bit more, because a lot of these job cuts coming out of DOGE are hitting red areas, red towns, red states.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's go to West Virginia.
Jennifer Piggott voted for Trump in the November election. Then in February, she was fired from her civil service job.
Absolutely, I feel a little bit betrayed.
She was among more than 125 people dismissed last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service in Parkersburg, West Virginia.
There's always that back and forth conversation now. It's like, you knew this was coming, but we didn't. Like, nobody that I've talked to understood the devastation that having this administration in office would do to our lives.
No kings! No tyrants! No kings! No tyrants!
The cuts have shaken up a community that overwhelmingly voted for Trump. He won West Virginia with 70% of the vote, one of his biggest victories. But the betrayal felt by Piggott, a church-going conservative and three-time Trump voter, comes as political analysts are examining early signs of a possible backlash in
Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
in strongholds like Parkersburg, where the government-slashing efforts of Trump and DOGE are beginning to hit home.
Elon Musk has basically taken over our government and has called the shots, unfortunately, it seems to be.
A handful of Republican voters who lost their federal jobs joined Democrats at a recent anti-DOGE protest near the Bureau of Fiscal Service offices in Parkersburg. But the federal job losses in the state could soon extend beyond the BFS building, says West Virginia University economics professor John Deskins.
West Virginia is at the very top of the states in terms of the federal workforce as a share of total workforce in the state. So if the federal layoffs happen, if they hit West Virginia, we stand to suffer a disproportionate share when those jobs disappear, when that income disappears, when that spending leaves the state economy.
But in Reuters interviews with 3 dozen...
There we go. Who knew the federal funds helped red states too, and that there were federal workers in red states? Geez, I thought it was all state government. Weird. And you heard it correctly, that woman voted for Trump 3 times. So, yeah, it's a triple bonk. Let's go.
Workers, business owners,
Whoa.
and politicians in Park.
What the heck? What was I doing? That just threw me the fuck off. Let's go to another woman who is all bonks all day. One, Marsha Blackburn of, what is it, Tennessee? Where's Marsha from? I always forget. Marsha Blackburn. I want to say it's Tennessee. It is. She's the sitting senator of Tennessee. All bonks all the time. Okie dokie, Marsha. What do you got to say about this federal workforce we were just talking about? And well, actually, this is not just the federal workforce. This is about workforce in general. And actually, I'm sorry.
Thank you for letting me go over my time.
Please hold. Please hold. I said that wrong. This is not about the federal workforce. This is about the workforce in general. And what Marsha wants to do to get people back to work while Republicans slash jobs within the federal workforce. All right.
Thank you for letting me go over my time.
So nice.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination. We are glad that you are here. I know you've done some work on tying benefits like the child tax credit to work. And I think if we are going to incentivize people to get into the workforce, we have to remove incentives that are keeping them out of the workforce.
Name a thing, Marsha.
I think we're all concerned about rampant fraud that we have seen in some of these programs, and especially from the pandemic. And of course,
Fraud or incentive? I thought she was talking about. She went from talking about incentives that are keeping people out of work, and then she immediately switched over to fraud. I wanted to hear more about these incentives, Marcia. What are you talking about?
These programs, and especially from the pandemic,
People
and of course DOGE is helping to root that out.
Oh, right.
And getting the fraud out of benefits should be a first step when we look at making these programs solvent. And I'd like for you to talk a little bit about what you would do to restore integrity in that benefit system and bring forth concepts like...
Too many things like Medicaid and Medicare and food stamps, you know? Yeah, people just need to be pulling up themselves from their boots. It's unnatural not to do so, even though it's physically impossible to do so.
Benefit system and bring forth concepts like tying benefits to work that would help elevate our workforce participation rate.
So you get benefits if you have a job.
I agree with you that part of the objectives of the Secretary and the President are to root out the fraud that is in place, and that's why improving the payment systems so that departments and agencies responsible for implementation of programs have more tools to identify potential sources of fraud and reduce them. When it comes to benefits, Is
this guy on roids or something? What's up with him? He's like gray in that. Is this alopecia? What's going on here?
I agree with you that ensuring that we don't create disincentives to work, it's important that we encourage people during their prime working years to continue to be part of the labor force. And what we don't want to do is create disincentives whereby they decide not to be in the labor force because of benefits. And so work requirements, I think, are a relevant and important component to.
So it's important to get people, the only way to get people back to work is to take away all their benefits, okay? That's, you know, you just got to take away from the poor to get them to serve as businesses. And the rich, you know, that's what we need. That's what we need. Just got to force people off their benefits. Get them in the workforce. Why else do you think McDonald's and Burger King and other businesses are hiring prison labor? You just need to force people back to work. I'm being ableist by asking what the fuck is going on with this dude's face. Is that true? Wow. It's incredibly rude. I'm sorry.
How rude.
But yeah, all these incentives. People are just being told not to go back to work. Here, poor people. Alright. Now, we've been hearing rumorings, little rumblings, through the grapevine of potential infighting in the Trump administration between perhaps Marco Rubio and Elon Musk, among others. My God, I thought it was all daisies and sunshine over here. I said I didn't mean alopecia.
Trump is pushing back against reports of infighting between his cabinet and Elon Musk. The president also appears to be reversing course on tariffs after pulling some back this week against Canada. There are now new threats to impose more. Nicole Killian is in West Palm Beach this morning, where the president is spending the weekend trying to make sense of it all for us. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Dana. President Trump is downplaying any potential rifts between Elon Musk and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He praised the job that both of them are doing, calling them great guys who get along fantastically well.
Aren't I a good guy? President Trump returned to West Palm Beach Friday night after departing the White House, accompanied by his Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Elon Musk.
Look at that
Before
fucking
boarding,
golden
the
jacket.
president denied a report by the New York Times of an explosive cabinet meeting on Thursday.
Oh my God, Susie Wiles, the Ice Queen. This jacket, I don't, I don't know why. Why?
Accompanied by his Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Elon Musk.
I mean, this woman
Before
is
boarding,
dangerous,
the
ladies and
president
gentlemen.
denied a report by the New York Times of an explosive cabinet meeting on Thursday, where Musk clashed with several Trump officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, over efforts by the Department of Government Efficiency to cut federal spending.
Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash.
As the president tamped down the tensions, he turned up the tough talk on Canada, vowing to slap reciprocal tariffs on the U.S.'s northern neighbor by early next week on lumber and dairy products.
Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products.
Ripping us off.
250%, which is taking advantage of our farmers. They'll be met with the exact same
No one's
tariff
ever heard of it.
unless they drop it.
Just making it up right now.
Mr. Trump paused a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico and issued additional exemptions after markets tumbled. But he cautioned there could be more pain.
There could be some disturbance, a little bit of disturbance.
The president's tariff policies drew criticism from his former VP, Mike Pence, who posted on X, "Tariffs are good as a means to bring nations like China to the table, but free trade lowers the cost of goods and improves the quality of life for every American."
You don't have the cards right now.
1 week after a contentious meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, President Trump said he is strongly considering new sanctions on Russia to forge a ceasefire and peace deal, though he suggested President Putin may be more, quote, generous in negotiations.
Very generous.
Ukraine, I'm finding it more difficult for...
Sorry, we're getting into a spot I didn't even want to deal with right now. Deal with that later. Don't worry. Just a little disturbance to your lives. No big deal. Nobody pay attention. It's totally fine. I'll be fine. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't really care so much about people. All I know, just a little tiny disturbance.
Hi, I'm the manager. There's been a delay in your meals. I'm very sorry. There's been a disturbance in the kitchen, but we're taking care of it. Thanks.
Well, what kind of disturbance?
A general disturbance.
What's a general disturbance?
Well, let's just say it was a minor hiccup.
Well, was it a hiccup or a disturbance?
It's such a small disturbance, it might be either one.
What, like, was the chef angry or did somebody drop some pots?
Okay. I just figured I'd throw that in there while we're talking about disturbances. What kind of disturbance are we talking about, Trump? Is it going to be like a disturbance where people lose all of their benefits and are forced to live on the streets? You know, pregnant women forced to give birth in a bathtub because they don't have health care? You know, what kind of disturbance are we talking about? That's what I need to know. But it's not clear.
Tonight, President Trump is backing a House Republican plan to avert a government shutdown next week. He's also playing down reports of infighting between some of his cabinet members and advisor Elon Musk. CBS's Nicole Killian is in West Palm Beach with the details. Nicole, good evening to you.
Hey, good evening, Jerika. Tonight, President Trump continues to insist that Elon Musk and his Secretary of State Marco Rubio have a great relationship, and he says anything to the contrary is false.
President Trump returned to his Mar-a-Lago resort after leaving the White House for the weekend with Elon Musk not far from his side. The special government employee is now at the center of an explosive meeting Thursday night, according to the New York Times. Musk clashed with several Trump officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, over the Department of Government Efficiency to cut federal spending.
Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash.
The president and Musk tamped down tensions, with Musk calling it a very productive meeting.
Wow.
But earlier in the week, the tech titan faced a mixed reception on Capitol Hill, with some lawmakers urging him to pump the brakes on massive agency cuts after facing backlash back home.
Have you been getting a lot of calls to your office about some of these cuts?
From both sides, yes. I mean, people that have questions, that have concerns, also people that are happy with what's been found.
Since DOGE's creation, more than 28,000 federal employees have been terminated, according to a CBS News tracker.
Christ, that number.
Fearing
That number is getting out of control. 28,000? Wild. You know, it's not just internal protests. There's been external protests on the streets. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 5 hours ago. Anti-Musk protesters arrested.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
By New York Police Department. For demonstrations in Tesla showroom. Oh God, how dare they.
How rude!
In a Tesla showroom. Of all places. Those Cybertrucks. How are those Cybertrucks to... They can't breathe. They're being repressed. These poor Cybertrucks. We must send in the police to remove protesters.
Illegal. Free the week!
Those poor Cybertrucks being repressed by protesters. There we go. There you go. Fascist NYPD. Enforcing the status quo and protecting the billionaires. Protecting the capitalist class. Gotta make sure these protesters don't endanger those poor Cybertrucks or that Tesla showroom. Can't have free speech happening there against its CEO, richest man on earth, Elon Musk. That would be unfair to Elon.
That's too much, man!
Now let's talk about some of the other things going on in the Trump administration, because it's not all Elon Musk, even though it feels like it. It's like, sure, is it 75% Elon right now? Yeah. But there's other people in the administration. You got Tom Homan, you got Puppy Killer, Nikki, sorry, not Nikki, what's her name? Christy Nome, R.I.P. Cricket, moment of silence. And Tommy and Christy have been working their little butts off and threatening butt stuff to people like Mayor Eric Adams with their quid pro quo. Also threatening the lives and livelihoods of many people and their families. Splitting them up, sending them across the border, or in military planes to other countries. But some people are speaking out. See what Ayanna Pressley had to say about sanctuary cities.
Recognizes Ms. Pressley from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Wu, I am grateful for our long-standing partnership in public service. I'm grateful to be your congresswoman as well as your constituent. Can I get that time back? All right. Again, grateful for our long-standing partnership in public service, grateful to be your congresswoman, and grateful to be your constituent. It's clear my colleagues across the aisle didn't do their homework because the fears and division they're trying to project onto Boston are really the stuff of Fox News fever dreams. Our city is vibrant, our city is diverse, our city is beautiful. Mayor Wu, immigration is central to the economic success of Boston, is it not?
Absolutely. All of our key industries, whether it's healthcare, life sciences, higher education, financial services, everything that we do depends on immigrant residents and the contributions that they make.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, immigration defines Boston. For generations, our city has been shaped by people who have endured incredible hardships to arrive at our shores seeking a better life. They drove taxis, opened restaurants, studied at our schools.
I don't want reality.
Built homes, repaired our roads and bridges, cared for patients, cleaned offices, built businesses, provided essential early education and childcare for our babies. There is no doubt immigration is essential to the success of Boston, but there is, in fact, a dark threat looming over this great city. That threat is the racist and xenophobic anti-immigrant policies coming from this Trump White House. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this Boston Globe article titled, "They're Going to Deport Us. Trump's immigration policies prompt some children to skip school."
Without objection, so ordered.
Mayor Wu, I've been speaking to principals and educators in Boston at various roundtables and town halls that I've convened, and the stories are heartbreaking. Elementary school children are crying in their teachers' arms, fearful that they're going to lose their parents to cruel and unjust deportation raids. Mayor Wu, last week I met with an esteemed doctor from a local Boston hospital who reported that follow-up appointments in her clinic have seen a 200% spike in no-shows and cancellations. Her assessment, her patients are missing critical care like dialysis, prenatal care, and chemotherapy because of a fear of immigration raids in our hospitals and healthcare settings. Mayor Wu, do you agree with this healthcare provider?
Absolutely. We hear it from our shared constituents. People are afraid, and that is having huge impact on their daily lives when they're just trying to do right and be a good example for their kids as they pursue the American dream.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled, "Fearful Amid ICE Crackdown, Some Immigrants Are Skipping Health Care."
Without objection, so ordered.
So here we have a man who thinks he is king, screaming anti-immigrant slurs from the Oval Office, and what it has done to make Boston safer. Nothing, not a thing. But it has traumatized our kids, cost our elders their dialysis, delayed cancer patients' chemotherapy, and struck fear into the heart of hardworking people who not only contribute immensely to our city and our community, but whose labor and contributions are also essential to the very functions of daily life in our city. The members...
Okay. Yeah. There's Ayanna Pressley telling us that what the GOP is trying to do is project Fox News fever dreams onto the American populace, immigrants and non-immigrants alike. But the effects are being felt most in the immigrant community, of course, where people are living in fear, not knowing what their status even means anymore. Doesn't matter if they are legitimate refugees or on things like TPS, DACA even, which we've talked about how if that's going to be the case, maybe we should. How far back are we going on DACA? Right? Is this a real question? Like, and of course, many people came out to speak out against that one, especially because they knew people personally who are here on DACA. And I guess, it's just how this stuff is being applied is horrifying. And it just needs to end. We need sensible policies to deal with this. Not just extreme austerity on all ends. It's not going to fix anything. Let's see what Summer Lee had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've heard a lot of accusations and sensationalism thrown around here today, which is not new for this committee. But I do think we need to be clear about what we're really talking about today and what the so-called sanctuary city policies actually mean. What Republicans are calling sanctuary cities simply means that a city or a state is not going to do the job of ICE for them. That's it. Republicans are acting like there's like a mythical barrier that keeps ICE completely out of cities. If you're listening to Fox News, they make it seem like they're police at the borders of Chicago keeping ICE agents out. That's simply not the case. Republicans want every town, city, state to dedicate their limited resources to entering what's called a 287G agreement with ICE to either do their enforcement work on the ground or hold people in custody for an additional 48 hours on detainers. That's 48 hours beyond the lawful detention. To be clear, that is illegal. In more than 700 counties in at least 9 states, there are policies or court decisions limiting these ICE detainers, as it is such a blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment. What? And when people's Fourth Amendment rights are violated, it's the cities, not ICE, who face civil lawsuits. As a reminder to Republicans, the Fourth Amendment is the one against unlawful searches and seizures. Just last year, New York City's Department of Corrections had to pay $92.5 million in a settlement to those they unlawfully detained for ICE. Republicans are putting these mayors between a rock and a hard place. And the reason that they're doing this is because Trump is trying to get them to do illegal things. If they work for ICE, they risk violating their own residents' constitutional rights and opening themselves up to costly litigation. But if they don't do Trump's bidding, they're being threatened with losing federal funding. Today's hearing is nothing more than a shakedown against the mayors of some of our nation's biggest cities and a part of Trump's ongoing anti-city crusade. In Trump's America, if you disagree with his priorities, then you lose federal dollars. Just last week, Donald Trump actually called city leaders who oppose his cruel policies sick politicians. Just a few days before that, his borders czar, Tom Homan, threatened that he would be bringing hell on the city of Boston. Mayor Wu, what do you think about these threats against Boston and their attempts to force you to enact policies that are against the very things your constituents voted for?
Illegal. The laws are most important and the safety of our residents are most important. And what I hear from all of our residents across every one of our neighborhoods is that, in fact, undermining the trust is what would make our city less safe. And so we need...
There we go. We need the system of laws. Strange. Who could have guessed? Not me. Never would have guessed any of that was important. Yeah, there's some really laying it out. I mean, getting down into the nitty-gritty of the law, pointing out that when ICE violates the Fourth Amendment, the cities are the ones who have to pay in the lawsuits, not ICE. Which is, I think, a real oversight in the law. But I think it also is, you know, in a way, brings everybody together. I just think it's fascinating, you know, just where we're at with all this. Tom Homan has been saying some of the dumbest stuff out there, saying he wants to, you know, wants to arrest AOC. Hold on a second. I forgot something. How are we doing on time? Okay, we got like 45 minutes till the next break. Definitely gonna get a few halves today. I know that. Although we have less videos than we had yesterday. So it should be easier to get through. Some ways, although some of these are really long.
Phrasing.
Where is this? It should have been in the list. Where is it? I don't understand. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I don't know what happened to it. I'm pissed. This get taken down? I don't understand. Alright, whatever. We'll go to this one. I could have sworn I had AOC here. And the Tom Homan threat to arrest AOC for teaching people, for educating people about their rights. And now it's gone out of my list. I think it got removed. It's kind of pissing me off. Whatever. I gotta stop worrying about it. I've been sitting here for like 5 minutes. Let's just go here to Zanapi. Him and what's his name? The old road rules kid. What is this guy's name? I cannot think of it.
For everyday people.
What is this guy's name? I know somebody in chat knows this dude's name.
For everyday people, is fucked up, and they recognize it, but they don't know who is responsible for it.
Man, it's interesting. I never really heard it put like that. Like, what do I want my life to be like day to day? Do I want it to be this constant or do I want to not think about those things and think that some of that's the government's responsibility? I do my best to elect and vote in a way that I think is meaningful and vote for the best person, and then I try to enjoy my life and take care of my family and my neighbor. I don't know. That's kind of how I think maybe I start to break it down in my head, you know?
Yeah. So what you were describing right there is basically the heart of, I wouldn't say the problem necessarily, but that is why a lot of people just like tune out, because they feel just powerless at the end of the day. You know, you got your protests, you vote, and then these guys do whatever the f they want to do. I want to do. What am I supposed to do is like the attitude that the average citizen has in this country. That's why things slowly but surely seemingly get worse year over year. Maybe not for you and I, because like, I mean, we're relatively successful, but for like average people, for everyday people, shit is fucked up. And they recognize it, but they don't know who is responsible for it. And they become
Theo
so
Von.
malleable and
I
so
just realized what
open
this
to
guy's name is.
responding to anybody that will.
Theo Von.
Responsible for it, and they become so malleable and so open to responding to anybody that will recognize their frustration and say it's actually because of this and that. And I think Trump tapped into that so perfectly, and that's why he won. That's why he defeated the Democrats so handily, because he was like, yes, you're angry, I'm angry too. Why are you angry? Because woke libtards, because DEI, because trans people, because undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants aren't your fucking landlord. They're not the one who's raising the price of rent. They don't own the mega corporations. They're not sitting at the board of BlackRock. You know what I mean? It's not a Guatemalan migrant that's sitting at the board of BlackRock, purchasing all the houses. They're not the real estate developers that refuse to add to the much needed supply of housing.
Yeah, and instead put a rag and bone in every town, dude.
I hate rag and bone.
Well, it's just like.
There you go. Hassan and Theo having a little discussion. Hassan pointing out the obvious truth of the fact that the Republicans manipulate people who are angry, justifying justifiably angry people, and using that anger and directing it at all the wrong places. Theo is a Road Rules cast member? Yeah, totally. He was old. I was like a little kid when he was on Road Rules. I was like really young. But I used to watch it. Even though my parents didn't let me, I still found ways to watch it. All right, let's go back to celebrating Women's Day as we transition to talking about Canada.
The first photo has to be with Sunny Boy. But you'll be next, sweetie.
Put down the ball. Pick up a doll, girlie.
How rude. Come on, girls. Cover your knees.
Sit like a lady.
That's pretty skimpy. Go with something longer, baby. Ma'am, you hold the bouquet. Let him hold the trophy.
Why don't you stand at the back? Hide the showing, baby.
Come on! Let's color that hair. Look the bride. Not her mommy.
It is time we stop telling a woman how to pose for society.
Okay. Let's go now to International Women's Day celebrations. And protests, really. I mean, we can celebrate and protest at the same time, right? Celebrate women and also protest. As women were celebrating in Montreal earlier today.
The message from protesters who gathered in front of the United States consulate in Montreal Saturday morning was clear.
You are not kings. We are not handmaids.
The rally was one of several held across Quebec, as well as Ottawa. In Montreal, thousands turned out to voice their displeasure with US President Donald Trump as well as Elon Musk for policies protesters insist.
Yeah, I just noticed that it was a commercial. Yeah, I have no idea what Vivo is. I assume it's a phone company. That's my guess. I listened to it earlier. They didn't mention Vivo, if I recall correctly. But it was clearly an ad. The words were good. At least the message I thought was good. You know, women don't need to live a specific way according to men. But wasn't a fan of the hidden capitalist message in it.
As well as Ottawa. In Montreal, thousands turned out to voice their displeasure with US President Donald Trump as well as Elon Musk for policies protesters insist are putting human rights, including the rights of women, at risk.
The way that abortion is being criminalized thanks to legislation that Trump has authorized, that's very direct. So we're in solidarity, we stand in solidarity with American women.
They argue that the ending of the constitutional right to abortion in that country with the overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022 is cause for great alarm.
Women are dying. Women are literally dying because they're pregnant and they should get an abortion for all kinds of reasons, and it's not happening.
Rally participants also worry about other policies, including U.S. economic approaches that they believe are also making women even more vulnerable.
When there's economic crisis, women are the first to be affected, to have the burden of it.
And some at the rally even fear that what's happening south of the border could soon happen in Canada.
Of course, we must never take anything for granted, and you know, the world has proven it every day and forever.
They see Saturday's rally as a start of a resistance.
We want to tell them that no, we'll never be the 51st state.
Others, however, worry about what's happening elsewhere, including right here in this country, and say that even here, things seem to be regressing.
I have two daughters, and I feel like the world is not moving like I wish it would move for them.
Some point to the increase in the number of women and girls who are killed. According to the Canadian Femicide Observatory for Justice and Accountability, 187 women and girls were killed violently in Canada in 2024.
I'm trying to look forward, but it's very hard right now.
Those at Saturday.
There we go. Women and men coming together in solidarity with women across the world. And of their own people. Yeah, just thought we would take a look at that one. As we do have other Canadian news to talk about still. Which we're gonna get to in a second. There was something else I was about to do though, and I can't think of what it is. Oh right, I saw somebody say something about 80 likes. We have 80 likes now. It's a lot of likes.
That's too much, man!
We already have Gary. Okay. Yeah, just good story, I thought, for us to take a look at on International Women's Day. Let's go and talk about politics a little bit. What do you say? As you know, geopolitics are getting more and more dicey as Donald Trump continues to wage war against all of our allies. Canadians are pretty displeased with Donald Trump. Certainly according to CBS Evening News from 4 hours ago.
There is no end to the tariff war with Canada. President Trump is now taking aim at dairy and lumber imports, but Canada is fighting back. CBS's Ed O'Keefe is in the capital of Ottawa tonight with the latest on the tumultuous trade war. Ed.
Tarika, those latest threats add to just mounting anger across this country, not directed at the American people so much as the American president.
With boos and boycotts, Canadians are voicing their displeasure with President Trump. They're not amused by his punishing tariffs or aggressive taunts.
So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Not a snowball's chance in hell.
In grocery stores, many Canadian consumers have become patriotic patrons.
I decided not to buy a couple of products in there today because they were from the U.S.
At liquor stores, too. Anything American is cleared out. It's a big shift for a country that bought almost $350 billion in U.S. goods last year. The U.S. is also the top travel destination for Canadians, with 20.4 million visits in 2024 for work or vacation. And some may be offloading their vacation homes.
I love going to the U.S. I spend a lot of time there.
but now you're curtailing that.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
All in direct response to what President Trump is up to.
Basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Illegal.
Yes.
Starting Monday, the Premier of Ontario is moving ahead with his own tariffs on electricity sold to millions of Americans south of the border.
It's an economic...
Ontario. Why? Why did you vote this man into office? Fucking Doug Ford.
war, and that he's declared on his closest friends. And for what reason?
There's change even in cafes. The owner of this Toronto spot joined the trend-sweeping coffee shops in Canada, renaming Americanos to Canadianos. In a land where hockey is king, they're dropping the gloves. On Saturday Night Live, Mike Myers mouthing the words elbows up twice. Even the actor in a classic Canadian beer commercial reprised his role as Joe Canada.
But we are not the 51st anything!
But for Canadians, it's no joke.
The excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus.
Hilarious.
What he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
Ed O'Keefe joining us live now in Ottawa. Ed, tomorrow we know that Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, his time ends there. Who next is the President of the United States expected to deal with?
Well, we're going to talk about that in just a second. There we go. CBS Evening News sort of bringing to light all of the discontent in Canada. Not against Americans, but Donald Trump himself. And they are showing it in a multitude of ways. But speaking of that prime ministership, let's go to Global News from 10 hours ago discussing the Liberal leadership race happening as we speak.
Today is the last day before the Liberal Party elects their new leader. Frontrunners are making their final campaign pushes, and the candidate who wins tomorrow could be sworn in a matter of days to replace Justin Trudeau as Prime Minister.
If not
A good time
sooner.
then to bring in Jonathan Kalis, a public policy expert with Macmillan Vantage. Thanks for making the time today, Jonathan.
Great to be with you.
So today is the last day, and we'll have a new Liberal Party leader, and it seems very much like it'll be Mark Carney, former Bank of Canada and Bank of England governor, and very much the frontrunner since the day, I should say, that Trudeau said he's stepping down. Is that fair to say? And what have you made of Carney as a candidate so far?
I think that's fair to say. I don't think we'll ever really know in advance, just because of the way the vote goes. You know, each riding has the same amount of points, and while Mark Carney has seemingly the momentum, also, if we just look at donor numbers, he has about 10 times the amount of donations in terms of the number of donors and the dollar amounts in compared to his next closest rival. You know, that isn't necessarily determinant, but I think it shows some momentum. But again, each riding has the same amount of points. So you could have a downtown Toronto riding where he does super well. That's equal to a riding in rural Alberta or BC with, I don't know, 5 members, and that could tilt a different way. So it's impossible to know completely in advance. But again, like I said, I think that's where the momentum is going, and I think we can clearly see
Now, I'm not like completely upset about this, but I do think there was better options here. But Mike Carney has been doing quite well. He has some okay policies. I'd say that he's basically like a sort of slightly left of like a U.S. neolib, I guess you might say. But yeah, he was a banker in the past, so I think a lot of his solutions come out of the financial institutions themselves, not necessarily thinking too outside of the box of the status quo. Which may be what people want. I don't know. But, I'd probably prefer a slightly more left candidate. There were at least one or two, if I'm not mistaken.
win tomorrow and figuring out what steps come after that.
And that is how it tends to go in politics as well. The amount of the fundraising really does give us a very clear indication, but not always, like you said. It has been a very short campaign. If we talk about the four main contenders, Chrystia Freeland, Karina Gould, Frank Baylis. We had a couple of debates in which these candidates barely disagreed with each other. Has any of them surprised you or stood out to you over the course of their campaign?
I think the surprise of the campaign is probably Karina Gould. She was probably unknown to most Canadians and even to most Liberals. I think she's run a very solid campaign, and I think she set herself up as, being the youngest candidate, somebody who certainly has a future in the party, and I think she'll do well in this race. I think both her public policy positions are.
Yeah, and she was one of the ones who I thought was better. She was much more to the left of Mark Carney. But with 10 times as many donations and donation dollars as the rest of the candidates, it does seem like Mark Carney is probably going to be the new prime minister, although for a short time. And what it is Liberals will be able to get done is certainly going to determine the next prime minister election, how that goes. So hopefully they get this done and manage to get together some policies that people will actually benefit from, and hopefully stuff that they'll see
immediately, if not sooner.
Because if it's not quick, well, conservatives are still technically, although the numbers have changed drastically since Donald Trump took office, and before it technically slightly, but all of this stuff that's been going on with Donald Trump has certainly shifted those numbers. Conservatives are still technically in the lead, sort of, more generally speaking. Nationwide. All right, let's go away from the president, the prime ministerial liberal leadership race. We'll keep you updated on what actually happens there. Let's go back to talking about Trump's trade war with all of our biggest trade partners. Here's global news again from yesterday.
Everyone. Mayors from 30 cities on either side of the Canada-US border came to Washington this week with a message for the US president. This trade war needs to end.
We all understand how interconnected our economy is. What's good for one of us is good for the other. What's problematic or what's, dare I say it, bad for one of us is going to be bad for the other.
The mayor of Portage, Indiana, a steel town, says the jobs of U.S. workers are on the line. While in Mount Vernon, New York, retaliatory tariffs on Ontario electricity exports could cost families an extra $2,000 a year.
Anything that can put an end to the trade war and really drill down and focus on what the real issues are so that we don't have blanket tariffs, I think will be important to the average New York working family.
What we are trying to do is make free trade fair trade, because the trading systems have become incredibly imbalanced.
While the U.S. Treasury Secretary took to CNBC Friday to defend the president's actions on tariffs, the U.S. stock market limped to the end of its worst week in months.
It's absolute chaos, unprecedented in U.S. history. What it is doing is depressing investment in the business sector and in agriculture.
Americans are taking greater notice of Canadian anger now, too. In headlines making reference to the elbows up hockey call to action on CNN, and viral social media posts like author Stephen King sharing a shot of this angry graffiti scrawled on Calgary's Centre Street Bridge.
There is no enemy like a friend betrayed. All right. Well, trade war still causing serious rift between the United States and Canada. And let's go to talking about this to wrap up the U.S. half. Oh, I guess we got two things we got, right? No. Oh, wait, no. All right, now let's go here to the Majority Report. Talk about egg prices. Something which Donald Trump promised to fix day one.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump last night tried to blame egg prices on Joe Biden. And if you look at the data in terms of inflation, inflation was basically under control. Economically, it looked like we had basically achieved soft landing. And literally within 6 weeks, Donald Trump has set the stage for a potential recession. And not just a recession, but like some form of stagflation, where we still are getting prices going up. Now, it remains to be seen what's going to happen with these tariffs. The easiest explanation is this is just a way for him to sort of like...
I literally said this exact same thing yesterday. I didn't even hear this thing until earlier today, but I'm just realizing that he's saying the exact same things that I said about all this. That it's going absolutely, it's going to be stagflation. We're going to have prices going up at the same time as GDP goes down.
The easiest explanation is this is just a way for him to sort of like either crash to go long or short on various commodities or investments that would be sensitive to tariffs in some fashion. The prospect that they're going to be imposed, and then the fact that they may never develop.
Mm-hmm. And this is not to say that the economy was good for everybody and the Democrats didn't fail in some ways. Like, housing is absolutely unaffordable right now at record levels in terms of the percentage of people's income. And we just hit a record in terms of credit card debt. So like but the problem is that the Biden administration was trying to do some things via antitrust and enforcement and to make it so that, you know, they weren't running rampant, like just going completely crazed like Trump is letting them do right now. And they're trying to do like reverse the good things Biden did on the economy to make things worse, which if it crashes, it doesn't matter to the billionaires as much because they'll just buy up with all the money they have, as we were saying, the depreciated assets and move on with their lives and accumulate their wealth once again.
AP is now reporting Trump grants this 14 minutes ago 1 month exemption for U.S. automakers from new tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada. Now, look, I don't know what what kind of manipulation that like, I mean, this is market manipulation. It is. And we don't know how he's cashing in on it or who is or what, but that's what's happening. Now, with all that said, you're still going to see inflation from this because if I'm a car manufacturer and I'm, am I going to produce cars? If my production lines in Canada or Mexico or China are they like, I'm going to slow them down.
Right.
Because I don't know how many cars I'm going to be able to sell a month from now in the U.S. if they're going to cost 25% more. And so we're going to start to see this like, for a long...
and then there's the other sort of like reverse of that is like, like we're talking about earlier with the CHIPS Act or with Donald Trump continually like putting on tariffs and then reversing them. It's like, what will happen down the road? Some of the investors, businesses are having to think about. It's like, okay, if we go to the United States right now, will this tariff even exist in 6 months? Will we start building a factory and then have it be superfluous immediately? Will Donald Trump remove funding at like just sort of at will, randomly try and end legislation that directly affected our business, subsidized the production of this or that thing?
Time we would hear from Republicans like the business community needs some predictability, and the idea that you could raise taxes in 3 years, that people don't know how to plan for that. We're really in a predictability crisis right now for a lot of these corporations. And when it comes to addressing the inflation, I've got some very bad news for you, unless you have a big backyard. Egg prices are through the roof because, of course, this administration went over the past 6 weeks has not taken the idea of the bird flu seriously. They started to come around recently. They fired a lot of the people who were in charge of basically containing the
Monitoring
bird
it
flu,
and-
and
yeah.
the U.S.
Had to rehire
DOGE.
them.
They had to rehire them to the extent that anybody was like, I'm not going to go back into that meat grinder. They recently allocated $1 billion, apparently, to dealing with the bird flu. But, you know, one of the things about these type of like potential epidemics is that you got to get them early. But in terms of inflation, Brooke Rollins, who is the agriculture secretary, wasn't she the former lobbyist for like the seed company, or is that somebody else?
The deputy that she appointed was that.
Here she is explaining to Fox News how this whole egg problem is easily overcome.
Oh, interesting. I'm excited.
Well, I have chickens in my backyard. Sean started that, and yesterday I went out. They just started laying, and yesterday I got 5 eggs. I guess my question, if you could make it just really quick, because I'm out of time, is part of the solution more small farms? Because when avian flu hits, and you have these giant industrial farms, and these chickens, which I don't think the eggs are as good anyway, is part of it just investing in smaller farms, encouraging that?
I think the silver lining in all of this is how do we, in our backyards, we've got chickens too in our backyard.
It's a silver lining,
how do we
folks.
solve for something like this? And people are sort of looking around thinking, wow, well, maybe I could get a chicken in my backyard. And it's awesome. I agree with you.
I love the idea of thinking of these two women here, dressed so nicely, sitting in their yard selling eggs to people. Because, of course, not everybody has a backyard. For instance, me, no backyard with which to have an adequate space for a chicken or chickens. Not everybody's privileged enough to have that backyard. But I just love thinking of these two quitting work, quitting Fox News, just going back to selling eggs. You know, just hanging out, selling eggs to people.
Wow, well, maybe I could get a chicken in my backyard, and it's awesome. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think everyone who isn't a farmer right now wants to be. So you're in the right department, Brooke.
I am. What a blessing. Thank you.
Okay, so
that is so wonderful.
Brooke
Rollins. But they all got they got so much room for their chickens, and I'm sure she was out there this morning doing her chores around the farm before she went into work.
Give me a
I'm sure both of them were. I'm sure they don't have any help on there in their own little
Do you know who she's
backyard
referring
farm.
to?
Who?
Sean, her husband, is the transportation secretary.
Well, I told
Sean
John.
Duffy.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Brooke
yes.
Rollins, but
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
My husband, your colleague.
Yeah, my husband, who's literally a part of the
member.
administration I'm supposed to be covering. There's like very little
Busy talking about their backyard
this is one of my pet
chicken
peeves,
coop.
honestly. It's like the people that I talk to that say, well, why get a hamburger from McDonald's when you could get a banana and make your food for the week and it would be more cost effective. They have no idea how regular people live. First of all, if you have to work multiple jobs, the idea that you can make this kind of meal for yourself is insane. People need protein-rich, fast food if they're unable to like have leisure time, which is basically what the Republicans have ensured because they don't want to raise the minimum wage. They want to slash labor protections. They want to increase income and wealth inequality. So like,
well, eggs have a lot of protein.
It's true.
they do.
It is true.
So if you can
Sam
make an
is
investment in yourself, first of all, you
Yes.
got to buy a house with a big
Well,
enough backyard.
well,
and you
well,
better
Emma.
check in with your town to make
Emma.
sure that it's you're allowed to have
Being
farm
negative.
animals in your area.
You're being a negative
You better
Nancy
have
right
the time in
You
your
could
day
lobby. You
to
could
take
lobby.
care of them.
You could lobby. It's true.
And build a chicken coop. Invest in yourself. Build a chicken coop in your backyard because then you can see them laying the eggs and you don't know, like there's no wokeness injected or anything like that.
It's true.
See, Emma, maybe you're just too lazy. Maybe you just don't believe in yourself enough.
Was that Dr. Phil? It felt like a Dr. Phil impression from Sam just now. Oh my god. But yeah, this like these women are so out of touch. They're just like everybody has a backyard at their home that they own, right? You're telling millions and millions and millions of people in the United States don't own their own home or have a backyard? Come on. We'll have Apartment buildings will get communal egg coops, okay? That's what'll happen. We'll band together. Convince the landlord. It's actually going to be good. Everyone's going to love that. It'll be great. All right. Where next? God, we've been almost made it to the second break. Almost blown through the entire first two halves covering North America. Where things are going a little crazy. Let's wrap up the second half with a little bit of environmental news. We won't be able to get through all of it. We'll have to pick it back up in the third half. Oh, wait, I do have another story here. Oh, let's do this. This should have been in a different spot. Let's go here. Toilet. It's for a little weekend fun. I knew we'd be in Saturday territory by the Sunday territory by now.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, man? Daddies are stronger than mommies. Oh my God, you spit on them to all of you and to all of you.
Happy Friday.
We'll be right back.
You're an actor, you're looking for work.
Give the guy a break, he's doing his
Your
best.
agent or somebody calls you and says,
right,
we'd like you to play Jesus. What's that like?
God bless you.
We'd like you to play Jesus.
What's
Jesus,
that
I
like?
say that.
It was an answered prayer.
Right, because Jesus. That's on YouTube. You're terrible. You're a moron. What? Tucker in the wild, being on TV, wearing jackets, wearing shirts. Tucker, cause they made. You're a moron. This is a news anchor, Tucker Carlson. He's been doing some interesting interviews. Not this one. Not this one, though. This is just some guy who played Jesus in a movie.
Some people would feel like that's a pretty heavy role.
Praise God.
Jesus. Yeah. Basis
Right.
of the world's largest religion. Yeah. God himself, according to Christians.
Yes.
Did you ever feel that on you? Like, that's a lot.
In the first season, I did.
Yeah, in the first season I did, and then it actually got kind of boring. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? I pitched some ideas. What if Jesus robbed a bank? You know, I was pitching all these ideas. They told me to shut up. This has 500,000 views in one day, and I don't really know what the point of this interview is. It's basically a guy who looks like Jesus.
Is
It's
that
just
what it
Tucker
is? Is that what's
Carlson
happening?
over and over again going, what's that like? What's that
I guess
like?
he kind of looks like Jesus.
Why do we do this? Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Why do you look like that?
Would you
Why do you
drum
look
up?
like that?
So where are you?
He's in jail, man.
I'm in MDC Brooklyn, in
Jail.
a little side room.
Okay.
Illegal.
How long have you been there?
I've been in.
I haven't seen Tucker Carlson in a while. He's still doing that face. I forgot about this face that this guy does. He has what would we call this?
What the hell is it called?
Resting perplexed face.
Yep,
You know,
that's it.
What's it like?
Always
Jail.
perplexed, that Tucker
I
Carlson.
mean, it's sort of dystopian.
Right, like
You know,
jail.
the fortunate thing, the place I'm in, I'm not in physical danger.
This is the FTX guy. Sammy, what the hell's the guy's
Got
name?
enough
Oh,
crypto.
Sammy Bankman-Fried. Sammy
pay
the
for my
Bankman,
protection.
people call him. Sammy the Bankman Napolitano. Oh!
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, I've known, on the flip side, a number of extremely stupid people who've gotten rich in finance. They're clearly have a
Hey.
kind of brilliance that I can't see.
Give him a break,
They
man.
seem like morons to me.
I'm interested in what types there are. I was on Wall Street in a former life, and there are a variety of people there.
So there's been a lot of talk about changes to the U.S. tax code, especially changes that
Okay.
affect cryptocurrency investing.
Right.
What are those changes? Well, what if there was already a way to invest in the market with tax advantages? Well, I trust...
Sound kind of weird. Yeah, a little bit of an oddly timed ad there. Hey, I'm zooming with this guy who's in jail for a giant crypto scam. Hey, speaking of crypto,
check
get
it. I don't know if
involved
you've
with
heard
that.
of...
Without getting into like
have
all
you heard
the
of crypto
details
before?
of
Yeah.
your case.
Yeah, speed it
But
up, man.
it does seem like you guys made a decision at your company to form political alliances through political donations, which is not singling you out. You're hardly the only businessman who's done that. It's actually kind of par now. But you gave so much to Democrats that I kind of thought they would rescue you in the end. Where were all your friends in the Democratic Party? They usually keep their friends
Where
from
were
going to
they?
jail. Tony Podesta never went to jail. Why did you?
in 2020, I was center left, and I gave to Biden's campaign.
Right.
I was optimistic he'd be a sort of solid center left president. By late 2022, I was giving to Republicans privately as much as Democrats.
You've given so much money to the Democratic Party that I think it's pretty, leaving aside moral judgment here, but it's pretty normal in business for the donor to call the person he's donating to and saying, hey, I'm in trouble. Can you help me?
Yeah, call him up.
Did you call Schumer or any of the people you had supported and say, hey, I need your help?
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right. This is a pretty wacky interview because Tucker Carlson doesn't seem to know anything about this case. Tucker Carlson couldn't be bothered. He was too busy wandering around in a forest.
Yep. Well, he's got to maintain his property around the cabin. The log cabin that he lives in. Where he does the most rugged podcast on the internet. Write that down. Tucker doing serious journalism. All right. You know what? I'm just going to take a break now. I feel like it's a good time for us to take a break. Otherwise, we're going to start doing environmental news, and I'd rather just put it all together. I'd rather just put it all together in the third half. So, this is happening. That's right. Little space intermission. Hope you've all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important things that I need you to do right now. What are you doing with your fingers? You're not clicking? Well, something's very wrong. Come on! While you're doing all that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. Galactic News Network would cease to exist without viewers like you. So show your support in one of the many ways we have available for you to do just that. Got the YouTubes and the Twitch, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, subscriptions. Got Cash App and PayPal if you want to just give us money without any benefit aside from knowing that I have managed to eat today. Or go to the one place where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. That's my suggestion. Go on to Patreon, become a Galactic patron, get access to the cornucopia of space benefits waiting for you, my friend. Just $3. You can get an avatar on the stream, a shout out at the end, and so much more. I recommend you just go on to the website right now and find out all about those benefits. Alright, chat. Enjoy this short space break. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. You all know what that sound means. It's time for the third half of the show to get started. Let's get on with the environmental news, as there is some stuff definitely for us to look at here. It's the weekend, and it's now technically officially Sunday, fun day across the United States. You don't count Alaska and Hawaii. So I figured I'd stick this one in here. We've been watching this story for a while. But let's go to Big Bear, California, where eagles taking care of little eaglets, little baby birdie pips, whatever you call it. They're cute. That's right. ABC News from 23 hours ago. Bald eagle nest cam captures live hatch in California.
Finally tonight, all eyes on one eagle's nest tonight. Tonight, a family of bald eagles in Southern California's San Bernardino Mountains capturing the world's attention. So many watching this nest online. The new parents have 3 babies hatching at the same time, very rare for bald eagles. The nonprofit Friends of Big Bear Valley tracking them with a 24-hour solar-powered camera, naming the mom and dad Jackie and Shadow. This all started about 5 weeks ago when Jackie laid the 3 eggs. The 2 taking turns keeping the eggs warm, Dad sitting on them, and then Mom flying in to take over. Just this week on Sunday, the first crack in an egg on the far right. By Monday, 2 of the eggs beginning to hatch, the beaks poking through, you could hear them chirping as we reported right here. Our KABC station in Los Angeles live on the air as they began to hatch.
There it is. There it is. Hey, we've got an eagle, ladies and gentlemen, an eaglet.
The eagle has landed.
Has just come out of the
egg. Get in position.
And just yesterday, the 3rd and final egg beginning to crack. So on this Friday night,
look at those little
the baby
balls.
eaglet watch continues, waiting for the 3rd and final eaglet to hatch. And we'll keep you posted. I'll see you a short time from now.
Thanks, buddy. Great story. Okay. Let's go to less fun stuff. Got some of that. Sadly, we have some of that. Storm season's really not even here yet. And spring's not for another 2 weeks. Things are already getting weird.
Don't be creepy.
It's not me, it's the weather. I'm not the one being weird. Let's go to Long Island. Long Island, where brush fires have prompted a state of emergency. Go ahead.
County as firefighters battle several brush fires burning across Long Island.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Moore. We begin with those multiple brush fires burning on the island's east end. Smoke can be seen for miles there. Governor Hochul has now declared a state of emergency in Suffolk County. Here's a look at the flames on the side of Sunrise Highway earlier today. Sunrise Highway east of exit 58 is closed amid a massive effort to contain the flames. You see firefighters pulling hoses from trucks parked along the shoulder there, with smoke spreading nearly as far as the eye can see. At least one firefighter was burned and taken to the hospital. Suffolk County Executive Ed Romaine says winds continue to fuel the fires.
They spread because of the wind. So it started in Center Mauritius, then to East Mauritius, then Eastport, and then West Hampton. And now the fire's heading towards Quogue.
There are no residents at this time that are in the line of fire, but we are monitoring that very closely from the air, and you will know by telephone, you will know by knocks on your door if that changes.
Still no word what sparked these fires. The National Guard is carrying out water drops as needed. As you heard, if evacuations are issued, residents will be made aware. Brookhaven Town Supervisor.
There we go. Long Island under threat from wildfires in the middle of March. Very, very strange stuff. Now, if you missed this story yesterday, I figured I'd leave this one in here because this is not good. As the climate continues to change, pollinators are under threat. Butterflies, bees. Let's talk about the fluttering butterfly.
Just the number is bad enough, but scientists say the timeline is shocking. The continental U.S. has lost 22% of its butterflies in just 20 years.
The trend is linear and downward. Butterflies have been declining for the last 20 years, and that decline is not stopping.
The team of scientists runs 35 monitoring programs across the U.S. The study's findings are based on more than 76,000 surveys. The decline is small annually, only about 1% a year, but it adds up.
If you imagine you went out to go watch butterflies in 2000 and you saw 100, and you went back to the same site in 2020, you'd probably only see 80 individuals.
Now, some regions have even bigger drops. The Southwest has lost more than half its butterflies. Climate change and drought are factors there. In the Midwest, insecticides are the problem. One of the reasons scientists are warning about the loss of butterflies is their role in pollination.
We often think about bees, but for example, butterflies contribute about $100 million a year to pollination of cotton just in Texas.
Now, the other issue is one scientists can't study. You can watch and count butterflies. Well, that's not possible with bees or flies or beetles, but this study's findings don't point to positive news for them.
All of the things that are harmful to butterflies are also harmful to these other species. So we have every reason to think that these declines are representative of other insect species.
Yeah, so it's not just the butterfly population, it's insects at large right now being affected by not just climate change, but also direct human intervention like pesticides. Fix the Nightbot? I didn't do anything tonight. What's wrong with Nightbot? What's wrong with Nightbot? Seems to be working okay. Or do you mean the ChatGPT thing? That's really Soul Life's domain, okay? I feel like you're blaming me for this. Alright. Let's talk about some other wildlife, if you will. Let's go to PBS NewsHour from 6 hours ago, talking about the mystery of sea turtles.
Finally tonight, a story about new insights into one of Earth's most ancient living creatures, sea turtles. Its tiny flippers churning sand, this newly hatched sea turtle heads toward the ocean, just as generations of its ancestors have done for more than 100 million years. Considered one of the oldest living species on Earth, it's been a mystery where baby sea turtles go after heading out to sea. It's known as their lost years.
Because we don't have that information, it's really hard for us to develop management plans and conservation measures to best protect these animals.
Kate Mansfield and the team of marine scientists she leads at the University of Central Florida are working to change that. The breakthrough...
You thought I did it? No, Soul Life added the chat bot to the thing. I just added all the regular commands. No. You know, I had nothing to do with that chat bot. Soul Life brought it in here of his own volition. I just added all the early commands. But yeah, it's been a group effort, making Nightbot do the things that Nightbot does.
University of Central Florida are working to change that. The breakthrough came after they attached specially sized geolocator devices to 114 wild sea turtle shells in the waters off the Gulf Coast.
This is a standard satellite tag for larger animals, and this is bigger than some baby hatchlings. So we needed something that was smaller. Here's one and here's the other. They're ideal candidates for something that can recharge over time and allow us to figure out their locations without hurting them.
For more than a decade, they tracked young sea turtles' whereabouts to better understand their migration patterns. The data Mansfield's team collected revealed that in just a few months, the turtles traveled more than 1,000 miles, swimming between relatively shallow waters closer to shore and the deep open ocean, a much wider area than scientists had previously thought.
We ended up realizing that these are animals that are actively swimming some of the time. And that means that they may not be passively drifting and entrained within an area that could be impacted by human activities like an oil spill.
Mansfield says the research will help federal agencies like the National Marine Fisheries Service protect endangered turtle species and their habitats.
Our long-held assumptions about these animals may not be 100% correct, in part because it's very hard to find them offshore. So we've improved the best available data on these animals. I would say that.
Wow. little tweak in turtle tracking has led to incredible discoveries about the teen years of sea turtles. Who knew they were doing so much? 1,000 miles, I think is what he said, or kilometers, something like that. Traveled in a short period of time by these little guys and gals. Is it PB's birthday now? Happy birthday, PB. I'll do a song for you later. Oh, this is a weird time for it to become your birthday. At 4 a.m.? Or where? What? Are you in Alaska? I thought you were on the West Coast. Did you set your clock ahead already? Because I don't think it's actually the time you think it is. I don't think it changes for like another hour, right? I'm so confused. I don't even know what's going on. Either way, happy birthday. Wait, it's ahead right now, right? Yeah. Spring forward. All right, let's move away from turtles, but not from the ocean, because the ocean has been wreaking havoc on the east coast of Australia, although the storm has now weakened after making landfall. The chaos that has ensued still causing problems. We got a 9 News Australia to start this all off.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Sylvia Jeffries, picking up our rolling coverage of Cyclone Alfred, now an ex-tropical cyclone. Many this morning, thankfully, breathing a sigh of relief that we have escaped the worst case scenario. But the message from authorities this morning is we are not yet in the clear. This is the situation, the very latest, as we join you this morning. Alfred is now a tropical low and it is very slow moving, approaching the mainland between Maroochydore and Bribie Island in the coming hours. It was around midnight when Alfred reached the offshore islands, became slow moving and weakened to a Category 1 storm. Now by 6 a.m. local time, it was downgraded to a tropical low. So what that means is the winds have eased off considerably, thankfully, but the category of a cyclone, of course, does not account for the rain. And the warning is for intense rainfall, which could still trigger dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding. Significant severe weather warnings and flood warnings remain in place, but today is likely to be the wettest day for southeast Queensland. It'll be a long day ahead, many still in the dark. 243,000 homes across southeast Queensland are without power. That is the biggest loss of power on record, and of course thousands more across northern New South Wales as well. Now, across the storm zone, those eased winds thankfully mean that damage to homes and buildings, other structures, is quite limited at this stage and as far as we're aware. Some huge trees, though, have come down. This one at Mermaid Beach at the Gold Coast. Quite a lot of those big oaks, those big pines rather, have come down along the foreshore of the Gold Coast. Now, in terms of northern New South Wales, anxiety is still very high in Lismore. The Wilsons River upstream has dropped, but all that rainfall that has fallen into Brisbane and is still falling over Brisbane is yet to move into the system.
Okay. Now, some places were hit harder than others, and so let's go through some of this. Let's go to Sky News now. This is from 18 hours ago.
Battered beaches, rough seas and powerful winds have pummeled the Gold Coast in southern Queensland. But it could have been worse. Australia was bracing for a rare cyclone in this part of the country. It hung off the coast for days. It's now been downgraded to a tropical low, bringing torrential rain.
We had a pretty windy night last night. You know, just heard the wind howling the whole time. We saw a few blue flashes in the distance, which we think were the power lines going down. Had our fence blow over and we lost power, so just a long night with just candles and board games, but you know, wasn't too bad. I feel like we were quite lucky that we didn't have any trees fall over.
People were ready for a massive storm. They'd been filling sandbags and stocking up. And now there's a sense of relief.
We're looking at all of the damage around and trying to do our best to help out. We've got some snap straps and some gear in the car to help out anyone who's looking for assistance, and just having a sticky beak at everything that we can.
The winds and rain brought down trees, hundreds of them, damaging homes, cars and cutting the electricity supply. More than 200,000 people have no power.
This emergency is not over, and it's not over for the following reasons. The rivers are full, the rain is continuing and expected to keep falling in the days ahead.
The economy will take a hit. Life has been on hold, waiting out the cyclone. Some boats didn't make it. There's property damaged up and down the coast, from Brisbane to Byron Bay. Australia is on the front line of climate change.
What are these pelicans
where floods
doing?
and fires
Just
happen
standing in a
frequently.
line?
And in
Like to
hard-hit
block the wind or
communities
something?
like Lismore in northern New South Wales,
So
resilience is wearing thin. Nicole Johnston, Sky News.
Okay. What we got next? This is also from 18 hours ago. More coverage of all of this. Al Jazeera English.
Huge waves pounded the beaches along the Gold Coast in southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. Heavy rainfall caused flooding, roads were submerged and strong winds brought down trees. 250,000 homes lost power.
This emergency is not over, and it's not over for the following reasons. The rivers are full, the rain is continuing and expected to keep falling in the days ahead, and wind conditions are very high and extreme, particularly on the coast.
Alfred was initially a Category 2 cyclone, but on Saturday morning, when it made landfall, it was downgraded to a tropical storm. However, the weakened weather system still brought widespread rainfall, and evacuation orders were issued for tens of thousands of people in low-lying regions.
At the moment, our crews are out tending to trees down, power lines down, working with the energy companies, where our focus is now turning to the floods, and that will continue over the next 2 or 3 days.
Winds of up to 100 kilometres per hour were recorded, and the swells caused extensive erosion along the Gold Coast. Beaches remain closed, with sand build-up as high as 6 metres inside.
Wow. We were trying to estimate how much erosion had been done. 18 feet, 6 meters. That is intense. Yeah, and if you're not aware, like, this used to be a slope, a gradual slope, a beach, a normal beach, not a sand cliff. So this is a huge amount of erosion. Huge. Just from this one storm. It's insane.
Places. Brisbane is not familiar with severe weather events like cyclones. The last one to hit this city was more than 50 years ago. But this time, the Bureau of Meteorology has told residents to expect widespread and ongoing rain over 48 hours. The Prime Minister says this was a rare weather event, but has warned the public not to be complacent. He also thanked emergency response teams.
They have. Okay. What else have we got? So yeah, 250,000, 250,000 people. I mean, not people, homes, not people. Probably way more than 250,000 without power. Tens of thousands evacuated due to flooding warnings in their areas. So BBC News, this is from 14 hours ago. Apparently at least one person has been found dead amidst the flood waters. And some number of first responders have also been injured in their, attempts at helping the public.
Now, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has spoken to his Australian counterpart, Anthony Albanese, this morning. He expressed support for Australians affected by Tropical Storm Alfred, which has been lashing the east coast. In northern New South Wales, a 61-year-old man's body was found after his four-wheel drive pickup truck was swept off a bridge into a river. And near the flood-prone New South Wales city of Lismore, 36 defence personnel were injured after an accident involving two military trucks. Storm Alfred has been felt in Queensland as well, where more than 295,000 households have been left without power. The state's premier has described it as the largest ever loss of power from a natural disaster in Queensland's history. And Brisbane, the most populated city in Queensland, has already shut down train, ferry and bus services. Authorities are still warning people to stay indoors. Our Australia correspondent Katie Watson has this report.
Get out. It wasn't the cyclone everyone was expecting, but this corner of Australia got pummeled all the same. Homes pulled apart, trees down. On Saturday, the wind remained strong and the rain came in. Where possible, repairs began.
You know the old saying, there's no use crying over spilt milk, you know? You just have to do what you can and on to the next. Yeah, can't change it, it's happened.
The body of a man who was washed away on Friday was also recovered, the victim of powerful floodwater in northern New South Wales.
For days, Australians here along the coast were bracing for the arrival of Cyclone Alfred. Now, it may have been downgraded, but you can see here the weather conditions are still pretty extreme.
This is usually a surfer's dream, golden sand and long open beaches. But the coast has been eaten away by the big waves. Cyclone Alfred was described by many as an unwanted dinner guest, but he never turned up, although authorities warned against complacency.
All right. Let's go here. This is from 7 hours ago, getting pretty close to the most current vid on all of this.
Around 315,000 homes and businesses across southeast Queensland are this morning still without power.
So for more, we're joined by Chris Graham from Energex in Brisbane. Morning to you, Chris. Look, this is no doubt, this is frustrating for the homeowners, the businesses, but for you too and your teams. What's the latest on these outages this morning?
Yeah, not the news any of us wanted, but last night we had an extra 80,000 customers impacted by that weather system that came through last night in the Energex area, and an additional 20,000 in the Ergon area around Toowoomba. So an extra 100,000 customers that were without power as a result of last night's tail end of that ex-tropical cyclone Alfred coming through.
Chris, the impact zone of this system has been huge. Which areas are most impacted?
Yeah, certainly the Gold Coast has been copping the brunt of it for the majority of this time. So they had around 119,000 customers off this morning still. But Brisbane North area, Brisbane Central, certainly copped a lot of it last night. I think Brisbane...
Yeah, and so that number of power outages went up by another 20%. And it's very strange, like she said, the other anchor said. It's been 50 years since a cyclone has hit the east coast of Australia. It's very strange. All right, this is the last one on all. This is from 4 hours ago. Tropical Cyclone Alfred is causing havoc.
Good morning.
Across
Thank you so much
southeast
for joining us. Wow, it was a wild night for so many people in southeast Queensland, especially we've got special coverage this morning of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred and what it is doing.
Yeah, as we go to air, the tropical low is still wreaking havoc, lashing southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales with damaging winds and heavy rain.
And more than 300,000 homes are now without power. That is an amazing, staggering amount of people, isn't it? Emergency services are braced and ready for the growing threat of floods. Our team of reporters has every key location covered this morning. Shervo is on the Gold Coast leading our coverage. Shervo, what are conditions like there?
My goodness, I didn't think it would get worse, and I think this is what we were talking about yesterday, where we were being lured into a false sense of security in regards to the downgrading of Cyclone Alfred to an ex-cyclone, a tropical low. Well, essentially, call it what you will, over the last 24 hours, the wind conditions have been enormous. The rain has continued to fall, and that's only going to continue as well. That rain just keeps coming and coming and coming. Now, we know one thing, that the storm alerts, well, they were downgraded to watch and act, but the flood emergencies, there are flood emergency alerts all up and down both southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales, and that's from minor flooding to major flooding. Let's go to Georgia Chumley right now. Georgie, just take us through where you are, because the conditions, I didn't think it could get worse. I tell you what, the last 24 hours has been intense.
All right. Well, it seems like the worst of it was averted. You know, there was a great deal of concern around this storm, but as of a few hours ago, you know, there was one person who died, and that's not good. But, you know, the amount of damage that was done here seems to be pretty minimal. Although the beaches are utterly decimated right now. That's going to be quite a cleanup job. probably import sand from somewhere else. Something we see all over the place on the east coast of the United States. But not normal for that beach, I don't think. Alright, let's go to space. Talk some space news here. If you missed this one yesterday, I figured I'd throw this one in here. Here's the SpaceX launch from 2 days ago.
A SpaceX launch sent debris flying over parts of Florida and the Caribbean last night. SpaceX launched the Starship rocket from Boca Chica, Texas, but it lost contact within minutes into the flight, causing the spacecraft to fall apart, scattering flaming pieces of the vessel across the sky. SpaceX officials confirmed the incident and issued a statement, which said a rapid, unscheduled disassembly
some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
Initially, it had
I love
this
that.
beautiful big they call it a jellyfish umbrella, where the sun reflects off the exhaust fumes.
A beautiful jellyfish, which turned into a beautiful one-man-caused disaster. That's what your taxpayer dollars are going to, people. Paying for this stuff. Of course, Elon Musk has received billions and billions and billions of dollars in subsidies, payments from the US government, and through NASA. An institution which he wants to destroy. We're actually going to talk about that a little bit. But before we get to that, figured we go here. Talk about this plan, which is coming up soon. Although I guess I could do it in reverse order. Nah, whatever. Let's do this. Because after 9 months of being in space, Suni Williams and Butch Cassidy, I think is his last name. I always forget. Are going to be coming back home after 9 long months in space. Here's ABC News from 15 hours ago.
SpaceX is already looking ahead to its next mission just days after that huge rocket explosion over the Bahamas. The company's Starship rocket, with no astronauts on board, blowing up just minutes after launch in Texas, sending debris raining back down to Earth. People could see the debris burning up in the sky as far as Florida and the Bahamas. I mean, look at that. Unbelievable. And just days from now, the company is set to launch the Crew 10.
I wonder if I were Suni Williams and Butch Cassidy or whatever, I would be looking out the window going, oh God, is that going to be us in like a week? What's happening?
I mean, look at that. Unbelievable. And just days from now, the company is set to launch the Crew 10 mission, sending 2 NASA astronauts as well as 2 international crew members to the International Space Station. This is the ship that will finally bring home, actually, the other ship that's on there already on the ISS. That's going to bring astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore back. They've been on the station for 9 months
Butch
because of insurmountable issues with their Boeing Starliner return capsule. You remember that months back. For more on all of this, there's a lot to digest when it comes to space. So we need an astronaut to figure it out. Former NASA astronaut Charles Camarda, thank you so much for joining us here on ABC News Live, sir.
Okay, great. Well, you go. That, I feel like that certainty factor's come down. Be a little concerned if I were one of the astronauts right now, supposed to come back on a SpaceX flight after watching all of that. Finally is the operative word, though. It is true. It's been a very, very long time. We've been covering it since they left the planet. Like we literally, we hear, that's one great thing about the Galactic News Network, is that we do cover all space news. So with things like this, we've been covering it from day one. I don't know, you can just go back 9 months ago, start watching all of the space news, and you get sort of a pretty good understanding of this whole situation from beginning to end. That is our promise to you, space fams. Now, let's talk about NASA and the ISS, 2 things that Elon Musk has been suggesting should just be done away with entirely. And since it's International Women's Day, I figured we would celebrate talking about Suni Williams, who is one of the astronauts who will be coming back, who has made some number of historic, what do you call it, achievements in her space career. But let's hear what she had to say about Elon Musk's desire to end the International Space Station and NASA.
More finally at home. At a press conference ahead of her return, Williams pushed back against Elon Musk's suggestion that the ISS should be retired before 2030. She said, and I quote, "This place is ticking. It's just really amazing. So I would say we are actually in our prime right now. I would think that right now is probably not the right time to say quit, call it quits." Williams emphasized that the ISS is still conducting important scientific research and remains vital for space exploration.
Okay. There we go. That was Sunita Williams' quote saying that actually the ISS is really great, doing amazing work, ticking away in space, doing what it was intended to do. Multilateral international effort to explore space together as humanity. The last part was a StreamLord editorial. But yeah, you heard it there from the Indian Express. Alright, now let's go to CBS Evening News from a few weeks ago, where astronaut Suni Williams reacted to her spacewalk record and extended stay in orbit. But yeah, if you didn't know, Suni Williams, NASA astronaut, recently broke the world record for longest amount. What's the word? That's not how the actual record's written down. What is it? It's the longest time spent spacewalking for women. Something I think we should recognize here at the Galactic News Network on International Women's Day.
Come on! Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Ready for the event.
Wonderful. It's great to see you, Commander Williams. You just set a record for spacewalks. What was that like to be the woman who has walked more hours in space than any other?
You know, it's all sort of a matter of happenstance. I was really lucky to be in the astronaut corps when we were building this amazing International Space Station and had the opportunity to do a number of construction spacewalks. And then, you know, coming up here this time, it was not the plan, but we were ready. You know, Butch and I prepared and we're fully up, ready to do anything for the ISS. So it was maybe good fortune that we got to do it, and a couple of the spacewalks were some pretty critical things, and we were able to get it done.
For those of us stuck here on Earth who will never walk in space, can you tell us what it's like? Is it ever something that you forget you're out floating in the middle of space while you're doing it?
So yeah, it's a surreal experience. I'll say that, and you know, there's a lot that goes.
She has another record. Oh god, longest time being stranded in space for a woman. Yeah, I think she do records. She is truly a trailblazer. Okay, it just proves to you just how much of a trailblazer she is.
Into it, you know, the spacesuits are just amazing. I hug mine every time I come back in because it keeps us alive. It's our own little spacecraft. You know, when you open the hatch and you go outside, of course, how could you not be a little bit nervous? I'm always a little bit nervous, but you know, there's a task at hand that you're going to get on it and get going. So, you know, I think you put that little bit nervousness aside and just go out and do what you've trained to do. But then again, you look outside and you see the Earth all of a sudden right outside your visor, and you can't forget where you are, and it's just an amazing experience.
We noticed that on the spacesuit, which you said you hug when you come back in, that it says "believe." What does that mean for you?
There's a lot to that, right? You know, that sign comes from a TV show, which maybe you know.
1, 2, 3,
And that show is like just a lot of good anecdotes about leadership and teamwork. And I think it also, of course, you know, we can get this stuff done, and just got to believe.
There we go. Little celebration of women in space on International Women's Day here, where I'm sure you expected nothing less. Okay. Well, you heard Suni Williams' take on Elon Musk's plan to dismantle the ISS for space parts. And talked about her record-breaking time in space, as well as literally walking in space. 90 likes, my God. Great job, chat. Let's go to the Galactic Cantina. Get us another emotional support character. And end space talk here. The Associated Press from 17 hours ago. Watch as the moon will turn red during a total lunar eclipse in March.
What?
Oh yes, it's coming. Yeah! It is a gumming.
Depending on where you are on the planet, on the night of March 13th or March 14th, we are having a total lunar eclipse, which means that the sun, the earth, and the moon will be aligned. The moon will pass into the shadow of the earth and turn a deep red-orange color. It's only when it starts to enter the darkest part of the shadow that you really start to see what looks like these bites that are getting taken out of it. A total lunar eclipse is an extremely easy thing to watch. You don't need any aid to your eye. The most important thing that you need is an unobstructed view of the sky. This is still like a really beautiful and inspiring thing to go outside and look at.
There you go. Will be happening later this month when the moon is completely full.
Democracy depends on a free.
Gonna be 5 days. 5 days from now. 4 hours 20. 4 days 22 hours. At least I think that's right. All right. Where are we at on time? Okay, cool. Well, let's get into Earth news then. Start off with one great woman, Amy Goodman. Here's Democracy Now! From a day ago. Let's start in Latin America. Talk about the state of Nicaragua at this moment.
Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to Nicaragua, which is withdrawn from the United Nations Human Rights Council following a report last month that urged the international community to address human rights violations by President Daniel Ortega's government. This is the Commission's chair, John Michael Simon.
Serious human rights violations have been and continue to be committed in Nicaragua, requiring urgent global action. Excellencies, since April 2018, President Daniel Ortega and Vice President Rosario Murillo have implemented a repressive strategy to ensure absolute control of the state.
absoluto del Estado.
It marks 40 years since the release of the 1985 fact-finding report Contra Terror in Nicaragua, which laid out how U.S. policy attempted to destabilize Nicaragua through a campaign of terror directed at its people by funding the Contras. President Ronald Reagan described the Contras at the time as, quote, the moral equal of our founding fathers, sending millions of dollars in funding to the Contras. The testimony of the victims of Contra attacks in the 1985 fact-finding report made it to the front page of the New York Times and exposed the policy of torture, murder, rape, kidnapping, and violence used by the Contras. We're joined now by the author of that report, veteran war crimes prosecutor Reed Brody, who quit his job at the New York State Attorney General's office at the time, spending months traveling through the war zones of Nicaragua collecting people's stories. Reed Brody was recently appointed to the UN Commission investigating contemporary abuses in Nicaragua, which presented their findings last week at the UN Human Rights Council.
Nicaragua has become a place of surveillance and enforced silence
Illegal.
For those who remain, while those who dare to resist or who are merely suspected of doing so face a life of statelessness and exile.
Reed, thanks so much for being with us today. Talk about your presentation last week at the UN Human Rights Council, just in the days before Nicaragua left the council.
So 40 years after my report on terror by the Contras, the anti-Sandinista Contras in Nicaragua, I was appointed to a UN commission looking at abuses in contemporary Nicaragua. And unfortunately, what we found is that the government of Daniel Ortega and his wife, Rosario Murillo, have step by step eliminated all checks and balances on their power. Today in Nicaragua, there are no independent voices. There is no independent press. All of the NGOs have had to leave the country. 453 Nicaraguans have had their citizenships taken away, former Sandinista commanders, the former vice president, human rights activists, former presidential candidates. Nicaragua has become a country of enforced silence and surveillance for those who stay in the country. And while those who dare to speak out face a life of exile and denationalization.
Let's talk about how this happened. I want you to go back in time, especially for young people, to understand how momentous it was for the Sandinistas to take over. And you did this stunning report 40 years ago today about the violence of the Contras. Talk about what came next, the rise of Daniel Ortega, hailed as finally democracy in Nicaragua.
Right. So 40 years ago, I went to Nicaragua. Like many people of our generation, we were excited by the Sandinista Revolution, which had overthrown decades of U.S.-backed family dictatorship under the Somozas. And I went to Nicaragua with a colleague from the Attorney General's office whose brother was a parish priest in a little village in Nicaragua. And in that village, I came face to face with people who saying, you know, the Contras, this U.S.-backed, that the U.S. had armed and financed remnants of Somoza's National Guard to fight against, to try to undermine the Sandinista Revolution, which had begun literacy programs, health care for the poor, doctors in rural areas. But the U.S. was funding these Contras who were destroying all of that. And in this little village, I came face to face with victims of those attacks who said, you have to go back and do something. You have to tell American people what's going on here. And so I came back to New York. I quit my job at the New York State Attorney General's office, and I returned to Nicaragua and spent 5 months crisscrossing the the war zones of Nicaragua and taking hundreds of testimonies and put those testimonies together in a report. And I came back to Washington just as Ronald Reagan was seeking assistance to the Contras and calling them the moral equals of our founding fathers. And my report detailed with these widespread atrocities, rapes, murders, burning of schools and hospitals.
Illegal.
It concentrated enough minds in a divided Congress to deny assistance to the Contras. I was attacked by President Reagan as a Sandinista sympathizer, but my report was used by the Nicaraguan government also in its historic case against the United States that condemned at the International Court of Justice American assistance and American aggression against Nicaragua.
So we only have 3 minutes, and you have exposed so much back then and also today. Particular part of the report that has been so important to so many was what happened in 2018. And talk about the co-presidents today.
So, the Sandinistas lost the election in 1990. Daniel Ortega then started purging the Sandinista party, kept trying for running for president. Finally, in 2007, he became president again and began to dismantle all the checks and balances on society. His wife, Rosario Murillo, became co-president. It should be noted that Rosario's daughter, Zoila America Narvaez.
Yeah, and they've basically established a family dictatorship in Nicaragua now, repressing the people. Really disappointing sort of long-term development that's been going on in Nicaragua. And he's been there in power for like nearly 20 years. And really, you can, in some ways, probably blame the United States for, I don't know what percentage of all that, but a big percentage. Okay. Let's go on to a different place that speaks Spanish, but it's across the ocean. In Madrid, España. It is International Women's Day. Well, technically still for a little bit. But we're going to keep celebrating it for the whole stream. Don't you worry. Although, wait, at 5 o'clock, when does it turn back to daylight? I always forget. Daylight savings time is so stupid. Either way, I'm going to keep doing it. Let's go to Spain, see the Women's Day march that happened there. Here's Reuters from 12 hours ago. Thousands took to the street of Madrid on International Women's Day despite heavy rain. Look at all the drums. The protesters voiced concerns over far-right policies that they say are undermining human rights.
It is important to protest because we are going through a severe human rights decline internationally. Everything that is happening in Palestine, everything that is happening in the South, in Argentina, where LGBTQ and abortion rights are jeopardized. This is a key moment. We have to defend with our bodies all of those rights that took 30, 40, 50 years to obtain. We have to stay strong so the far right does not withdraw all those basic rights to have a dignified life.
Una vida digna.
Well, there you go. Women in Spain marching and protesting, celebrating, and also speaking out. I think that's usually referred to as good trouble. Getting out there, doing what needs to be done. Although, I don't know, it's really trouble. But really just, you know, it's exactly the sort of thing we should be looking at on International Women's Day. Talking about this, if not going out to these protests ourselves, to these marches, in solidarity, wherever possible, like here in Paris. Let's go to France, where women gathered to celebrate and protest simultaneously on International Women's Day 2025.
Well, thousands have been taking to the streets in Paris today to mark the occasion of International Women's Day, and covering that for us is France 24's Shirley Sitbon. Shirley, what are the main issues you're hearing from the women at the march today? I mean, what's brought them out onto the streets?
Well, mainly the things you've talked about, for example, salary gaps between men and women for similar jobs, and also the fact that many women don't get decision-making positions in their companies. So yes, that's one of the many battles, but also the feeling of being insecure and the reality of being insecure, because as you've just said, there's a lot of violence and femicide across the world, and also here in France. We've seen quite a few mothers coming here with their sons and daughters, but mainly sons, and some of them told us that they want to explain to their young children what equality is all about, the fact that they should always be not just kind, but fair and share everything they have with women. And they said that that's when it happens. It's when children are 10, 13. We've seen many young boys here with their mothers. Also, these past is the last time we've marched the Women's March. There was the Pelico case, was such an important and historic trial. This man who drugged and raped his wife, Giselle Pelico, with 50 other men, and so she became a national hero, and even an international hero for women fighting for justice and against violence. That's a crucial idea. Also, the fight to keep access to abortion, when in many countries this has become more difficult for women, and also thinking about women across the world who have seen their rights stripped away from them. So yes, we're keeping that in mind as well here in the protest.
There you go, women across the world protesting and celebrating on Women's Day, internationally speaking. Got a couple of more of these in here. Let's go here and discuss more about what International Women's Day means. Some random YouTube channel from 4 years ago with perhaps an answer.
Every year on the 8th of March, International Women's Day is celebrated across the globe. It's a day to recognise female achievement and a call to action, encouraging everyone to stand up for women's rights and gender equality. Gender equality means no matter your gender, you're granted the same rights, privileges, and access to opportunities as everyone else. You may be thinking, why is this day so important? Throughout history, women have had to fight for the freedom and rights we enjoy today. 150 years ago, women couldn't vote, stand in parliament, receive proper medical attention, own property, access fair legal support, get paid the same as men, visit the same public areas as men, get a proper education. The list goes on. 150 years ago, people lived in a very different world to what we know now. So how did things change? Someone didn't snap their fingers and then bam, women had all the rights. Change occurred gradually through the tireless efforts of brave women and men fighting together for what is right. Let's rewind. In the late 19th century, the fight for women's suffrage began gaining momentum. Suffrage means the right to vote, and at this time, only men could do so. This meant that all the political decisions were decided by men, including those that only affected women. As time passed, some women grew increasingly frustrated by the lack of progress and failed attempts to achieve suffrage. One of these women was Emmeline Pankhurst, who responded by forming the Women's Social and Political Union in 1903, which encouraged a strong...
Now, just to be clear, this is the story of women's suffrage in the UK. If you hadn't picked up on that yet.
Social and political union in 1903, which encouraged a stronger kind of activism. This led to years of protests, rallies, and strikes, with women being arrested, jailed, injured, and some even losing their lives in the fight for suffrage. When the First World War was declared in 1914, suffragettes shifted their campaign to encourage women's involvement in the war effort. The devastation of war brought the nation together in support of one another, and attitudes began to change. Women took on responsibilities and jobs that they were previously excluded from, like working as mechanics and drivers. In 1918, the Representation of the People Bill was passed, giving women the right to vote. However, it was only some women of a certain age and circumstance. It wasn't until 1928 that all women over 21 were finally allowed to vote. The right to vote is instrumental in creating a society that is fair and just. Imagine if all the UK were one gigantic football team. Half of the team can play exactly as they are, while the other is blindfolded. The team probably isn't going to do so great. The same goes for a society. If everyone has the same rights and freedoms, a society can grow and develop in a way that benefits everyone. Once women were able to vote, the ball began rolling on other rights, like political representation, access to greater opportunities, fairer pay, and working rights. As you can see, change takes time. It wasn't until 1979 that Britain had its first female Prime Minister, which was 76 years after Emmeline Pankhurst first established the Women's Social and Political Union.
Arguably the greatest work of
So what
non-fiction
does
of the 20th
gender equality
century.
look like today? We are fortunate to live in a time and place where incredible opportunities are in abundance. Everyone can get an education, access healthcare, get a job, and speak their minds.
Although there's work still to be done to maintain these freedoms and to bolster these freedoms for everyone. Varies by country. Alright, let's see what the UN did on International Women's Day, where they marked it. Here, Reuters from yesterday.
And let us build a world where the rights of every woman and girl is guaranteed. A world where equality is not an aspiration but a reality. And where women and girls are fully empowered. And empowered to build their own futures. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. And you're right, gender equality requires mobilization from government and civil society, so this journey is far from over. Much is required to get done, and we're all going to get it done. We are thrilled to share with you just one example of the power of the global women's movement over the decades. This past year, right here in New York City, a new musical called Suffs played out on Broadway to audiences from all over the world. And the show tells the story of the American, yes. And the show tells the story of the American suffragists, or SUFs as they called themselves, reminding us of what the collaborative resilience, persistence, and bravery can do. And throughout this morning, we're going to see examples, but first, it is my honor to introduce you to the two-time Tony Award-winning creator of SUFs, the musical, Shana Taub, before she brings out the cast to sing the song called The March. So please welcome her.
Hello, happy International Women's Day!
Wow, there we go. There's some energy
I'm
from
honored
the
to
theater
stand
person.
here today and grateful we can kick off this celebration with a song. I grew up in a tiny mountain town in Vermont. Every Hanukkah, my mom gave me a broad.
I like how it started first with that one guy who seemed to be basically trying to put us to sleep, to the next person, that woman who was kind of bringing a bit more energy than he was, and then blam, she comes out here and just, hello everybody.
Hey. I'm honored to stand here today and grateful we can kick off this celebration with a song. I grew up in a tiny mountain town in Vermont. Every Hanukkah, my mom gave me a Broadway cast album. They cracked my world wide open. At my public high school, I eagerly participated in every production. Musicals like Cabaret, Hair, and Ragtime became my gateway to the past. But women's history was largely missing from the musical theater canon and from my classroom. Cut to 10 years ago, my friend and Stuff's producer, Rachel Sussman, asked what I knew about the American women's suffrage movement. Sheepishly, I realized all I knew was that Susan B. Anthony had her face on a coin. Rachel handed me Jailed for Women, a first-hand account of the struggle, and suggested it could be a musical. I stayed up all night reading the electrifying story of how women pioneered large-scale protests, were violently imprisoned, yet persisted for decades. How they made tough choices about work, marriage, and motherhood. How they shared a goal, but had widely different ideas about how to achieve it. Most of all, the stuff reminded me of my friends. Loud, stubborn, complicated, intense women who find joy in taking on hard challenges together. At 4 a.m., I emailed Rachel saying, yes, we have to do this. I wanted to lift the Suffs out of dusty footnotes and bring them alive. I wanted to try to write the kind of musical that would have made me feel seen as a little girl. It took 10 years of perseverance and teamwork to turn this idea into a Broadway musical. And soon, schools worldwide will be able to put the show on themselves. And our original production will be on public access television. I hope girls everywhere can see themselves represented by it and realize there's a place for them in the spotlight too.
Yeah. Let's see a little piece of this.
I'm proud to introduce the original cast of Suffs.
Everybody here and cry. We're the man to be heard. We're the man to be heard. We're the man to be seen. We're the man to be seen. We're the man important and nothing in between. Nothing. We're the man to be heard. We're the man to be heard. We're the man to be known. I never felt so alive before. I feel a part of something. We demand to be seen. We demand to be heard. I want my mother to know I was here. I want my sisters to know I was here. I want my great-grand. My students to know I was here. I was here. We to be heard. We demand to be seen. We demand equality. It means to be heard. To be known. To be
There you go, little music, little culture, little theater. Exclusive Galactic. Alright, it's not really exclusive, it's on Reuters. The whole thing. Oh, well, not the whole thing of that, but like the whole UN celebration of International Women's Day. There you go, a little excerpt from a Broadway musical by the name of Suffs, celebrating the suffrage movement. Hope you enjoyed that. Alright. Now let's go to the UK, where we just were moments ago. But this is now leaving the discussion of International Women's Day. Let's talk about something that happened on one of UK's monuments earlier on Saturday. Say Associated Press from 18 hours ago. We got a little bit more footage of this. Here's The Guardian from 14 hours ago. A protester carrying a Palestinian flag scaled Westminster Palace. Protester posted footage of his climb on social media. One clip showed security guards watching him from the ground.
We're being imprisoned for peaceful protest, civil disobedience. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
The area was cordoned off by emergency services. We saw this earlier too. We watched this at the beginning of the stream, but this was at Trump's golf course in Scotland. The Turnberry. Alright. It's true. Gaza's not for sale. Alright, now let's quickly talk about something involving peoples in the Middle East, but not Gaza or Palestine. And it's not even about, it's not even about the country. It's not about Syria. It's about Austria and what they're doing to Syrians. Or potentially going to do to Syrians. Here's France 24 from 22 hours ago. Quote, "They don't want us," unquote. Syrians in Austria face uncertainty as policies tighten.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Originally from Aleppo, Mohammed moved to Austria 10 years ago, and he now works in the building trade and lives with his wife and 2 children. But his peaceful daily life was turned upside down when this letter arrived 2 months ago, informing him his refugee status is being revoked.
I've been living in Austria for 10 years, and I haven't had any problems, not even a traffic offense. Why have they sent me this letter? My family is scared. It's true that Assad is gone, but today Syria is 80% destroyed.
Like Mohammed, nearly 3,000 Syrians received this letter. Following the fall of Bashar al-Assad, Austria's Interior Ministry launched a deportation plan, which some asylum experts say is a hasty move.
These procedures currently have little chance of succeeding, as we don't yet have the necessary information on the situation in Syria. The Home Secretary's announcement can be described as populist.
The program has unsettled the Syrian community, which already feels stigmatized after a terrorist attack mid-February by a Syrian national fueled and
It's the kind of populism I truly hate. You know, sort of populism that ignores or, in fact, targets the minorities. Not a good vibe. Especially with the most recent developments in Syria, which we've been covering. And we'll be talking about later when we actually get to Syria. But since we were in Europe, I was going to go, as I always do, from west to east. All right, let's go from Austria now to Ukraine. Talk about the most recent developments there. Here's ABC News from yesterday. If you missed this, this was Donald Trump in the Oval Office talking about... and this was actually in the wake of Donald Trump saying that he was going to sanction... and this was in the wake of Donald Trump's tweet, or truth? It was a truth, not a tweet. He truthed out, I think the same day that he was considering doing sanctions on Russia for having bombarded and continued an upscaled bombardment in Ukraine throughout this peace discussion. It's been supposedly happening. Let's go here now to ABC News from yesterday and talk about what he had to say regarding what Putin's been doing in Ukraine.
I think both parties want to settle. I think if I wasn't president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers. Do you agree, Peter?
It's a lot of soldiers on both sides. I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do.
Anybody else would do it. Very normal.
I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now.
Very normal to be increasing attacks during ceasefire talks. Very, very normal. Even though I said I would sanction them for this, it's actually very normal, and that's why I'm sanctioning them. It makes perfect sense when you think about it. Let's talk about some of those strikes that have been going on. Here's Channel 4 News from yesterday. Ukraine war. Mass Russian drone and missile attacks target energy infrastructure.
President Trump's latest pressure tactic on Ukraine this week was to withdraw US intelligence sharing, a move that makes it easier for Russia to exert its own kind of pressure. A mass drone and missile attack targeting Ukraine's gas infrastructure across the country. In Kharkiv, Valentina, displaced from the frontline town of Kupiansk, is doing her best to clear up, the front line having crashed through her window.
I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do or what to say. Thank God the weather's nice, it's warm. I'm 81 years old. It should have just killed me and it would all be over.
Terrible.
Ukraine says it shot down 34 missiles and 100 drones, about half of what Russia had launched.
The Ukrainians do have options of their own for detecting incoming missiles, but of course having early warning of the launch and ideally and a good understanding of roughly what time from what direction a threat is likely to appear will generally significantly improve the effectiveness of any given air defense system.
US intelligence also vital on the front lines. In the last 3 days, reports of major Russian advances in Kursk, Ukrainian troops said to be almost encircled inside Russian territory. But from the White House this morning, displeasure at this turn of events. President Trump turning, rhetorically at least, on Russia. On his Truth Social site, Trump accused Russia of absolutely pounding Ukraine, and that he was strongly...
Here it is. Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale capital banking, capital sanctions, also sanctions, just regular old sanctions, and capital tariffs on Russia until a capital cease capital fire, and all caps, final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine. Get back to the table right now before it's too late. Thank you very much, President of the World, Donald Trump, from my own personal social media company, Truth Central. The very best social media on the planet. Alright, let's go here to Associated Press from 21 hours footage of the aftermath of Russian strikes in Ukraine. Which have not just targeted energy infrastructure, they've also been hitting apartment buildings, which is what I assume this is we're looking at. Doesn't look like a power plant to me. Pounding, yes. I don't know why I don't know why pounding is in quotes. Makes it weird.
Don't be creepy.
Phrasing.
Master Elocutor Donald Trump.
Now, there's been another wave of Russian air attacks on Ukraine overnight, with at least 14 people killed. Most died in attacks on a town, Dobropilya, in the Donetsk region. Another 3 died in drone attacks in the Kharkiv region. These attacks came hours after the United States confirmed that it had limited Ukraine's access to commercial satellite imagery, as well as pausing military and intelligence aid. Well, airstrikes across Ukraine have intensified in the past week, and they coincide with the United States increasing pressure on President Zelensky to sign a peace deal with Russia by denying Ukraine access to those commercial satellite images. Pictures taken by the US firm Maga are no longer available to Kyiv. They were used to track Russian troop movements and assess damage from airstrikes. Washington had already cut off military aid and intelligence sharing. The United States is due to hold direct talks with Ukraine in Saudi Arabia next week on ending the war that followed Russia's full-scale invasion. Well, our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse has this update.
It was a night where we saw widespread Russian drone attacks, as Ukraine often does see, and it's an eastern town called Dobropilya, which you've seen there, where residential buildings were struck by several drones, it seems. At least 12 people have been killed, we understand.
Yeah. More civilians dying in these Russian attacks on Ukraine. As Donald Trump sidles up with Vladimir Putin even more. Getting very cozy over there. And those numbers have increased to 20 as of 9 hours ago. Here's Global News, the latest report on all of this before we switch topics. I might take a break now and then do the rest of it in the second half, in the fourth half. Just because. Just feel like breaking things up. I'm also starving right now, and I need to put food in my stomach. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, global news.
Russia is pushing ahead with its large-scale airstrikes on Ukraine. At least 20 people were killed and dozens injured in missile and drone strikes overnight. Ukrainian officials say 11 people, including children, were killed in an attack in the eastern Donetsk region. 9 more were killed in attacks on several frontline towns and in the northeastern region of Kharkiv. The assaults took place just 24 hours after Russia hit Ukrainian energy facilities with dozens of missiles and drones. This recent wave of Russian strikes comes ahead of plans for Ukraine and the US to hold peace talks next week, following a pause on military aid and intelligence sharing between the two countries.
Люди у нас погибли. 2 женщина от 3-й квартиры и 4.
Sorry, missed the subtitles. People have died here. My neighbor from apartment number 3. And someone in the 4th block. It's horrible. It's very scary. Has anybody hurt? No, physically no one's hurt. There are people who need psychological assistance because they are in shock. What about children? Thank God all the children are fine. Okay. Multiple areas being struck across the Ukraine region. From east to all the way to central Ukraine.
Russia is pushing ahead with its large-scale airstrikes on Ukraine.
What are you doing? What is happening?
At least 20 people were killed and dozens injured in missile and drone strikes overnight. Ukrainian officials say 11 people.
Why are you doing this? What is happening? Why does this randomly happen? It just replays or like plays a second video, like complete nowhere. I don't know where it's even coming from. Like you hear it, like it's out of control. I have no idea what's going on. I've already paused the video, and yet it's just I have to like mute it from the top.
Military aid.
Oh my god, this is so annoying. Why have you done this to me? Perfect time to take a break, I guess. Hopefully that'll be resolved by the time we're done with that break. Alright, unexpected early break. Still gonna have another half of news. Got Syria to talk about, and we're gonna deep dive on the general power competition happening in the world right now, as well as US-China relations and some other things. So, just feels like a good time to take a break, as I need to put some food in my stomach. Hopefully I can make food fast enough. Anyway, do remember, we are completely funded by viewers like you. And don't forget to like the stream and subscribe. Do all those things while I cook myself food. Pretty please. Oh god. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Alright. I haven't eaten food yet, but I did at least make it. Hopefully be cold enough to start eating soon. Okay. Oh, I have to do a birthday song. PB. Which one do you want? You know there's two of them. I'll give you the options as I'm just trying to collect myself right now. We can either do Maryland, which is the classic, or we can do Bambi Thug, which is the sort of modern birthday take around here. Nothing if not consistent. Are you going to pick, or do I have to pick? You choose, I don't know. Well, since we already did one, I'm going to do the other. It'd be weird to do two of the same day. That's too much.
That's too much, man! this motherfucker.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. What?
What you talking about?
Piss.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go, PB. Celebrate it with a party. It's your birthday.
This motherfucking birthday.
It's your birthday, and you deserve a party. Hopefully that little galactic party was at least enough to get it all started for you. You got the whole day to celebrate it now. Alright. Back to the news. We're gonna pick things back up in Israel to begin with, as protesters once again came out into the streets last night and protested for the release of hostages, claiming that Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason that they are not back. Wait, what's happening? Is there no sound? Oh, right. The first part of it is there's subtitles, and then there's actual, somebody says something at the end. All right, relatives of hostages being held in Gaza met in Tel Aviv on Saturday to call for their release. The first phase of the ceasefire ended last weekend, but talks on the second phase have stalled. Renewing the... Whoa. Wait. Oh, I know why there's no sound. I was like, dude, what the hell is going on?
What we did see in the last few days.
Oh my God, this is still going on?
Regime loyalists
oh
who
my
killed
God.
members from the Syrian army.
Son of a...
Of course, we need...
Why?
There is the criminal loyalist thugs and criminals on one side. But also we have our governmental elements in the Syrian armies. Innocent people and inhabitants of the coastal areas.
I forgot about this. I totally forgot. I totally forgot
side.
about this.
We need to be careful
Unbelievable.
here, please. We need all the effort. You asked me about what can we do. We need...
Alright, alright. There we go. That was super annoying. I had to close out my browser and reopen a bunch of windows just now. Very frustrating. But everything is fine. We're technically not even really on the fourth half yet. Right? Fourth. Well, technically we are, but whatever. We're not even past 6 hours yet. So, yeah, let's just keep this moving. Go back to Israel, see if we can't make this happen. We already talked the first part of it. So we don't need to redo that. Do we have sound? I assume we have sound now, right? Renewing the war is contrary to Israel's interests, but renewing the war serves Benjamin Netanyahu's interests. Because as long as there is war, Netanyahu can delay his corruption trial. As long as there is war, no state investigation committee will be established. As long as there is war, Netanyahu has a stable government.
Netanyahu's interests are not the interests of the state of Israel or its people. The vast majority of the Israeli public wants all remaining hostages to be returned home immediately, and they are willing to pay the price for that.
There you go. Protesters blaming Benjamin Netanyahu once again for the continuation of this war. They see it as being a political pawn for him, essentially a way in which for him to stay in power out of court for that corruption trial, which we talked about earlier this year, which, I mean, has been on delay for now many months. Keeps being delayed. So long as he's waging this horrifying assault on Palestinians, then you'll be able to stay and continue this horrifying limbo, purgatory for everyone. Alright, now let's go to Syria, where things have been devolving rather quickly in a way I'm not a huge fan of. Let's start this off with France 24 English from a day ago. According to them, clashes in Syria have killed more than 200 people, leading al-Shara, the new leader, interim prime president, I guess, of Syria, to urge Alawites to surrender.
Now, if we look at the image of Syria and what is happening right now, we could see, and I could tell that by speaking with people yesterday. There were many manifestations in different cities in Syria and here in Damascus as well. That they are trying and they are demanding from the new governments and from new authorities to establish control and the security, fearing that what happened and the clashes that happened yesterday, that will happen in other parts of Syria as well. This is a constant fear that we can see everywhere. There is also an intensification of a military presence here in Syria and in Damascus as well. And with everything happening in Syria right now, creating a legal framework and drafting a constitution is really an urgent necessity for all of Syrians in this transitional phase. The real question is whether the new government will be able to establish control over Syrian territory and respect civilians while maintaining Syria's unity.
Yeah, and there's been some, accusations that non-combatant Alawite civilians are being
all the effort. You asked me about what can we do.
Being attacked indiscriminately right now. Excuse me, sorry. That's also not where I want to start this. This is way in the middle of it. I don't know why we're here. But one thing I definitely don't want to see is this devolve into another civil war. or for there to be ethnic cleansing. Alawite Christians are, of course, a ethnic minority, but were, I mean, Bashar al-Assad was, or not, was it Bashar al-Assad? Or was it the other guy who was Alawite? Oh god, my brain just broke. I cannot remember now. Either way, I do not want to see this turn into an ethnic cleansing of any kind. That would be bad. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera now. Talk a bit about this. This was from 15 hours ago, with Inside Story at Al Jazeera asking the question, what threat does the surge in violence in Syria pose?
Hundreds killed in Syria while government forces battle fighters loyal to the deposed Assad regime. President Ahmed al-Sharaa promises accountability for anyone attacking civilians. The UN envoy expresses alarm. So what's the risk of escalation? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the program. I'm Adrian Finnegan. Hundreds killed in Syria, including civilians, government forces, and fighters loyal to ousted President Bashar al-Assad. The worst violence since the regime was toppled in December. The spiral began with attacks on government forces in a former Assad stronghold, with more people killed.
Right, and I think that's why I just threw myself off. I had to look it back up. I was like, this everything I'm saying right now is wrong. Alawites are not Christian. I'm thinking of the Orthodox Christians and the Alawite Muslims, which are a Shiite Muslim sect, that of which Bashar al-Assad followed. But then there was another guy high up in the Ba'ath Party in the regime of Bashar al-Assad that was Orthodox Christian, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I'm getting confused.
When reinforcements moved in, President Ahmed al-Sharaa has warned that anyone found to have killed civilians will be held accountable. Curfews have been imposed in Latakia, Tartus and Jabla along the Mediterranean coast. The UN Special Envoy, Geir has called for restraint and an end to anything that could escalate and threaten what he called a credible and inclusive political transition. So how serious is this situation? Can the violence be contained? And what threat does it present to the new government? We'll discuss all that with our guests shortly, but first a report from Wilson Dizard.
Gunfire and bloodshed on the streets of Syria. Attacks on security forces. Members of the Alawite community targeted. Hundreds killed. Government security forces, fighters loyal to the former regime, and civilians. In a country struggling to find peace after 14 years of civil war. The violence is being described as the most serious crisis facing the new administration since Bashar al-Assad was ousted in December. It's centered on the Mediterranean coast, a stronghold of the Alawite minority, to which the Assad family belongs.
We will continue to pursue the remnants of the fallen regime, those who refused but to continue their oppression and tyranny, those who committed crimes against the people, and those who seek to undermine security and civil peace. We will bring them to a fair court.
An amnesty by the new government allowed members of the military and civil servants to remain in their jobs, but not those suspected of atrocities during the war, or opponents of the new government. Security reinforcements have been deployed to the area.
This convoy will support our brothers in the General Security Directorate on the Syrian coast. We left Aleppo to support our brothers on the Syrian coast. Any group that operates outside the law will be dealt with an iron fist.
Members of the Alawite community, fighters and their families, have taken shelter at Russia's Hemimim air base in the port city of Latakia. President Sharaa has said any reprisals against civilians by government forces will be punished.
Those who attack unarmed civilians and punish people for the crimes of others will be held accountable. Our people living on the coast and the conflict areas are part of our responsibility. It is our duty to protect them and save them from the evils of the gangs of the fallen regime.
Elsewhere in Syria, backers of the government in Damascus held demonstrations voicing their support.
The government and the revolution with our hearts and souls, and we call on it to strike with an iron fist. This time forgiveness has ended.
The violence has prompted international concern. UN envoy Keir called for immediate restraint and urged all parties to protect civilians in accordance with international law.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, that should be the main focus right now. But things have really gotten out of hand here. Yeah, let's go here. This is SBS news out of Australia from 10 hours ago. Some of the tactics being used here, I got real concerns over. Oops.
Of Alawite heartland. Soldiers backing the new government push out bombs.
Jesus Christ.
An operation to crush a nascent insurgency by fighters still loyal to the former regime. But from this height, with these weapons, there's no discriminating who's hit.
Yeah.
On the ground, shootouts. Said to have been sparked by surprise attacks on security forces. Syria's new authorities launched a sweeping response to the fiercest challenge to their rule since toppling Bashar al-Assad in December.
قمنا بقدوم بتعزيزات كبيرة جدا لضبط الأمن والأمان والآن حصلت اشتباكات هنا في.
That's the thing that I'm very concerned about. This they're using indiscriminate tactics to try and stop this in a civilian area. You know, just sort of pushing bombs out of planes is not even close to being a targeted response to things. And we were promised multilateral, multicultural solution here in Syria, but right now it just seems like we're heading towards another civil war in Syria.
He's left on downtown streets. The UK-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights accusing security forces of summary executions of civilians, including women and children. The interim president demanding those loyal to his government refrain from attacking civilians and urging insurgents to lay down their arms before it's too late.
سنبقى نلاحق فلول النظام الساقط من أبى إلا يستمر في غيه وطغيانه ومن ارتكب.
Israel? Question mark? What does that mean? What? I don't know what you're asking.
منهم الجرائم بحق الشعب ومن يسعى منهم إلى.
We will continue to pursue the remnants of the fallen regime, those who continue their oppression and tyranny. Those who committed crimes against the people and those who seek to undermine security and peace. We will bring them to a fair court.
Violence spreading beyond the coastal regions to Homs, Aleppo and Dara.
Secretary General is alarmed by the risk of escalating tensions among communities in Syria at a time where reconciliation and peaceful political transition should be the priority. After 14 years of conflict, Syrians deserve sustainable peace, prosperity, and justice.
Many Syrians remain optimistic about the future. In the capital, shows of solidarity with the rebels-turned-government, which ended 5 decades of Assad rule and promised peaceful coexistence for all minorities.
معك دولتنا وحكومتنا وثورتنا قلبا وقالبا بكلنا وبنطالب منا انه الضرب بالحديد.
How the new regime.
Okay, we already heard that clip from that guy. All right, well, things have really devolved in Syria, and hopefully they can find peace very quickly. The fact is if fighting sparks in Syria, I'm concerned that that's going to create an even bigger vacuum and opportunity for people like Israel, who was just mentioned in chat. You know, they've already taken a portion of the Golan Heights that was under Syrian control up until a couple of months ago. And Turkey's got some aspirations. Kurdish people have aspirations, and America's still technically in the region. And it just feels like things are gonna go bad. Hoping not. Really, really hoping not. Okay. Let's go here to the Majority Report with Sam Cedar to get deep into it over the great power competition threatening all of us.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It's a pleasure to welcome to the program Van Jackson. He is a senior lecturer at international relations at Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand, writer of the undiplomatic newsletter on Substack, author of The Rivalry Peril, How Great Power Competition Threatens Peace and Weakens Democracy, co-authored with Michael Brennis. Welcome to the program, Van.
Thanks for having me. I first came to the show when I heard Janine Garofalo was on.
Oh,
and then it turns out she's not on anymore.
She's not on anymore. That was 20 years ago. Yeah.
But you guys are all right. Yeah.
You guys are
getting... I stuck around for y'all.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, that was 20. We just celebrated our 20th anniversary, actually. But that was right. That was back in the aughts. Well, all right. So let's start with the argument that that you all are making in the book is in many respects is this notion that somehow the Cold War with Russia was a benefit to the United States, to the world at large, and that somehow there are benefits to be gained with, I guess, engaging in what is known as the great power competition or rivalry. There are actually people who sort of promote this as a way of, like, I guess, I don't know, maybe it's some like sort of extension of that libertarian ideology of like people functioning in their own best interests ends up somehow helping society. But tell us let's start with the myth of the Cold War being beneficial, broadly speaking.
Yeah, that's a good place to start. And my co-author and I, we sort of came to this project during the early Biden administration when like people that like I had been friends with in the sort of Democratic Party foreign policy milieu, you know, the sort of mandarins who ended up becoming Biden's staff, like Kirk Campbell, Jake Sullivan, and these guys. They basically built their whole orientation in foreign policy and their whole domestic economic project around confrontation with China, around reasserting American primacy in the way that we relate to the world. Sometimes we would just like code it gently as like American global leadership or something, but we're talking about like hegemony, domination of the world, you know? And like, and we were using China as like the gateway to that. And one of the arguments that we kept seeing these guys, my one-time friends, making was like, you know, the Cold War is why we had civil rights. The Cold War was good for the labor movement. The Cold War can make us the best version of ourselves. And we were like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like the Cold War that I knew had 14 to 20 million people die. And we just don't keep it in our historical memory because there was brown and black bodies in the third world. You know, the Cold War that I knew was like 60 plus U.S. attempts at regime change, 40 something of which were on the side of autocracy in the Cold War. The Cold War risked global annihilation of us all. multiple times. The Cold War sucked by like any clear-eyed, non-cherry-picked understanding of history, you know? And so we were like, these guys are using a bad, heroic, elite, kind of aristocratic understanding, like a great man of history understanding of the past, to justify doing militarism right now. And it's a really, and I think some of them had good intentions, but it was just a really bad reading of history. And we're like, this is a bad bet, dude. And we could see already by 2021, just the fact that like Trump had been hyping up the China threat in his first term led to this huge spike in anti-Asian violence in the US. The surveillance and oppression of, and then the forcing to the flee of scientists who happen to be Asian or Chinese, you know, like we were seeing a kind of Red Scare happening amid so many other things that were happening. And we're like, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Like this entire project that we've got of America is going to go down if we end up trying to confront a big bad rather than deal with our problems. Right, rather than attend to social democracy at home, we're going to defer social democracy in the name of fighting a big bad. So our meta argument ended up being that like if we paid a little more attention to history from the perspective of its victims, we would see that geopolitical rivalry tends to be the enemy of all the things that we think are good, peace and democracy, not least.
All right. Well, let me start with those folks, was that a sort of like post hoc justification for the, you know, for an agenda that sort of pre-existed in terms of like this conflict with China? Like nobody was saying that we should start, or were they trying to argue that we should start a Cold War with China because of all the benefits that we get from domestically? Like, I mean, I think it is the case that the competition that we felt with the Soviet Union probably did provide, I don't know if it was the definitive one, but some impetus for civil rights in this country because we were in some type of competition. I don't think it would have been enough to push it through. But were these guys, when they were talking about it with China, because this all started way before Biden, right? I mean, we saw the
started under Obama.
Obama, right? I mean, we saw and I would argue that it started in I think it started in 1993. I mean, I think I've told this story on the original Majority Report. In fact, we broke this story with Gary Hart. Janine and I interviewed Gary Hart, and he told us about he and I think it was Rudman had a 21st Century Threat Commission. They went around the table of 15 people they had invited. What's the number one threat? Everybody said non-state actors, terrorism. One person said China. Everybody sort of laughed at that person. They all went around the room again 4 months later. Same thing. After hadn't thought about it, the same person said China. That person never showed up again. It was Cheney. It was either Liz or Lynn. I can never remember which one.
One of the Cheneys.
But this is back in 2000, right? And so I'm quite convinced the whole project for a new American century and the Iraq War was very much about trying to contain China in some fashion. So this is pre-existing out there. These guys from the Biden administration weren't saying we should start this thing with China to help with domestic, or are they just saying we should exploit this thing with China to help domestic, or we should tamp down issues with a rivalry with China for these benefits?
So those are all great points. Like the Biden guys were kind of improvising foreign policy. Like it was an opportunistic thing. What is it in the political landscape of elites, not the masses, that can move things, especially on Capitol Hill? Well, it's the China boogeyman, right? And they were getting this, especially going back to the Gary Hart days, Democrats have always been defined by their right flank, and like, especially on foreign policy. All Republicans have to do is say like a Democrat is weak on national security, and then the Democrats get all frothy about trying to out-hawk everybody. And so like when Trump started calling Biden, you know, in 2020, Beijing Biden and all this stuff, and like, you know, he's weak on China, and that was the Republican messaging campaign basically for 2020 up and down the ticket, like that created an incentive for the Democratic foreign policy people to try and out-hawk Trump. And so they ended up preserving and expanding all the blacklists of Chinese companies that Trump had started, all the tariffs that Trump had started, suspension of visas for Chinese students, like the whole thing, the FBI, you know, China Initiative program that they had, which was basically racist, that continued in all but name under Biden. And then the most important piece of all of this is the Pentagon, is defense spending. You know, like all of that hangs on the China threat. And this the thing about Project for a New American Century and Liz Cheney and all that is really important in a larger sense, because the Democratic Party foreign policy, and you saw this under Biden, it's indistinguishable from the platform of Project for a New American Century. Like missile defense, China rivalry, you know, just like the military spending, space weapons. It's all the stuff that they wanted, you know? And so now the Democratic Party has basically become neocons on foreign policy. And the Republican Party, if you're going to be a neocon, you have to be a convert to Maga, you know, and sign on to this bizarro like imperialist stuff. But yeah, so like the China stuff has been in the background this whole time. The difference in the past 10, 12 years is that great power competition is a fancy way of talking about inter-imperial rivalry. You know, neoliberal globalization, it started paying like fewer and fewer dividends over time, right? With like in the wake of the global financial crisis and the Great Recession, globalization stopped paying off even for the haves. And so global growth stagnated. And when that started to happen, China and the US both turned to economic nationalism. And part of economic nationalism is necessarily like jingoism and, you know, military one-upmanship and all that stuff. So both great powers are exploiting the advantages afforded by their powerful states, by their favorable positions in the world system, to claim a larger share of a shrinking economic pie, you know, and that's the paradigm that we're in now. It's basically like state capitalism. Trump just does it in like a way that is like really focused on his corrupt oligarchic interests. But that was what we started doing under Biden too.
But I'm curious about your viewpoint then on Biden's foreign policy more broadly, right? Extending past obviously the more xenophobic things, but like Jake Sullivan was trying to sell something like called foreign policy for the middle class to the public. It seems like it's just what you're saying, where they're freelancing these NatSec ghouls that were really, honestly, it seems like running the show under Biden, who was very weakened at this point. And then, but in terms of if there's any ideological consistency, for me, it's like a time machine foreign policy. How can we go back to making sure that we reify NATO and make that incredibly central? AUKUS, the reopening of military bases,
What's
I think it was
AUKUS?
in the
Never heard
Philippines,
of it.
right? This is all centered around, okay, how can we make ourself once again a global hegemon? And
Did everybody see that? Not only did Donald Trump not know what temporary protected status was, or TPS, GPS, never, what, Ukrainian GPS, yes, we're tagging them all before we ship them out. No, but he also, Donald Trump said he had no idea what the hell AUKUS was. The guy who just put in charge of Secretary of Defense doesn't know what ASEAN is. Couldn't name a single country in it, and when asked about it, named all the countries that weren't in it. These guys are freaking dumb, and yet they are parts, intrinsic parts right now in all these alliances.
how can we make ourselves once again a global hegemon, and using kind of the framework of the post-World War II foreign policy to do that via Europe? But then when it comes to China, this is just like copy paste China for the Soviet Union, and now they're trying to create more of a military presence in Australia and in Southeast Asia as well. Like that for me is just okay, how can we turn the clock back? But I don't think they can turn the clock back.
Yeah, no, there's this, you're on it. You're totally on it. Like there was an intense nostalgia in Biden foreign policy, you know, like this, it was like a rehash of the unipolar moment. So at the end of the Cold War, we declared primacy effectively as our grand strategy, which is a kind of structural domination of all countries.
Sorry, I'm getting super distracted by chat. But this food, I think what we're looking at here is a plate of falafel. Right? Doesn't it look like falafel? Google a picture of falafel for me right now. Tell me that that's not just a falafel emoji. I see how you'd think it's a kiwi, but just has a falafel-y vibe.
You know, like this, it was like a rehash of the unipolar moment. So at the end of the Cold War, we declared primacy effectively as our grand strategy, which is a kind of structural domination of all comers. And that's an end and means of foreign policy. This was our orientation. We ended up calling it like liberal hegemony or an American-led order.
It was
or
the Project New American Century's hyperpower.
Yes,
essentially.
yes. So these are all synonyms. You know what I mean? It's like nobody's confused. It's about American dominance. So in the argot of like international relations, we would call this primacy, right? But it's like a really predatory way of relating to the world, in fact, because it's like you are the top dog and you have to hoard power at the expense of others and then sell it back to them and say, actually, it's a global public good, our extreme power hoarding, right? That's primacy. That's in our strategy documents. This isn't like some conspiracy secret. Going back to the George H.W. Bush administration. So Soviet Union goes away, and then we've got primacy. And in the unipolar moment, in the like fat, dumb, and happy Clinton years, and the early W. Bush years, we could do primacy. We could do this extreme power hoarding shit, and it wasn't especially risky for us, because we had a huge margin of power relative to everybody else. We could exercise bad judgment. We could do Iraq wars. And in the immediate sense, it was like, well, who eats it? Just some working class kids who had the mad fortune to enlist at that time or something. You know, like it was all paid on the credit card. This debt financed our military. We don't pay for defense spending through taxation. It's through financing, right? So like, it's all on the credit card. So like we were, you know, go shopping, war on terror. So that's the world where we're still doing primacy. We still believe that our shit don't stink. And we're not necessarily paying a cost for it that we can see, but it's building. You know, the right wing is getting perverted and distorted. And the Spencer Ackerman argument about the war on terror gave us Trump, you know, like, that's happening. We're becoming numb to the violence that we perpetuate in the world, right? The apotheosis of which ends up being facilitating genocide in Gaza. You know, like it's all connected. Illegal. But China figures into this because only China had a chance. Going back to the 90s, to your point, Sam, only China could stand in for the Soviet Union, and the American national security state was literally designed as of the 1947 National Security Act to deal with a giant, you know, communist monolith or whatever. Like literally a great power, a single other great power is what all these agencies are set up to cope with. The war on terror actually sucked for the US national security state. Like it was a hard thing to do, and it didn't do a good job. But like, that's, you know, and so everybody who was in the national security world in DC and the think tanks and shit, they wanted to pivot. Even like I served in the Obama administration. We wanted to move away from the war on terror as a paradigm, but we still believed in primacy. We still believed that that was the thing. What we didn't get was that the world was becoming more multipolar. Global power was diffusing, not concentrating. So we were literally going against a global trend in trying to seek power, primacy.
Was that the, I mean, because there was, I feel like at the beginning of the Obama administration, there was this understanding of like, particularly maybe, I don't know if their understanding of why it was happening was necessarily ultimately, in retrospect, the full story, but there was this sense that post-Iraq, we no longer had that margin of error anymore, and that things were just not heading in there, and that Obama was trying to do some type of like soft landing. Although I did become aware of the Asian pivot, but just coincidentally because I got held over in LA and went on some like down in Long Beach, they had a carrier there where you could go doing a tour. And this guy is literally, this guy's just like showing us a map. And he's like, and I was like, why are all our ships over there? And he goes, oh, that's part of the Asian pivot. And I was like, the what? That was it. This is the first time I ever heard it. Never heard about it. Nobody else was talking about it except for this dude and, giving a tour on a boat. And so was there not in the Obama administration sort of an awareness of like, okay, we're no longer the hyperpower. This notion of like Vox Americana is just not happening. The whole strategy to have a series of low-level conflicts around the world and let that just keep everybody busy was not gonna do it. I mean, surely they must have known
at this juncture.
Known that wasn't the case. But I guess the TPP by the end of the Obama administration was that a concern about the rise of China and an attempt to sort of like keep it down, or was it like aspirational, like this is going to set it up so that we do have a bipolar world?
Yeah, the Trans-Pacific Partnership was, and the Asian pivot, which in Washington they call like rebalance to Asia. That like those things were expressions during the Obama years of doing primacy in an updated historical context. So what ends up happening is like, as the world, China is building up its military, it's not like surging military spending, it's indexed to its growth rate. So it's just like keeping up at a steady pace, but it's growing. So its military spending is also growing, right? Also ours was. But so in the capabilities that China was amassing, effectively missiles, that could attack like aircraft carriers and stuff. The technology itself is making it harder and harder for the Pentagon to imagine winning a war in Taiwan, because Taiwan is literally right off the coast of mainland China and it's thousands and thousands of miles away from us. So the balance of the geography makes it almost impossible for us. So as soon as China has any kind of real capabilities, the game is kind of over for us. And when we recognize that the game is over for us and our cold warriors start to see that, they don't think, well, let's time it to pack it in. They think, well, our strategy is primacy. We better catch up. We better keep ahead of them at all costs.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And it's not that China has like a bigger, badder military than us. It's that the only place we dominate the world militarily, but there's this one spot on the map that happens to just be a really hard challenge for us. And instead of being like, maybe we should figure out how to avoid a war in that spot called Taiwan, we actually ought to arms race and make sure that we can like, dominate the Chinese military in Beijing or some shit. And so it's like we've set an impossible standard for us in the name of primacy. And as the circumstances in reality became more and more unfavorable, we had to start running harder and faster and being meaner and more predatory. And that culminated in Trump and then Biden, which was Trump plus when it came to China. Like Biden was even more aggressive than Trump on China. And then now Trump.
Yeah. I just thought this was a good discussion of sort of the historical precedent in all of this stuff that seems to be coming up lately as it relates to world powers jockeying for position against one another. Now, let's talk about South America. That's another place the United States and China have been attempting to hold some kind of power over, and or at least fight one another for power.
U.S. President Donald Trump has made it clear.
Oops.
We didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama.
South America is near the top of his agenda. The reason, he says, is the threat of China's growing influence there.
China got its hands in some major projects across South America in recent years. They're snapping up lithium reserves in Argentina, in Chile, and Bolivia. Over in Brazil, state giants have poured billions of dollars into deep sea oil infrastructure. They're all over it.
Meanwhile, the U.S. has fallen behind with its investments in the continent.
In the last 20 years, it has been slowly displaced by China.
So, why have the U.S. and China battled for influence in South America?
We must work together to promote connectivity between the South American region and China.
China's involvement in South America took off in 2001 when it joined the World Trade Organization.
They focused initially on oil and gas and agricultural sectors. But as time went by, the profile of the Chinese economy started to change, and so did the sectors in which they invested abroad.
Today, China primarily invests in energy and transport. Everything from wind and solar power grids to high-speed trains, electric vehicles, and mineral mines. Between 2000 and 2020, Chinese trade with Latin America and the Caribbean grew more than 26-fold, from $12 billion to $315 billion.
By the 2010s, the Belt and Road Initiative kicked things up another notch, funding even more projects.
21 of 26 eligible Latin America and Caribbean nations have joined China's Belt and Road Initiative, a trade program proposed by Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2013 to link economies into a China-centered trading network. Panama was the first Latin American country to join the Belt and Road in 2017. China proposed building a high-speed railway and container port, but the projects were later suspended because of pressure from the U.S. and Panamanian claims that China violated a contract by not investing enough in local labor. In February 2025, Panama became the first country in the region and second country ever to quit China's initiative.
What has it brought to Panama all over these years? What are the great things that this Belt and Road Initiative has brought to the country?
Belt and Road Initiative ha traído al país.
The Panama Canal is one of the most critical waterways on the planet. It has played that role since it was built over the course of a decade starting in 1904, ultimately providing a shortcut between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The U.S. benefits most, with nearly 75% of the canal's cargo traffic passing to and from American ports.
Very unfairly treated.
China is a strong sector.
Should be 100% U.S. traffic. It's ridiculous. I mean, this pie chart here really sort of brings to light just how ridiculous it is that Donald Trump seems to think that the United States is being treated unfairly in the Panama Canal. 75% of traffic. Wow.
And accounting for 21% of the cargo volume transiting the route. The Trump administration recently threatened to retake the waterway, citing concerns that China had too much influence over it.
Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
But some experts say Trump's strong arm approach will not be enough to wrest back China's influence elsewhere.
As China influences more countries in the region, the Chinese way of doing business and the Chinese way of managing the economy also start to become more attractive.
I just love Peru so much. I love Peruvian people.
Beijing has offered to invest $250 billion in South America by the end of the decade.
China has invested around 72 billion USD in Brazil in the last 20 years, from 2004 to 2024. Peru received around 29 billion, and then you have Chile with around 18 billion, Argentina with 13 billion.
China has this top-down structure and the way state.
Now, what I find fascinating is while Donald Trump is complaining about China taking things over, he's actively undermining the United States' power to have like relationships with these countries, right? That he thinks China has too much relationship with. Right? Granted, a couple of countries have removed themselves from the Belt and Road Initiative. Some of it may be related to Donald Trump, but also perhaps to some of the lack of benefits. But fact is instead of doing coups everywhere, and especially in this context in like Latin and South America, China's just building shit. And sure, they're planning on benefiting from it, profiting from it. But it is certainly, I think, a better way than much of how the West has treated the global South throughout the years. And I think it's certainly more diplomatic. So, you know, it's... Honestly, I generally appreciate the Belt and Road Initiative in most of the places that it's gone to, although some of the effects, certainly, some of it might not be great, as well as, you know, some promises haven't come through. China has, in a couple of situations, pulled loans and other things, but so has the IMF. So, you know, whatever. Keep it going.
Company work, it is much faster and much more effective in realizing these investments.
Take the Chancay megaport in Peru, hailed as the gateway to Asia.
We need greater collaboration and understanding, and less fragmentation. That's Dina Bolarte of the Peru.
Chancay megaport opened in November 2024 after 5 years of construction.
I would like to extend my warm congratulations on the smooth opening of the port of Chancay.
The facility was jointly funded by China's Costco Shipping and Peru's Volcan Mining. It has cut shipping time to and from the Indo-Pacific from an average of 45 days to about 20.
Este puerto va a significar
This port is going to be the gateway of Asia, not only from China, but also the rest of the region. Now,
rutas establecidas.
Now, we've talked about this port. We talked about this port recently, and it's hasn't quite brought the prosperity that was expected, the jobs that were expected. Fishermen in the area have been negatively affected as all these ships coming through have completely upended their way of life. It's like I said, there's some good things about it, some bad things about it. But yeah, let's keep it going here. Let's go talk about the state of trade right now with all of the tariffs that have been going on. Apparently, China has decided to levy tariffs not against the United States, but actually Canada. $2.6 billion worth of Canadian products now face new Chinese tariffs, according to Wion in India, from 20 hours ago. This is wild. I mean, Donald Trump's trade war is now affecting people outside, countries outside of America.
Meanwhile, China has announced sweeping tariffs on Canadian imports, escalating trade tensions between the two nations.
Come on!
Beijing will impose a 100% tariff on over $1 billion worth
Wow.
of Canadian rapeseed
100%?
oil cakes and peas, along with a 25% tariff on $1.6 billion worth of aquatic products and pork. The new levies, set to take effect on March 20th, are a direct response to Canada's 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles and additional duties on Chinese steel and aluminum imports introduced in October of 2024. China's Commerce Ministry argues that Ottawa's measures to violate World Trade Organization rules and harm Chinese enterprises. China is Canada's second largest trading partner, with bilateral trade reaching $47 billion in 2024, which is far behind Canada's trade with the United States. While China is targeting key agricultural exports, it has notably excluded canola, a $3.7 billion trade between the two nations. Analysts suggest that this may be a strategic move, leaving room for negotiations. However, the timing of the tariffs sends a strong message as Beijing continues to battle trade disputes with the United States and European Union. Experts say that China's response was delayed, likely due to capacity constraints and strategic considerations, signaling that Canada is a lower priority.
There you go. Trump's trade war affecting Canada in ways unexpected. Canadian products getting the big 100% tariff on over $2.5 billion worth of goods. But canola oil being excluded, as it's a huge necessity in cooking many Chinese meals, I would assume, and because China doesn't produce that much canola oil. That I understand, that at least that's my understanding. Okay, now before we leave China, let's wait, what is this doing in here? This shouldn't be in here. Remove that. Yeah, let's go here in China, but go back in time. Still International Women's Day in my mind, and we're still celebrating it. So let's go here. Back to that same channel with the cool feminist jams. Let's talk about a woman by the name of Cheng Shi.
When her husband died, she didn't skip a beat. Orders from her lips to fleet. She took control with an iron fist. 60,000 ships. The most feared pirate of her day. Brilliant and always got her way. The government tried to stop her, hey, but they were just too weak. Shang-Chi, brilliant pirate mastermind. Shang-Chi, a more badass pirate you won't find anywhere.
There you go. Shang-Chi, or what is it, Young... Excuse me, sir. Very rude. I'm trying to pause the video. Thank you. I was also trying to talk about Shang-Chi. Who's also called Zhang Yi Shao, or how's it, Zhang Yi Shao. In the 18th and 19th century, she was alive and at one point became a leader, a pirate leader, who sailed the South China Sea, early 1800s. Ruling the seas with an iron fist. Because women can do stuff too. Alright, let's go to South Korea, where one man has been dealing with some stuff lately, but has gotten reprieve from one thing, that being in prison. President Yoon Suk-yeol, who has been impeached now by the Congress in South Korea for declaring martial law when the country was not under invasion or had any legitimate reason to call it, from what I can tell, has been released from prison, but is still on trial. But let's look at some of the... He does have a lot of fans, but there's just as many detractors, I would say, in the country. But he was met by warm greetings from his supporters. And one thing you'll notice about Yoon Suk-yeol supporters is they all wave American flags at these protests and rallies, which every time I feel real weird about. Whoopsies. I didn't know how much President Yoon cared for our country either, but I've learned everything this time. I'm so grateful, and it is because of the president. Without our president, this country wouldn't exist. The president is truly our hero. I do believe that the country is starting to normalize with the release of the president. I'm sure there will be things he will do to stabilize the country. And I believe the president is already thinking of those plans. Oh my god. Do you see what I mean, though? Everybody's carrying a goddamn American flag. And it's super off-putting to me. Maybe I'm the only person. I'm just like, why? You're in South Korea. Why do you have these flags? Of course, Yoon Suk-yeol is very much America Forward Party, and he's actually sort of, I think he's compared himself to Trump in the past.
South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol walked free on Saturday after prosecutors decided not to appeal a court decision to cancel his arrest warrant on insurrection charges. The impeached leader waved to supporters and bowed as he walked out of a detention center south of Seoul, where he had been held since January 15th. He remains suspended from his duties, and his criminal and impeachment trials continue over his short-lived imposition.
Illegal.
Whoopsies. What happened?
Imposition of martial law on December 3rd. The Seoul Central District Court canceled Yoon's arrest warrant on Friday, citing the timing of his indictment and questions about the legality of the investigation process. In a statement, Yoon thanked the court, quote, for their courage and determination in correcting the illegality. The main opposition Democratic Party criticized the prosecutor's decision and urged the Constitutional Court to remove Yoon from office as soon as possible. Prosecutors could not immediately be reached for comment. Some 55,000 Yoon supporters rallied in Seoul on Saturday, while more than 32,000 demonstrated against him, the Yonhap news agency reported, citing unofficial police estimates. This anti-Yoon
Yeah, and you know, South Koreans really know how to protest. I mean, with years of martial law, they have learned to really fight back. And just generally speaking, to work together on some of these things that I wish America and some other places had, with a little bit more ferocity and togetherness. Although, I mean, clearly there's division on the issues here, but I mean, pulling out tens of thousands of people per protest is insane. And every single one of these protests has tens of thousands of people at it, almost, it seems. At least many of the ones that we've tuned into are just massive. Okay, now one last story in South Korea, something that I figured we'd look back on, something that one woman did on in South Korea on International Women's Day. I don't know if you remember this moment, but during the martial law, which was declared by Yoon Suk-yeol, one defiant woman stood up. It's a great photo. Just fearlessly grabbing this gun. There we go. One brave woman standing up for her freedom in South Korea just a few months ago. How those last 3 months have just sort of flown by. And yet also, like, it's weird, like, each moment feels like it's just moving so slow lately with all the stuff that's just sort of pound on top. And then I look back, I'm like, oh my god, where did the last 3 months go? All right. Now, in Japan, David Lammy, Foreign Minister of UK, made a visit amidst all of the tumult going on in the geopolitical sphere to have meetings with Japanese officials. Sorry, I gotta cue this up. Here they are, standing in front of Japanese and UK flags. Big balls, I think you mean big ovaries. Ovaries of steel. It's a moment in history, okay? Okay, not a lot of interest was said here at the table, and most of it was in Japanese. Quickly try and see what David had to say here. Right, David Lammy? Is that his first name?
Thank you very much.
Well, Tashishi, Minister Muto, it's an honor to be here. Thank you for your warm welcome. Days before last year's UK election, I took a break from campaigning alongside the Business and Trade Secretary to attend the state banquet held for their Majesties, the Emperor and Empress. And as Her Majesty the Empress said then, we are friends like no other. In today's global context, our task is to take our friendship to new heights. Putin's illegal war has only made plain the links between security and growth, the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. We both see how escalating conflict and economic fragmentation damage global growth, and we both agree that stability requires respect for the principles of the UN Charter. Today's economic 2+2 is a first for my country, but it is fitting that we are holding it with Japan.
Okay. I was right about David? Okay, that's good. By the way, I just totally forgot, but this is the second to last story. Here's a little round of applause for all of you who made it so far through this stream. Let's move it along. They held a press conference as well, not just this sort of long table meeting. Where is that? Yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, I don't have any subtitles, so I have no idea what Japan is saying. They could be saying David Lammy sucks. UK can go to hell. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're going to say during this. I'm sure it was all very much reflected in David's comments as well. But I am going to have to skip past them. I knew that they talked first. I knew it. Where's David? Oh god, something's going way wrong back here.
以上です。ありがとうございました。続いて英国側の発言に移ります。ラミー大臣、発言をお願いいたします。
Well, thank you once again, Takeshi and Minister Mutu, for hosting today's Economic 2+2, a first for the United Kingdom. And in hosting this Economic 2+2, we are acutely aware of Japan and the United Kingdom representing the fourth and sixth biggest economies in the world. Our discussions have really reinforced the value of cross-cutting discussions between the four of us. Our shared interests in a stable international system and rules-based trade is absolutely clear and fundamental. Likewise, our shared commitment to both Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine was a major focus. We both want to see this war brought to a lasting end. Europe is stepping up, but Japan can help too, including on ramping up economic pressure on Putin. Direct DPRK involvement remains a major moment. Japan has long lived with erratic DPRK behaviour. We both want Pyongyang both back at the path of diplomacy.
What is Pyongyang? You mean Pyongyang? But yeah, David Lammy here as Foreign Minister of the UK, talking with Japanese officials, saying that they were united on multiple fronts in maintaining the rules-based order. Unless it's Israel. And then they're, well, maybe less united. Alright, last story of the night. And it's really just sort of a... Since it's now become fully Sunday Funday, I knew it would be by the time we were done. Figure we would just stop here in Japan and take a brief look at the cherry blossoms. As spring is a-coming. It's not here quite yet, but in Japan, it's been pretty warm in many areas, and the cherry blossoms already out. In full glory along this beautiful canal. Really is kind of breathtaking, honestly. It looks so peaceful. Oh, God. It almost looks fake. Here, I'll just I'll do this. Play a little music in the background. Just take a moment. It's been a tough week. Sunday Funday finally everywhere around the world. Can breathe a sigh of relief. Sunday Funday should be pretty fun, hopefully. I've got a bunch of content all ready to go. Not all of it's ready, but I've got a bunch of good stuff hiding in my Sunday Funday list, which I compile every week, hoping to bring some extra valuetainment to the galaxy. So just take a moment, take in the beauty, the nature, all of it. A little bit of inner peace, perhaps, while listening to elevator music. You're in the galactic elevator. Elevating yourself and your state of mind and being. Do 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 do. Oh, 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 oh. That's right. Cherry blossom therapy for everybody after a long week and what will most certainly be a difficult next week upcoming. Figured we'd end this one as positive a way as we possibly can to prepare ourselves for what is certainly on its way. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong. Maybe actually next week's going to be super great. I'm just being a poopy pants pessimist. The 3 Ps. Alright, chat. That's going to be it. One last minute. Take it all in. Well, it looks like we've gotten through another stream, chat. It's quite long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That is going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jan, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. But wait, there is more. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, and Lovely Pariah. That is right. All these individuals that you see here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Go there now, and get more space benefits, while also helping to produce the show. Let's get some different vibes in here on International Women's Day. Get this super secret late night after hours chill stream started. I don't know if anybody noticed, but on stream, we just hit 100 likes on this puppy. Pretty incredible. Great job, everyone. You have a galactic love. Oh, god damn it. I just arbitrarily lost an hour of my life. Now 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.